Good morning, everybody. It's another beautiful day. I hope you're doing well. I am. I was hoping to get a good night's sleep. Hoping, but nah. So sorry. Oh my gosh, we have another day of trial. And quick update on the Boone. I have no idea. I don't know. Let me find out. Hello, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. I'm Ada K, and welcome to my world. It's a little early. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, glasses would be nice. Yes. So they are still working on seating a jury for Sarah Boone. I anticipate tomorrow being the first day of Boone's trial. So we are going to go with that. And I'm fixing my coffee, if that's what you hear in the background, and you're going, what in the world is that noise? My coffee, my morning, my morning breakfast energy. Ooh, feel better now. So let me go and look fixing up. I apologize, guys. I am a little behind. Let me see. Let me see what they say. Oh, okay. They say, let me just bring it around here. They say super duper long line to get into their security at the Orange County Courthouse in Orlando, Florida for the Boone trial. It's for the entire courthouse, and there's a lot of floors and offices. Jury selection continues at 9 a.m. Sarah Boone jury selection begins at attorneys Bass her defense. What? Oh, don't want to go back to that. So that is where we are. They're still in jury selection. As soon as I find out more information, y'all, I'll be on it. Good morning. Please comment. Let me know you're here. Let me go. Try and get our other feed up and running. We are so close to a huge, huge milestone with this channel, and I cannot wait. Cannot wait to share that with y'all. Okay, we got our feed up. We're getting ready. Okay, the trial we're watching today, if you are just joining for the first time, is the state of Georgia's against Melody Walker Farris for unaliving her husband by shooting and then burning him in the burn pile. And that is the court case. We've had all but one of her children, I believe, testify. An ex-wife testified of one of her children. There's 2 boys, 2 girls. The Chris and Scott, I think, are the boys. I forget, one girl's Amanda, and I forget the other girl's name. And they're all saying they knew nothing about it. You know how that goes. And then we have another person in the mix, which is the lover of Melody. Melody was having an affair on her husband. Yep. Uh-huh. So that's where that is. A lot of us are believing it was the affair, the boyfriend. Some people are, the reason why is because Melody is 5'5". She's a very petite and weight woman as well. And this guy, the husband, was 6'5" and 300 pounds. And the prosecution is saying that he was unalived in the house, although they had the blue spray, luminol or whatever it was, and sprayed throughout the house and found places where the blood had been cleaned. Well, the defense kind of shot him down a little bit because they didn't want that high. The defense hammered that that's not reliable. Bleach, other cleaning products and things can and will give false positives. So we don't know. We'll wait and see. I'm going to try and get this candle lit, and I may not be able to because I've got such a small opening. I hate that. There goes that idea. So anyway, we're waiting for trial to start. One of the sons stated, I think it was Scott, stated that the tractor was not parked where it should be, where it always is. He noticed the day of the unaliving of his father. And so that is an issue. I was surprised they did not test that tractor for blood. Nope, they did not. Didn't test it for anything. I would have. They focused primarily on the house. But there's different thoughts out there. Some people believe he was unalived outside by the burn pile. And the burn pile just came a convenient way of trying to get rid of the remains, which were not gotten rid of fully, which is a shame in the sense that someone would do that to him. That's horrible. Absolutely horrible. So before we get going in our day, I want to thank my sponsor who keeps me going every morning. My sponsor is my coffee. Hitchman Homestead Shooter Shack Coffee. Let's have a word from our sponsor. Hey y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Yes, show them some love. They are fabulous. And as always, welcome. Hey y'all, I'm Ada K. And I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of Java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Wow. 4 decades after the UT University of Austin nursing student was kidnapped from her home in 1980, the police have connected DNA evidence to the man that they believed was her killer. Hallelujah. They're going to get that resolved. Oh, can you imagine your family member being unalived in 1980 and what? I don't want to say because I was alive back then. 44 years later, they finally identified the killer. That is awesome. Awesome. That's good news for them. Um, so, yep. I'm just trying to go through, make sure we have everything ready. And we do. Let's get this up on stage because I think I felt some rustling in the background. And I think I'm going to do it this way today. So, tomorrow should be opening statements and the first witnesses in the Sarah Boone trial. I'm anxious to see the full witness list. We sort of have one, but we don't. Sort of, but we don't. I don't know how else to say that. Good morning, Miss. I'm a Jedi. Here's the most recent tweet on the Sarah Boone. Okay, we've already seen that one. The questions. Here's some of the questions they've been asking. Number 1, has anyone seen any video about a man in a suitcase? I think I have. Has anyone commented on social media about any videos with a man in a suitcase? Oh, hell yeah. Has anyone seen a video with Miss Boone be interrogated by police? Uh-huh. Has anyone commented on the social media about Miss Boone being interrogated by police? Yep, sure have. Has anyone seen body worn camera videos of Miss Boone speaking to police? Oh, you betcha we have. Yep. Yepers, we have. Yep. Mm-hmm. We would not make it onto that jury selection at all. We wouldn't make it. At all. Nope, wouldn't make it. Okay, here's the jury selection numbers. Thank you, Miss Ronnie, for this. Jury selection 23 today out of 100 qualified to move on. A new panel of 50 will be brought in tomorrow morning. Judge Kranick is looking for 50 qualified jurors before the final chosen panel. He's shooting high for 8 alternates for a total of 14 jurors. He might settle for less than that. Opening statements won't happen before Wednesday. Sarah was very animated with her attorneys before she was escorted out. What? 14 jurors, 8 women and 6 men selected in the Delphi murder trial for Richard Allen, who was dressed in a light purple button-down shirt and khaki pants. Court will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. to pick the final 2 alternates. Wednesday will be an off day. Thursday, you will be sworn in. Friday is the first day of the Delphi murder trials. I might cover 2 trials at one time. Don't know. I might just stream one and kind of bounce back and forth. We'll see. We'll see what my viewers want. But right now, we're waiting for the judge and the jury to come in for the Melody Walker Farris trial. If you are interested and love to read on documents and research yourself for information on cases, go to the As a Gavel Drops in Discord. They are phenomenal. They are following almost 500 different cases. So, any and every case that's popular right now, they have a researchers for it, and you can download and dive into the court documents yourself. Go to As the Gavel Drops in Discord. Let me get them. So we are very blessed to be a part of Discord and be a part of As the Gavel Drops. They are a great partner with us, and we really appreciate you. Greatly appreciate you. There we go. There is their link. And our link to As the Gavel Drops is, I might as well pop that in there too. There's our personal link ourselves to our guys as our Discord link. Let me clear out the messages in Discord. Okay. All right. Got all that taken care of. I'm ready for court. Are you? First cup of coffee is always the best cup of coffee. And the first sip is simply amazing. We will be having American Sign Language interpretation when available. I will be doing some. My interpreter will be hopping on when she is not in the middle of something for the Sarah Boone trial. So we'll be doing that. Sorry, I forgot to take my med. Now, Trial TV Live and Jules, infamous Jules, notorious Jules, will be doing a recap after trial every day with the Sarah Boone. I will be doing a recap. I may be joining others doing recaps. I don't know yet, but the Sarah Boone trial is I think the trial of the fall. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for watching. I hope y'all having a good day. We are currently awaiting the beginning of the Melody Walker Farris trial. The judge did step into the room and then step back out. I don't know. That is what it is. Let's see. Yesterday was National Indigenous Peoples Day, and that is me in my regalia. I went to a museum, and there is what I'm up against is Native American artwork. It was absolutely fabulous. Had a great time. Come on. Some music going in the background. I'm just waiting. There we go. Yay. Here we go, y'all. I wonder who we're going to hear from next. We heard from the medical examiner. These attorneys are spitting and spatting at each other like crazy. Her attorney irritates the bejeebies out of me. He is very argumentative. Even his line of questioning is argumentative. Okay, y'all. And here we go.
I have to ask any permission. If you're trying to record something, you need to let me know. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay. All right. Just let us
Back
know,
on
and
that.
if you need to tap into their feed, y'all figure out how to do that.
I want to hear that again.
All right. Okay. I don't think I have Rule 22s from y'all if y'all want to send one to me, but I've been letting everybody. I mean, if you're just here to observe and take notes, then you don't have to ask any permission. If you're trying to record something, you need to let me know. Okay. Okay. All right. Just let us know, and if you need to tap into their feed, let y'all figure out how to do that.
News media. This here is the defendant, Melody Walker Farris. Now, I find it interesting. She never stands up for the judge, for the jury, for anyone. She doesn't stand up. I find that very odd. How her attorneys are not ensuring that she stand up, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's very disrespectful and rude. Um,
Good morning. As y'all are coming in,
wrong
we're in
turn.
a very precarious situation this morning.
Uh-oh.
It's 50 something degrees, and the thermostat control in the building wants to turn the heat on, which is not an option for this courtroom. So I already had to turn down the little sensor in the office because Tracy had it cranked all the way up. So
Uh-oh. Fighting over
anyway,
thermostat.
I may have to turn my fan on earlier. All right, Mr. Fogus, go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, the court counsel, state calls Ted Wiley.
I wonder if they're going to call her boyfriend. And if are they still together? I don't think that's him.
We're waiting for not coming back Thursday afternoon, so we'll break at noon for the day. Is what I think. There's some things the lawyers need to work on before that make sense as we go. So that's the current plan. I'll finalize that and let y'all know.
So we're breaking at noon today for the day.
You solemnly swear affirm the evidence you're about to present.
Yeah, and let me have time to get ready for tomorrow.
Truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and lower your hand. Good morning.
Morning.
You do not want to be here today, do you?
No, sir.
That's fair. We've subpoenaed you to come in from Alabama. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
If you would state your full name for the record and spell it for us.
Ted Wiley, TED, L, WYLIE.
Go ahead and scoot up. Pull the microphone down towards you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wiley, I'm not trying to embarrass you or do anything, but you know why you're here today.
Yes, sir.
And you understand it's a murder case, and that's why we've asked you to be here.
Yes, sir.
Do you see Melody Walker Farris in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Would you point out, please? Is she sitting over here in the
Yes,
black?
sir.
That's black. How old are you today, sir?
60.
And when did you first meet the defendant?
Is this the boyfriend?
Being maybe 85,
And
86, something like that.
when did you meet Gary's sister, Sherry Farris?
That's the
Around the
boyfriend.
same time,
And how long were you and Sherry Farris in a relationship?
Ooh.
probably 20 years.
This is going to
During
be
that
good,
time, did you
y'all.
meet the defendant?
Yes,
This
sir.
is the guy everybody's been waiting for. They suspect he helped her. A lot of people.
Okay.
Let's move the easel so the juror can see. Just back it up. You'll need to pull it out.
All right, Mr. Wiley, you got a soft voice. If you speak in that microphone so we can hear you. So you met the defendant through Sherry Farris, is that how?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ride horses together or things like that?
We have.
And where did y'all
Good
first meet?
morning.
Was it in Georgia or was it somewhere else?
No, we would see each other at Christmas and birthdays and Thanksgiving and things at Sherry's mother's.
Now, again, I'm not trying to embarrass you, but at some point, did you have a romantic relationship with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And when did that start?
I can't tell you the exact dates, but it was
He's not that bad looking. Just say.
probably in 2008 or 10, somewhere in that range.
And when y'all
Poor
would
guy.
meet and come together, where would y'all meet?
She's usually coming through town, either going to her friend Sheila's Hutchinson's home, or she would be going to visit her mom.
And how long did this romantic affair go on?
Probably 3 or 4 years.
And during that time, do you know whether or not Gary knew about the relationship?
I don't think anyone actually knew about it ever until this happened.
And it was after this that it came out.
I think it did. Then they had were suspicious and things, but I don't think that they actually knew. They had no knowledge of it.
And to be clear, it was an intimate relationship more than just friends. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many times do you think, how often would you see each other when y'all were together, you and the defendant?
We would see each other at that particular time. Before that time, we'd only see each other Christmas and Thanksgiving, but at that time, we might see each other twice a month.
Would y'all meet in motels, hotels, or somewhere else?
We did a time or two.
Would she come to your house and stay at all?
She did.
Was there a time when you remember that she separated from Gary and spent more time with you?
She did. She never stayed more than like a week or something like that. But we were snowed in one time, and her friend Sheila stayed with me. And so, anyway,
Was that Sheila or Sherry?
Sheila Hutchinson was her friend.
Were you ever confronted by anybody about the affair?
No, sir.
Gary never said anything to you?
He did not know. He had suspicion maybe at the end.
Now, you've heard us talk about the $50,000 loan or whatever you want to call it. Are you familiar with that idea?
I wasn't involved in that. I don't know about that.
What I want to ask you, though, is during the time, did the defendant write you checks for things?
She did help me with payroll once or twice.
And how much money during that time did she give you?
It was a few $1,000s to make payroll.
Would it be closer to $10,000 or closer to a few $1,000s?
It could have been 6,000 or 8,000, somewhere like that, to make payroll.
And that was in 2000, I believe 2009. Would that be right?
I'm thinking so.
Is it true though that she did write you several checks that were worth several $1,000s?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was for payroll. Tell us about that.
I have a building company. I had a building company at that time.
Did you ever use that money for anything with Kay Walker, her mother?
I'm sure I probably did.
Did you ever say it was for that, but it was for something else?
I don't think that I did.
So is it closer to 10,000 or closer to 15,000? What do you remember?
I'm sure it's closer to 10 than 15. I don't know that.
And she would write you personal checks for this?
She has.
How many checks do you think she's given you in any shape or form? How many checks has she
Probably
written?
not more than 2 or 3.
Do you know if she ever had more money than that?
She told me that she did. I think it was maybe when she was handling her mother's affairs or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Did she tell you whether or not she took that out of the account that she and Gary had over the house or something?
I don't remember all that now. I don't remember that.
How much money do you remember her having independently from Gary when they separated?
I don't know about her finances and things.
How long was she separated that you know of where she was not with Gary during this time?
I think it might have been maybe a month. I don't know that for a fact.
You don't know exactly how long it was?
No, sir. Like I said, she would come into town and then she would go on to her friend Sheila's house or something along those lines, or go somewhere else.
And was she coming up, was it under the guise that she was there to visit her mother, help her mother, but she was seeing you?
Oh, she was helping her mother. Her and Sheila helped her mother get healed up. She had heart surgery and got her back, you know, on the mend.
But she would come up and see you too.
Yes, sir.
And are you saying that the affair itself lasted for 3 years or more than 3 years?
I would say somewhere around the 3 to 4 year mark.
Closer to the 4, maybe?
Maybe so. I didn't keep up with that.
Did she ever tell you that Gary was, because of this, started to control the finances or do anything from the finances?
I think he did that all along.
And did she talk about how she did not have money except for what Gary would give her?
We didn't talk about money much.
She talked about leaving Gary at any time?
She did say he served her with divorce papers, or was serving her with divorce papers.
And you knew that was because of y'all's relationship?
I don't know that it was because of our relationship.
Did you ask?
I did not.
You kind of just let it be?
Hmm.
Do you know whether or not that was followed through or anything?
I don't know.
Now, when did it end?
Probably I think it was 4 years before this happened.
This was in July of 2018, so y'all's relationship was over in about 4 years before?
Yes, sir.
So, 2018.
Well, I just didn't hear from her. I don't know that it was over. I just didn't hear from her anymore.
It just kind of dissipated?
Yes, sir.
So about 4 years before 2018, so sometime around 2014 is when your relationship with the defendant stopped?
I hadn't seen her or talked to her before that.
So since 2014, give or take, have you had any communication with the defendant?
I talked with her. She came into town one time after Gary passed.
And that's it?
Yes, sir.
So you understand one of the reasons I have you here is that your name was brought up in the investigation as a former, if you would, boyfriend of the defendant.
Yes.
And so I want to make sure I'm shrinking the world. I want to make sure the jury hears this from you
Yes,
and
sir.
they see you. In July, this is Riley 1. This is calendar July 2018. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Can you positively look at this jury and tell them that in July of 2018, you didn't step a foot into the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything whatsoever to do with and I'm not saying you are, I just want to hear from you. You didn't have anything to do with what happened to Gary, or know anything about what happened to Gary?
No, sir.
You weren't even in the state?
No, sir. I was not.
Did you have any communication with the defendant or anybody in her family about what happened?
No, sir.
It's not till we contacted you, someone from the district attorney's office years ago, I think, reached out to you?
Well, I think I talked with Sherry about that. That was about it.
So if this occurred, it did occur in July of 2018. Gary was killed in July of 2018. When was the last time you were physically, in any shape or form, in the state of Georgia?
It'd have to be 4 years before that.
Good morning, Ronnie. Glad to see you.
Nothing else, John.
Sure.
The boyfriend, and that's all you asked?
Yes, sir.
You didn't ask about the murder?
And I, along with Michael Ray,
If you knew anything?
Judge, I apologize. The juror just indicated to me that she couldn't hear. Please speak to my phone.
Speak up, speak up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. Got a few questions for you on timeline. So you guys were together, you think, between 2007 and maybe 2010?
Something like that.
Something like that, because you said 14, but it'd be more like 2007 to 2010.
Probably so.
Okay, all right. And the state mentioned something about some money that Melody loaned you $6,000 to $8,000, and you paid it back to her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you. I mean, y'all didn't really talk about Gary at all, did you?
No, sir.
And Gary never had any crosswords with you at all
Never.
about any of this.
Never.
And y'all didn't talk about it at all.
Never.
Any of her kids have any crosswords with you ever? Scott or Chris?
No, sir.
And so really you hadn't seen Melody since 2010. It's been about, 14 years?
Yes, sir. I'm guessing that's correct.
Somewhere in there?
Yes, sir.
And it just fizzled out?
We just went different ways, I guess.
Nothing, y'all didn't talk about Gary or anything to do with Gary?
No, sir.
If I may have a few moments, Judge.
Why are they not asking about? Do you know anything about the day he was died? Where were you? What were you doing? Were you together?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir.
That's it.
May be released.
Go ahead. That's fine. All right, next witness.
He's like, I'm out of here.
Christine
I
Lavoie.
don't blame the guy. He's like, I'm done. I don't want to be here. He said he didn't want to be here. He was like, I'm out. He goes, hope to never see you again. But that to me was like, that was a waste. Why didn't you ask? Where were you that day? What were you doing that day? Where was she that day? Ronnie, help me here.
Stand up there on the screen and you can see.
I felt they dropped the ball on that one. Did you guys have any animosity to each other? I mean, there's so much you could. Maybe they couldn't. Maybe the voir dire.
I did. Go ahead, have a seat.
I mean, not the voir dire.
Go ahead and tell us your full name. where you
Motion
work,
in
what you
limine
do.
stopped them.
My name is Christine Lavoie, CHRISTINE, LAVOIE. I work for Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science, and I'm a forensic DNA analyst.
Can you sit up straight?
You can turn those on, please, John. Yes, John. Ms. Lavoie, what is your expertise at the GBI?
So I perform DNA analysis.
That
on
was the
evidence.
boyfriend, Ronnie.
And if you would, we've heard
Yeah.
Ms. Norris, but if you
Boyfriend.
would, just when it comes to DNA analysis, how long have you been doing it?
About 9.5 years.
What's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from Mississippi University for Women, and I also have a Master of Science with a concentration in Biochemistry from Mississippi State University.
Do you have to have a master's degree to work at the GBI to be a scientist as you are?
No,
But you have to have some, I guess, some type of bachelor's degree to work at the crime lab.
correct, a Bachelor's in Life Science.
And when you came on to the GBI, did you go through the hiring process to take an exam to get on and
Yeah, think.
qualify to do the job?
Yes,
Do you have to take continuing education through the year to make sure you keep up with the current trends in science?
I thought that was going to be fireworks. I thought finally we're going to get somewhere. I don't have the button, but I'd do it. Wah, 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 wah. And that was the boyfriend. That's what we've all been waiting for.
In your expertise?
yes,
Are you a member of any professional organizations or anything like that?
yes. I'm a member of the Southwestern Association of Forensic Scientists and the Society of
Yeah.
Molecular Biology and Evolution.
Among the people at the crime lab, where are you when it comes to how long you've
I
been there
think
and experience?
I'm going to
You have
pause.
more experience than other people?
I think because of the way he answered certain questions, they couldn't go any further. Which is irritating because I wanted more information. I want more.
People less
Give me
experienced
more.
people in that.
I'm considered a senior analyst.
I feel robbed.
Supervision or what makes you a senior analyst?
I hold the title of a crime lab scientist 3 senior.
Do you teach and train other people how to do their jobs?
Yes,
And do you do any outside teaching or education as part of your job?
not outside, no.
Are you part of the kind of scientific groups or anything that works on the, I guess, the cutting edge or new technology or new science that comes out?
No,
Have you ever testified as an expert before in the courts in the state of Georgia?
yes,
How many times have you been labeled an expert in DNA?
about 90 times.
And just this time, I tend to witness an expert in the science related to DNA.
Okay. All right. Witness deemed to be an expert, as I told you before, you can give a opinion testimony based upon her experience, all right?
All right, so we've gotten through the foundation. You did actually just a couple things. We're going to have you look at some of the reports. I think you're covering some of others, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Have you had an opportunity to go back and look at some of the reports on the case?
I've looked at my reports.
And I think you did. So we have 2 reports, GBI DOFS 7 and GBI DOFS 13. Are those your 2, the ones which is a DNA typing? Excuse me, GBI DOS 14, and then the DNA typing, the true allele. Those your reports?
Yes,
Because this time I tender GBI DOFS 7 and 14 into evidence.
All right, any objections? All right, very good.
You have a copy of your reports with you?
I do.
All right, let's go through those quickly. We've stipulated the reports. That's why we don't have to go through all the regular procedures we do at trial. If you don't mind, let's just walk through these. Let's begin with 7. What type of services was requested in this?
It was a DNA typing,
And what was the date of the report?
March 6, 2019.
We'll be looking at GBI. We discussed yesterday as GBI item 6 and GBI item 31. I think we'll begin with those. So if you could, tell us the results and inclusion. Begin here with the sentence that says the DNA obtained from the cutting. Read that, if you would, for us.
The DNA obtained from the cutting contained the DNA profiles of at least 2 individuals.
All right, 6 was the T-shirt that we have in the case, and 31, that would just be a cutting from that T-shirt. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you begin DNA testing, how do you know how many individuals or profiles you find? How does that work? Just kind of briefly tell us how you can determine that.
So when you look at a DNA profile, you see what looks like peaks along a line. And if there's only 1 person present, you'll see no more than 2 peaks at each location that you test. When there's 2 individuals, you'll see no more than 4 peaks at each location.
Here we have 2 profiles. Is that right?
At least 2, yes.
All right, now, when you looked at the shirt, the garnet shirt or the red shirt that the jury has seen, it came back to a matching somebody. Who did it match?
The major profile matched Melody Farris.
And what was that frequency, the statistical numbers?
It was 1 in 4 octillion.
And do you know how many zeros that is?
It would be a 4 with 27 zeros.
Now, at this point, when you were looking at it, down at the bottom of your report, it says it may be possible to draw conclusions on all contributors from the cutting recovered from item 6. So 6 is the T-shirt, item 31 is the cutting, utilizing True Allele casework software. What is True Allele?
So TrueAllele is a software program that we use to help us interpret mixtures.
And how is it, what is the basic, if I said in the beginning 10 years ago and we're doing DNA testing, what type of testing did we do 10 years ago? If I said the regular DNA testing, what is that, STR or?
STR, yes.
So that's just what everybody's been doing for years and years, so that would be the regular type of testing?
We still do STR. It was still done in this case.
Right. So your first test is kind of the regular DNA testing. What I need you to get across to the jury is, how is True Allele different? How is it more advanced or a different stage? How does it distinguish between just a DNA test?
So, like I said, True Allele is used for mixtures. In this case, the minor profile, I wasn't able to perform any comparisons because it was just so limited. True Allele has the capability of, I'm going to use an analogy. If you think about an iceberg, you can see, a human can see the portion of the ice above the surface of the ocean. But we can't see what's below the ocean, below the surface of the ocean. True Allele can look below the surface as well as above the surface. So it can see the whole mixture, if you will.
Is it a mathematical probability that uses a formula and software to compute things?
Yes.
Is it, I don't know if the term is more accurate or more detailed. How is True Allele actually, how is it more capable of getting things that you cannot just find under regular DNA testing?
That's how the software is designed.
And what does it do when it comes to known and unknown? How is it objectively doing an analysis of the DNA?
So True Allele will interpret the mixture first, and then it will perform comparisons to a reference sample.
Let's look at your report 14 here, GBI and DOFS 14. What is the requested service here?
It's True Allele,
And what's the report date?
November 15th, 2023.
Now, for your second test that you did, you are still testing item 6, the t-shirt, and 31, the cutting from the t-shirt. Is that right?
Yes, specifically it's the electronic data that's previously been generated.
And what we asked, our office asked you to, once you notified us in your first report that maybe True Allele could actually help us identify the other contributor, we asked you to test it further using True Allele. Is that right?
Correct.
And we're trying to see who the other contributor is. When you tested under True Allele, tell us what the results were as seen in your report here.
So the cutting, once again, contained a mixture of at least 2 individuals, and there was a match identified between the data from the cutting and Melody Farris, and a match between the data obtained and Melody Farris is approximately 500 septillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. But due to limited data, True Allele could not make a determination as to who the minor contributor was.
So for the True Allele testing, it came back even stronger that it was the defendant's DNA.
So this is a likelihood ratio, whereas the other statistic was a frequency, but 500 septillion is less than 4 octillion.
So it produced a less numbers, but it still showed that it was those many zeros would be.
Uh-oh, we have an objection. This is one thing about this case. We've not had a whole lot of art objections.
Proceed, John. Go ahead. Again, apologize. It's rules of evidence come up. All right. So the second test still confirmed, based on how many zeros you have, septillion, that the major contributor was Melody Farris. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you could not determine, even with true allele, who the second or minor contributor of DNA is on the shirt. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you say that there was DNA of someone else?
Yes.
So is it accurate, scientifically speaking, that there are two DNAs that we found on the shirt, and one is not the defendant's,
Correct.
but you just can't determine who it is?
Correct.
Can you determine if it's a male or female?
No, it was so limited, I couldn't even determine the sex.
Only that it was not hers.
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, are you ready? Or across? Sorry.
Good morning, Ms. Lewis. My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. Just a few quick things for you. So just so I understand, you had a shirt and that was item number 6, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then somebody at your office at the GBI, they got a hole into that shirt and took a piece out, right? And that is item number 31.
Correct.
Right. And then there was originally a test done on that and it found 2 DNA samples, correct?
Correct.
And then they sent it to you to see if you could separate them out to see who both the samples are.
Correct.
You found one to be Miss Farris.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that that is Miss Farris's T-shirt? And you may not know.
I don't recall.
Okay. If it was her T-shirt, would you be surprised to find somebody's DNA on their own clothing?
No.
Okay. Now, with the True Allele program, it's a computer program, correct?
Yes.
And it runs on, I believe it's called probabilistic genotyping.
Correct.
And somehow, and we don't got to get into how, because I don't care, but somehow that separates out and you can determine 2 mixed together types of DNA.
Yes.
Somewhat. Okay. Now, the other DNA that you found, according to your report at the bottom, was due to limited data, no conclusive determination can be made. So does that mean that it's such a small amount of DNA you can't separate it out?
It's such a small amount, True Allele couldn't perform any comparisons.
Okay, so it couldn't do anything with it.
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, it can't determine what type of DNA it is, whether it's skin, sweat, blood, semen, anything like that.
So True Allele can't, but I do have an opinion, if I can express that.
No, I'm just asking about True Allele.
Okay.
True Allele
True
can't do
Allele
that.
cannot.
Okay.
No, we don't want your opinion. But you are an expert
Okay.
while you're here.
And that's all I have, Judge.
Redirect. Get the opinion.
I have a question.
And what was that opinion, my dear?
If a child gets their DNA from their parents, yes?
Yes.
All right, and so you have the chromosomes from one parent, chromosomes from the other parent. What if there's a mixture from the 2 parents and the child, and there are 3 combined DNAs? How can it parse that out and tell the difference between the child and the parents?
So there would still be differences in the DNA,
All right, how is that?
because the child only inherits 50% from each parent.
So the 2 other grandparents don't get passed down, or it gets combined and then doesn't get passed down.
There could be some similarities.
Okay. I know enough just to be dangerous. That was really more for my.
I can't believe he asked that
Anything else?
question.
All right,
Well, just one thing, just to follow.
go ahead.
With DNA typing, you can, to make it quick, you can distinguish between parents and children.
Yes.
And if the only way that you couldn't distinguish it if you had identical siblings.
Correct.
Good morning.
That's what I've been told. I don't.
Get her
That's why I'm up here and not-
expert opinion.
All right, you can be excused.
Oh, these people already today. Eva. I'm already going to code red. If I'm so sorry not to. We had the boyfriend on. First witness out the chute is the ex-boyfriend of the defendant. And they just asked, when did you start your relationship? How long did you know her? When she came up, did y'all meet up there? She came to visit her mom and her friend. Nothing about the murder. They dropped the ball. Ask Ronnie. They freaking dropped the ball on that one. And here she has an expert opinion. And the defense didn't want it, of course. And the prosecution should have jumped up and said, okay, what was your expert opinion that you wanted to give? They're dropping the ball. Big time.
Our next witness.
Emily Bagwell.
I am, and I think she's like, why do you have me here as an expert if you don't take my opinion? Oh, speed dating, please. That's about right. This is like bam, 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 bam. But they're not getting any information. If I'm sitting on the jury, I'm like, why are they here? There's so much they're leaving on the table, and it's really starting to bother me.
Hey, just go stand up there if you want now. I swear you anything you can't see. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Do you know what was funny? I saw a trial once where they asked the guy to raise his right hand. He didn't have a right arm. He goes, will the left one do? That was so bad.
State your full name.
Everybody was like,
Emily Bagwell, Bagwell.
Ms. Bagwell, where do you work and what do you do?
I work at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, and I'm the technical leader of the firearm and tool mark section.
So you deal with guns day
oh,
in, day out, is that
let's
right?
see what
Yes.
they dropped the
Tell us
ball
if you
on
would, your
this one.
educational background that qualifies you to do what you do.
I have an Associates of Science degree from Young Harris College, a Bachelor's of Biology degree from Kennesaw State University, and a Master's degree of Forensic Sciences from Stevenson University, which is in Baltimore, Maryland.
So how did you get interested in doing being a firearm scientist?
While I was a graduate student in Baltimore, I reached out to the local crime lab, the Maryland State Police Forensics Laboratory, and they had an opening for an intern in their fireman tool mark section.
Did you grow up shooting firearms, things like that, or was it just kind of something else you got interested in?
No, sir, just a career path.
Are you someone that is a collector of guns or anything like that?
Maybe now I am.
Do you enjoy the science aspect of what you do?
Yes, sir, very much.
At the GBI, when guns come in, how many guns do you think y'all are testing a year?
Well, we pick up evidence from our evidence receiving section every day. If there's one gun or 15 guns, it would be difficult to quantify, but we do typically pick up evidence every day. There's always something for us that's firearms related to pick up. It's hard to quantify how many cases we're releasing every year, but we see quite a few.
And how long have you been doing this with the GBI?
Since December of 2015.
And how many firearm scientists does the GBI have?
We currently have 22 reporting analysts across the state.
Where are all they stationed at? Where are their offices?
We have a lab. We have 7 regional laboratories. 3 of those, well, in addition to headquarters, 3 of those perform firearms and tool mark services. So that's going to be our headquarters lab in Decatur, our Western lab in Midland, which is close to Columbus, and our coastal lab in Pooler, which is close to Savannah.
Which office do you work out of?
I work at headquarters.
Does the GBI headquarters have a warehouse or something where they hold the firearms? How many firearms do y'all have as property now?
Well, there's a combination because we have evidence where firearms are evidence, and we also have an in-house reference collection. Both of those other laboratories in Columbus and Savannah also have their own reference collection. I don't know how many firearms we have in our reference collection, but where we store our reference collection of firearms is also one of our storage locations for evidence. inside of our section, but additionally, we have evidence storage in our evidence receiving section, as well as a long-term storage facility in our vault, basically downstairs in what we call the crypt headquarters.
Is it a bunch?
It's a bunch.
How much do you think y'all got?
Just in the reference collection, we should have probably over 650 in the state. But that doesn't include any of the evidence that are all packaged in boxes that we'll eventually analyze.
If the jury could go to your office and see what you do, what's your office like?
Just my personal office.
Like,
What?
Test firearms and things like that.
So our laboratory, it's not
That's
like your conventional
weird.
forensic testing laboratory, but it's still a forensic testing laboratory. The firearms section is on the second floor at the headquarters
I'll be right
building. And we have about, I would say, 3 wings where we have some offices where you don't share with someone. I do not share an office as the technical leader. Both of our managers have their own offices. Some of the senior examiners have their own offices, but a lot of people bunk up and there are 2 people in an office just because we have a lot of people. We have 2 areas where we conduct our test firing. So we have a shooting range where we'll shoot shotguns for just kind of shooting shotguns. We do not collect projectiles from shotguns, so we kind of just shoot those into the air in the range and collect fired cartridge cases. Also in our range is a test firing capture system called the Cotton Box. That's for shooting high-powered firearms such as rifles. So they're shot in the range. Across the hall from the range is our tank room. It houses all of our reference ammunition, which is all across the walls. And then on the back wall of the tank room is a 600-gallon water tank. It's a large rectangular metal box with 600 gallons of water, and that's how we capture our handgun test-fired bullets.
Have you testified in the courts of the state of Georgia as an expert before?
I have
How many times have you been labeled an expert in firearm science?
87.
Just this time I tendered the witness as an expert related to firearm science.
All right. Again, she's been tendered as an expert witness.
All right, we've got that out of the way, so let's talk about the case. In this case, we've asked you to actually, you're going to be looking at, I believe, 2 reports. And I believe you did one of them, then Vanna Kelly did the other one. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And by stipulation, we've agreed to these reports and the contents, and we've agreed that you can handle the questions relating to both of those. When you test guns, as in the testing that's done in this case, can you just kind of tell the jury what type of tests were done on a firearms and also the ammunition that is related to your report?
So more specifically, on the first report that was authored by Vanna Kelly, there weren't any firearms that were provided, but she received fired bullets. So when you submit evidence to the crime lab for firearms analysis, what that would include is a microscopic comparison of fired ammunition components. The purpose of it, the whole purpose of firearms identification, is to determine if fired ammunition components came from the same firearm, different firearms, if a firearm is submitted, if it came from that firearm, or if it didn't. So in this case, those ammunition components were compared to each other to make that determination. Were they fired from the same firearm? Did they possess characteristics that could allow us to inform our customer if there was a list of possible firearms they could be looking for in terms of investigation? And then later we received additional evidence, a lot of additional evidence that I examined, a lot of fired bullets. At that point, we had reached an agreement with the customer. We wouldn't do any microscopic comparison because there were so many and they had sustained a lot of damage. We wanted to turn some results around quickly, so what we did was we looked at those characteristics that were shared between these fired bullets to determine if there was a list of possible firearms that could have fired them, and to answer a question if any of them were a specific caliber. There was also a firearm that was submitted at the time that I did do a visual examination of, but it didn't have any characteristics in agreement with anything prior submitted for Ms. Vanna Kelly's report or the evidence that I was going to examine during my analysis. We weren't doing a comparison on my part, so we did what we agreed with the customer.
And what was the caliber that we were interested in this case?
38.
So 38 special, 38 caliber is what we were looking for. Is that right?
38 special is a specific 38 caliber. There's also a 38 caliber called 357 Magnum. And then there are some other specific calibers within that caliber family as well, such as 38 Smith & Wesson and 9mm. But Typically, when something looks like it's just 38, it's probably going to be 38 special or 38 or 357 Magnum. Apologies.
Now, when we're talking about revolvers, let's go from smaller to larger. 22 revolver, 32 revolver, 38 special revolver, 357, 44. Is that kind of how it goes?
Yes, sir. That's pretty accurate. The 38 Special and the 357 Magnum are closely related. Anytime a firearm says it is 357 Magnum, it can also shoot 38 Special. So the difference is going to be the length of the chamber. 357 Magnum chamber is going to be a little bit longer, so it can accommodate a 38 Special cartridge, which is a little shorter than a 357 Magnum. But in terms of like their barrel diameters, they're the same.
So the bigger caliber gun can shoot the smaller caliber bullet, but not vice versa.
In this case, because they have the same diameter, but like you mentioned with the 44, it's going to be much larger. It's not supposed to shoot something like the 38 class that's a lot smaller. But the 357 Magnum is a specific caliber of a 38. So it's just a little bit larger than a 38, but the diameter is the same. So the 38 Special will fit in a 357 Magnum chamber, but the opposite is not true because the 357 is too long, too large for the 38.
And then when I say semi-automatic handguns, we talk about 380, 9mm, 40, 45. I guess there's a 10mm some people shoot, but those are usually the type of gun that you put a magazine in and rack. Is that right?
That's correct.
So first of all, I don't know how you do it, but if someone would ask you a pistol or firearms, to me, is it a long weapon, a long gun, or a handgun? Do you kind of do that? Do you break them up?
Yes, sir. Those are the two basic categories of firearms, or those that are short and intended to be fired with one hand, and those that are longer and are intended to be fired from the shoulder.
And when you get into the handguns or the pistols, do you break those down into two major? So the genus and species. Genus is the handguns, and species the different types. You break those down into revolvers versus semi-automatic.
Yeah, revolvers versus pistols.
And so when you say pistol, you're talking about semi-automatic usually.
Usually they're supposed to be semi-automatic, but with the world that we're in, they can be converted to fire fully auto.
All right, now this time, Judge, I'm tuning to evidence GBI DOFS report 12 and 13.
Okay.
Let's talk about one that's not your report, GBI DOFS 12, and this is going to be Vanna Kelly report. What was the service requested in this?
This was a firearms analysis service.
And what was the date of the report?
This report was issued on October 31st of 2019.
And we see Melody, Scott, and Gary Farris's names here, and then so it's from them involved in this Cherokee County case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Evidence. GBI item, don't worry about all those other numbers, 2 and 5. Tell the jury what item 2 is and item 5.
Item 2 is a 38 caliber bullet that Vanna remarked as being removed from the basement floor. The package would have indicated that. And then item 5 is a 38 bullet jacket.
And when it comes to item 5, obviously here we're talking about the jacket that came from the medical examiner's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the bullet from the floor, then the jacket, and the jury's heard about the bullet in the ribs and things like that. Do you know much about this case?
As the peer reviewer, all I know is how Ms. Kelly would have documented it, and she only documented the item 5 as being removed from the medical examiner's box.
All right. Can you give us the opinion for this report? Just read that to us.
Yes, sir. So under the results and conclusions, it states that microscopic examination and comparison of the bullet and bullet jacket, our items 2 and 5, reveal that they were fired from the same firearm based on agreement of class and individual characteristics. And they are consistent with being fired from FIE, Arminius, and Titan 38 special revolvers, and RG 38 special Derringers. The list provided of those manufacturers is only an investigative lead. It is not intended to be an all-inclusive list.
All right, in plain English, what does that mean?
So these two ammunition components were projectile components. One was an intact bullet. The other one was a bullet jacket, which just means that the inside core of the bullet was not with the jacket. Those two items were fired from the same firearm, so one firearm. That firearm that they could have been fired from based on the characteristics the bullets possessed could be that list. that she provided in her report, but it's not an all-inclusive list, meaning those characteristics between those two projectile items could have also been fired from different firearms not included in this list. We narrow our list based on what we most commonly see at the laboratory.
Right, so fire from the same firearm.
Yes, sir.
And then trying to figure out, based on science, it could be the same firearm, but it could be one of those brands.
Yes, one of those manufacturers may have manufactured the firearm that fired both of these items.
We don't see a 357 on that list. Is there a reason why?
I'm not sure. It could be that they did not populate in the database that she put her measurable bullet data in, but I don't know.
Could also be that it's just not one of the guns that it came back to.
Yes,
But we know from the science that the opinion is that it was fired. It's a 38 special, same gun. It could be one of those brands. Is that right?
yes, sir.
Anything about the type of bullet, the brand of bullet, or anything like that?
Ms. Kelly documented that they were consistent with being manufactured by Hornady, which is an ammunition manufacturer.
And Hornady, now again, I really want to ask you if you hunt and things like that, but I'll try to forego that. Do you ever go to Walmart and just go over like I do and just look at all the bullets?
Yes,
Nope.
I do, because I want to stay on top of what new ammunition might be out on the market so I can share it with my team.
You ever go to other gun stores and just see all the expensive bullets they have?
Yes,
Now, are you familiar with brands of bullets that come out of Russia?
I am.
Well, what if I say give some common names of bullets, cheap bullets that come out of Russia or something like that? What comes to mind?
The first primary company is JSC Barnoul, which is manufactured in Russia and comes into the U.S. under the umbrella company Monarch.
Okay. How about some other brands that are not you familiar with Remington?
Yes, sir.
How about there's some blue boxes out there. I'm trying to remember the name of the blue boxes. What are all the type of firearm or ammunition that you're familiar with that's not Hornady? Hornady is expensive ammunition, is it not?
It can be expensive, and half of their ammunition is geared towards law enforcement officers as well.
And so those are actually, let's put that on the far end, expensive, nice rounds that don't have a lot of powder and things like that. Good bullets. Coming back this way, what are some other brands that you're familiar with?
Specifically in blue boxes, we have PPU, Spear, CCI. As some other bullet manufacturers, we also have Federal, American Eagle, and Winchester, which are more affordable lines of ammunition.
American Eagle, that's a Federal brand.
Yes, sir.
What kind of box is that?
It should be white and red.
Do you mind standing up? Can you see that box right there in front of you on the table? If you can, I'll go pick it up. Let me go pick it up. Let me do that. It's kind of hard to. I don't have my glasses. So Scott, 201, familiar with that?
Yes, I am. It's okay.
I apologize. And Scott, 202, familiar with American Eagle?
Yes, I am.
That is not Hornady, is it?
No, it is not.
Totally different company?
Yes.
Totally different types of, separate, not connected at all, competition, in fact. Is that right?
As far as I know, yes, they're not related at all.
And Hornady, would you consider it a higher, I won't say quality, I'm not trying to diminish there, but a more expensive bullet that's commonly used for not just target shooting?
I would consider Hornady as a premium line of ammunition.
And Hornady has, in those bullets sometimes they had that, looks like, I call it wax, I'm sure it's not wax, but they put something in the hollow point so when on impact it won't cave, it'll still expand. What's that called?
That is a red polymer flex tip expanding red tip. And sometimes the color changes as well. They do have a pink tip for breast cancer awareness as well.
And that is put in if it's a jacket, if it's a hollow point, it's put in there to make it.
Oh my God. Y'all, I had a horrible thought. If the breast cancer doesn't get you, the hollow point will.
Do what?
So the way that it's advertised by Hornady is, and specifically for a hollow point bullet, is different than a bullet that doesn't have, if a bullet just has a nice round nose and it's encased, that's going to be a full metal jacket. Unless the base of the bullet's also encased, then it's a total metal jacket. So the difference with the hollow point is at the center, the nose isn't complete. It has a cavity in the middle to help facilitate expansion. Hornady will put a polymer tip inside of this hollow point to help control that facilitated expansion as they advertise.
So if it's a Hornady brand, you can actually open the box up and see if it has that pink tip or red tip. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you remember when they started doing that? How long ago?
I do not.
Well, let's get to your report. This is 13. What was requested here?
So the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office and someone from the District Attorney's Office requested a firearms analysis, and they provided all of the fired ammunition that you're going to see in this exhibit. And we had agreed with the customer there was a good bit of ammunition, and they had wanted results a little bit quickly. And then the state of the ammunition was there were different degrees of damage. I believe they were recovered possibly from a tree. And so they had just, when bullets hit something, they can acquire damage. It makes comparison of them difficult. We agreed with the customer that instead of doing a comparison of these items, we would group like items together. We would document their manufactured characteristics. Those are the characteristics that help us determine a list of possible firearms that may have fired bullets. And then we would provide that list. And so basically what the report that was received said what caliber they were, if it could be determined, and then a possible list of firearms that may have fired them, but no comparisons were performed.
Now, ma'am, do you ever have to deal with ADAs that ask you to test lots of stuff?
Yes,
How about law enforcement that says, I need you to test all this stuff?
yes.
Why does the GBI tell us no all the time?
It depends on the circumstances.
Y'all not going to test everything we want, right?
It depends on what questions you're trying to answer. In this specific case, I believe the conversation was, we just really want to know if these items are 38 caliber. And in doing that, with the level of damage these items had sustained that we could see from the packaging, it was, well, once we had, taken a look at them, we're like, well, we can tell you what caliber they are, but they are really damaged. This could take a long time, and time was a factor. We needed results a little bit
So y'all
quicker.
compromised.
We reached an agreement with the customer that we would provide them with a determined type weapon statement rather than a comparative analysis.
It's a very good answer under oath. I like that. Did you get hit with a lot of stuff? How much was it? Let me do this.
So-
This is your report, and
Yes.
there's all this stuff. Did you actually get more than this, but you only tested this?
This was, well, it's possible, but all I have listed under this service are what you see in your list that I would have actually looked at.
So these are the things that no matter how much you got, this is what you end up looking at. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So tell us what this is.
So this is an evidence list. It looks like there's a lot more, and there definitely is. I received 3 packages, and one of those is my item 33 and 34, and then 35. The first package was 6 357 Magnum cartridges. So a cartridge is a unit of unfired ammunition. So it hasn't been fired. I'm not going to do anything with it except inventory it. And then just skipping down to item 35, that's going to be a Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum revolver that I received, basically to see if the manufactured characteristics inside that revolver were consistent with the ammunition that Miss Kelly looked at the year prior. And then that item 34 package contained several items inside of it that received their own little itemization. So that's why you see the 34A and the 34B. Those are going to be .223 caliber bullets, some 9mm bullets, some bullets and a bullet fragment for which I couldn't determine the caliber, and then some lead fragments as well.
Ma'am, you don't know who Rusty is, do you?
No, sir.
I didn't think you did. So you don't know where that item 35 came from?
The revolver, I do not know where that came from.
Do you know where the other items came from? Besides coming from the sheriff's office?
I have an item source indicated as what was written on their packages, but no, I do not know exactly where they came from.
But you did mention a tree or something like that.
It's possible.
You have a cartridge. Let me see if I can get the monikers correct. Cartridge casing is when you take a bullet out of a box, if you would, has not been fired. Is that what you're talking about?
The cartridge is
That's
what you're
the
taking out of
cartridge.
the ammunition box.
The cartridge is what you take out, so it's got everything: the primer, the gunpowder, the projectile, everything on it.
That's correct.
So if it's been fired and the casing's laying on the ground, what would you call that?
That's a cartridge case.
So, and then what I call a bullet, you call the tip that goes out, that leaves the casing itself and is projected down. That is the projectile.
I also call it a bullet.
All right.
Yes.
So 34A through H, those are 223 bullets.
Yes, sir.
Did you, when it first came in, did you look and go, oh, this is a 223 bullet? You have to actually look under a microscope.
Both.
So you could recognize it?
I can recognize a 223 bullet, but yes, we do take measurements. We weigh it, and then we also look at its just other characteristics. It's just its design characteristics from manufacturer as well.
How different is a 223 and a 5.56?
So they're the same bullet. They're slightly different cartridges. The cartridge itself for a 5.56 by 45 millimeter has an extra grain of powder in it that makes it slightly more, I want to say stronger, faster. Basically, there's an interchangeability issue here.
She
so
is
if you have a
still on the
firearm that would be chambered for a 5.56, you should only shoot 5.56 because of that extra grain of black powder, increasing that velocity a little bit. And making the chamber a little unsuitable for something that has a lower charge. And a 223 firearm, well, I apologize, I misspoke. The 5.56 can shoot that and the 223, but the 223 doesn't have that extra grain of black powder. Its chamber is not outfitted for all of that power, so it should only shoot 223 caliber. But the bullets are the same.
That would be what we call
Wow,
a
y'all.
rifle.
I like her.
Yes, they can
She
be
knows her
223
stuff.
and or 5.56 or both.
But for those that don't know guns, 223 bullet is not a handgun round per se.
No, so
No.
a 223 cartridge is intended to be fired from a rifle type firearm.
9mm bullet. So it looks like 34I through
My
34M.
choice.
That is a handgun bullet.
It is intended to be fired from like a pistol style firearm, yes.
In case people don't know firearms like you do, cowboy gun, revolver, semi-automatic gun is kind of like a Glock or what police carry or something like that.
Correct.
9mm. Revolver gun, cowboy gun, or semi-automatic?
Traditionally, most commonly it's going to be fired from a pistol, semi-automatic firearm.
That was
And that's
them,
the
not
most
me.
common is a semi-automatic 9mm.
Yes, sir.
All right. 34N and O just says bullet. Tell us what's going on there.
Yep.
So for 34N and O, they were, well, for two reasons. They were consistent with a 22 class projectile for which 223 is a family member of, but they were heavily damaged. And I couldn't determine their exact caliber just on their own. So I take each item, regardless of what else has been submitted, and ask that item, what are you telling me about yourself, independent of all other items? So I didn't determine that it was exactly a 223, but it is consistent with the family for which 223 belongs.
Not a handgun.
Not in this case, no.
And then 34P, bullet fragment. What's that?
That is so it's a copper jacketed bullet fragment, which means there was some lead there as well as the outer jacketing material, but it was only a very, very small piece. And it was unsuitable. I know we're going to get there, but it was also unsuitable. So not much I could tell you about it other than it was just a piece of a bullet.
And Q and R and S.
Those were just lead fragments. I have noted for all of them that they are possibly the core of a bullet.
Just go ahead and read your results and conclusion. Then I'm going to ask you to put it in plain English.
Okay, so for the first one, the bullet fragment and lead fragments, items 34F, 34N through 34S, were not suitable for comparison purposes, meaning they possess nothing that I could use for microscopic comparison, had I even been doing that. The next conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullets, items 34A through 34H, reveals that they are consistent with being fired from AR-15 style 223/5.56 by 45 millimeter firearms. Again, that's not an all-inclusive list. It's only meant to be an investigative lead. The third conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullets, items 34I and 34K through 34M, reveals that they are consistent with being fired from Astra, Beretta, SIG Arms, Smith & Wesson, and Walther 9mm pistols. Again, not intended to be an all-inclusive list, just an investigative lead. And then finally, the fourth conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullet, item 34J, reveals it is consistent with being fired from Glock, H&K, IMI, Bursa, and Car Arms 9mm pistols. Again, that's not an all-inclusive list. And then I do have one more conclusion at the end on the next page.
All right.
And that one states the microscopic examination of the bullets items 34N and 34O did not reveal characteristics that could be used to develop a list of possible firearms from which they were fired.
In plain English, can you tell us how that relates to any 38 special bullets or anything like that?
There was no evidence that was suitable, at least, to determine caliber that was consistent with 38 special caliber. Just a simple question.
Good morning, Ms. Bagwell. My
Good
name is
morning.
Michael Ray.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I just have a few questions for you. Let's see where to start. Do you have up there, and you may not, and tell me if you don't, the bullet comparison that Ms. Kelly did?
I do.
I just want to ask you a couple questions about that. With the bullet that was found in the rib, it doesn't have any grain, or it only has, I believe, I'm sorry, I actually don't have a printout of it either because I'm on the photograph. Under where it says caliber and weight, it doesn't have any weight, correct?
It did have recorded weight. Down lower on that page, she has an actual weight that she took of 28.8 grains. The top part of her documentation where it says caliber and weight would be where an examiner records the weight that it's consistent with being for a specific caliber if that determination is being made. There are a couple of weights available in 38 class, so unless it was close to one of those that was manufactured, it would not be provided. It would be like she documented, and it would be a dash.
Okay, so the actual weight of the bullet found in the rib, which is item number 5, is 28 point.
The actual weight is 28.8 grains, yes, sir.
And item number 2, the bullet found in the basement, was 110.
It was 110 grains, yes, sir.
Okay, so Ms. Kelly, when she's doing her analysis, she's not able to tell that that is actually a 38. She's having to compare it to the other bullet found in the basement.
That's correct. She had determined it was 38 based on the manufacturer characteristics that were present, which she did document as being consistent with Hornady. In this particular case, she was asked to compare another caliber or another bullet item that was also consistent with Hornady. It was more intact, so it had a weight that was more consistent with the 38 class. So the reason why she would have intercompared them is because they didn't have any disagreement of the available characteristics that were there. So it was saying, basically, I'm consistent with the 38. I just don't have a weight to help support that, but it needed to be compared to the other 38 caliber projectile.
Okay, so basically she's just making the best guess that she can as to what it is, and the manufacturer based on everything that she knows.
So the manufacturer, she would have resources available. We have our reference ammunition collection as well as the standard ammunition file at the lab. So if something does look like, and we are trained in ammunition as well, so if something looks like it's Hornady, she can double check that with all of our resources. So that would be documented, the weight would be recorded, and if it looks like it's a 38 class, then she could document that it appears to be a 38 class, but it wouldn't preclude her from comparing to another 38 class that she had more available to determine its caliber.
Okay, and with the going to the Hornady bullets, I'm going to show you a photograph. You've probably not seen it, but it's already been admitted into evidence. Okay, and you just tell me if this is that's large. This is how, when y'all see, when you look at a, well, let me ask you this first. When you look at a bullet, when you're doing your job, you're like, that's a Hornady bullet.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this ain't my first Hornady rodeo murder trial. And what you look at is you're like, oh, it has that red polymer tip on it, right?
That's one of the features. They also have about 2/3 of the way up that flat surface called the bearing surface. They have what's called a knurled cannular. Other ammunition manufacturers also have it, but the knurled cannular, in addition to hopefully the red polymer tip, but also the structure of those petals in the hollow point, is something that we recognize as being Hornady manufactured.
Okay. And that kernel that you were talking about, is that right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the petals, let me approach. I don't know if you've seen it or not. This states GBI ME28. You can, you can look in there. Is that, do you see it flared out? Is that the petals you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can just switch over to the Elmo. No, it's fine. I can see it. No, I gotta get gloves on. Whole big thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't do my part, Judge. I'm sorry. It's coming up. Yeah, it's on. While that's loading up, I'll ask you another question. There we go. All right, so like you can
You just set it down and then.
set it down and zoom in. Wrong one. So basically, those little things that are poking out, that's the petals that you had just talked about.
Yes, and they have been peeled up. So the previous photo that you showed is a hollow point, kind of what it looks like when it's hit a target. So the petals that are arranged around the nose have little cuts in them, we just call them slits. And so that's what helps those open up kind of like a flower or a mushroom. So those had been kind of peeled back and were obscuring the bearing surface. So Miss Kelly would have peeled them up so she would have more bearing surface available for comparison.
Okay.
So what you're seeing are they're peeled back up.
Okay, so Miss Kelly would have done that.
Yes.
Okay, so she would have peeled it back up. And actually, is it with Hornady? And Judge, you can switch back to the TV, please. With Hornady is because when you look at it closely, you can see that those petals are kind of jagged.
They kind of have like where they're cut, they have a small interior cut as well before the slit. So, and it's
See that
not
lawyer
just
sitting
Hornady.
like
Other
that?
manufacturers have the same kind of petal design, but we've just come to recognize Hornady as having a basic, like a triangle with a flat top and then smaller pieces on the sides.
Okay. How long have you been doing firearm stuff?
Since 2015.
Okay. Do you ever have any bullets that you send off to have textile examination done from a bullet?
No, sir. As far as I know, some of our bullets are swabbed for blood analysis, but not for textile chemistry.
Because there is a report that the GBI had done that's already been admitted into evidence, and I believe that is the GBI number 3, that they did an analysis of the bullet from the
Yeah,
basement.
I agree with
They didn't
you
have to
on
wear
that.
any
He does look
textiles
like
or
he's
any
trying to hide a
characteristics
laugh.
of that on the bullet.
Then I have learned something new today
Hello,
about some of our
Miss
services.
Haley Mouse. How
Yes,
are
that would be a
you?
section that's not firearms. So if other sections can look at something for a material.
I like this girl.
Type of
I could
service,
hang with her.
I don't know who would have done this report, but I guess that's something that they are capable of doing.
This person.
Yes. So
Okay.
I was going to state too that our materials analysts are some of our trace evidence analysts that work on the teeny tiny particles of evidence called trace materials. And Tatiana was one of our trace examiners. So.
And it would make sense if somebody was shot and it went through clothing and, potentially even exited through clothing, that you could pick up textiles on it. Okay?
Yes, and now that you mention it, I believe I just misunderstood the question initially because we did have something
Hey,
recently where
Zach.
Trace asked us to come over and look and see if they could do a general materials on it. So I just seemed to have forgotten that.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I brought it back to you.
Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, now you got something else that you have to do at work. Okay. Now, you had mentioned that these Hornady bullets that
I
these are
know, right,
premium
Zach?
brand bullets.
I would
She's a
consider it the
cutie
premium line of
patootie.
ammunition.
And a lot of times you can tell like what's premium and what's not premium by the casing of whether or not it's like the brass or it's nickel or things like that.
It's more commonly for us going to be the design of the bullet itself and independent of the cartridge case and what material it's made of.
And in states number GBI number 13, all of those different bullets that you had looked at, were you aware that those came from like a target area at a piece of property?
No, I wasn't really aware of exactly where they came from.
Were you more curious as to why you were getting a whole bag of bullets?
It was a question that I had asked, yes.
And anything that Mr. Fogus had asked you about
She
this
is
357 here, you don't know anything
smart,
about it, and there was no testing done on it to your knowledge?
cute as a bug.
All I did was a visual examination of it. I didn't do any comparison on my report, and then I did inform the customer that
I know, right,
it did
Jack?
have a different rifling structure, so a different manufacturing characteristics than the bullets that Miss Kelly had previously examined.
Yeah, and I'll come
We
back
could
to
be
that,
good
but,
friends.
so that's a Smith & Wesson 357.
It
right?
is.
Okay. And well, hold on. Before
We
do
like
that,
lead
so
shooters.
of all the bullets and everything and the fragments that you looked up here, you didn't see any Hornady bullets at the target range. At least that you
There's
noted
some
in your
people crushing on her
In
right
my-
now. I'll
in
tell
my
you that
report, we
much.
don't know ammunition manufacturer, so that information would be in my bench notes. And I believe just purely based on the level of damage everything sustained, I was not able to determine probable manufacturers for any of the items that I received.
Okay, that's fine. And in your training and experience with Hornady being a premium brand, that's not a target shooting brand, right?
Not
It's-
traditionally, no.
Okay. And in fact, I believe you have stated that brand is geared toward law enforcement.
Haiti
Some
Mouse,
lines,
we
but
know where
some
your
lines are
mind was
specific
going,
for
my dear.
civilians as well.
Okay. So, okay. So with in this report, you would notice there was a Smith & Wesson.
Don't ruin
Somebody
ruin
had
it
sent
for
you,
us,
we don't know
Zach.
whose it is.
Don't ruin it
Right.
for us.
And then in your other report, or not your report, Miss Kelly's report, that she had believed that it was a FIE, Arminus, Titan, those types of guns.
That's correct.
And that's because of the twist. I believe those type of guns have an 8-right twist.
The guns in the list that Ms. Kelly provided, those specifically came up in the database because they have 8 lays and grooves that turn to the right. And she also measured them as well because they have specified widths at manufacturer. So if we know those widths, we can see those measurements come back in the list of manufacturers that are provided. And then the Smith & Wesson that was submitted, that revolver had 5 lays and grooves.
Okay. And with, because Mr. Fogus asked you about that,
Y'all,
357 Magnum is not listed in this.
I haven't
group,
had breakfast
and
yet.
you don't have a reason as to why that is not, right?
I do not.
Okay. Because a 357 can shoot a 38.
It can.
Now, but a 38 can't shoot a 357.
It should not.
Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. And this listing of firearms is not all inclusive.
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, does FIE, Arminus, and Titan, we'll just use those because they're on the report, do they make a 357?
I
Hey,
really can't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay. And with the, what is RG 38 Special Derringers? Can you explain what that is?
Yes, so RG is just another firearm manufacturer, and the 38 Special Derringer is the same caliber, 38 Special, except the firearm type is a little bit different. People tend to classify a Derringer as a type of revolver. Others tend to classify as a type of pistol. Really, the definition for it is just a very small gun designed to shoot 2 cartridges. It's like a pocket gun. It's very small, should fit in the palm of your hand, and typically it has
I call it a
1 to
brawl.
2 chambers.
Brawl gun.
Sometimes it can have up to 4.
Okay, and that's a Derringer.
Yes.
But it's not a revolver.
It's not a revolver because it doesn't have a cylinder that rotates. A revolver has a cylinder that rotates, and a Derringer does not have a cylinder that rotates.
And no further questions. Thank you.
Boy, she's got an infectious smile. Man, there's a lot of man crushing on her. Maybe girl crushing, but there's going to be some crushing on her. And then she can talk about bullets, woo, and weapons. Yikes, a hootie. She's a cutie.
Judge, I'm going to tender now by agreement.
Smart.
GBI DOFS 12.1. It goes with the report 12. So we'll tender that into evidence.
All right.
Yeah, but
Thank
The-
you.
Derringer is not as accurate it
Ma'am,
would be
probably caused
what I
the
would
computer to
call
crash, but
a
let's see
very
if that-
close up. It's not as accurate as a bigger. I think, Haley, for you, you might want to try a Sig Sauer. They do have some petite ones that are really good. And I shouldn't be giving this advice on YouTube. We can talk about that on my next members only live.
No objection. Post it. We were talking about the bullet worksheet. Oh my goodness, I can't see that. Let me just break it down a little bit.
He's like, yeah, I got to get new glasses. He said that the other
This is Miss
day.
Kelly's. What is this? Do y'all have these when y'all you take notes and type some stuff up? Is that what you do?
Yes, this is a part of our bench notes. So anytime we have projectile evidence, we put it on our bullet worksheet.
And then when we were
Don't put the
going through this,
GU
I
in
think-
comments, please.
so what we're looking at here is GBI item 2 and
Uh,
GBI
Pew
item
pew
5, is
lead
that right?
shooter.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to get
And
in
2
trouble.
is the projectile from the basement floor, and
Thank
5
you.
is from the autopsy. So 2 is from the floor, and then it says right there, ME box labeled UID.
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us what this caliber and weights and grains. What are we talking about here?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The caliber and weight. We have. What does this line mean?
That line is actually, it's pretty high up on the list because that's one of the first things you want your peer reviewer to see, but you don't fill that one in right from the get-go. You've done some analysis further down on the worksheet first. So that whole line that says caliber and weight in grains is what you have determined the caliber to be based on the available characteristics, and then the weight that it's most consistent with being within that caliber family.
And I think maybe early on there
No,
was a
we're
question
good.
whether or not this was a 380 bullet. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about that.
But ultimately, the final opinion was this is a 38 special. There's 2 bullets, obviously, but one is they both come back to 38 Hornady type.
What is it with the hands on the face
Yes,
with that
38
attorney?
class Hornady type bullets.
And did you know that the GBI item 5 that was involved in a burning or a fire?
I did not.
Okay, so you don't know the source of that or where it's from or anything?
As Miss Kelly's peer reviewer, all I saw was the documentation that said UID. So we didn't even have, at that time during her analysis, an identity for that individual.
But as you said earlier, sometimes you get bullets and they're deformed or messed up, and that could be from the conditions of where it was.
Yes.
All right, then what else do we have on here? Problem manufacturer. So you got item 2 and 5. What are we talking about here?
That would be who it's consistent with based on its design characteristics. So for the first column where it says Hornady with a red polymer tip and a knurled cannula is kind of what I described in the photographs that were shown. It's consistent with Hornady based on those features. And then the other column, it says it's consistent with Hornady, but she only remarked one knurled cannula. It had to be similar to the other items, knurled cannula and appearance, because it wasn't basically saying I'm different. It's saying I'm similar. I could be Hornady as well.
And I always want to say lanes, like a bowling lane and grooves, but it's lands and grooves and twists. What is that?
So when a barrel is manufactured by a fire manufacturer, what is cut into the barrel are actually grooves, and they are cut into a spiral pattern. So as the bullet passes down the barrel, it imparts spin on the bullet to help improve the bullet's accuracy upon leaving the barrel. When the grooves are cut into the barrel, they leave the grooves, but the spaces between the grooves are the lands. And when the bullet passes down the barrel, it picks up impressions from the grooves and impressions from the lands.
And then damage for item 2, which is from the basement, item 5, which is from the MD. It is noticed some damage to item 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Let's see. And then again, the match goes up to the 38 special Hornady bullet. And that's item 2, item 5. Both of those are Hornady brand. Is that right?
Item 2, she determined is Hornady brand, and then item 5, she said it's consistent with Hornady, not to exclude other manufacturers, but it's more consistent with Hornady, or else she would not have documented it that way.
Right. And Mr. Ray said that it was a guess, and I think I know what he's saying about that, but y'all don't guess at your job, do you?
No, we use what's available to what we have available in data to provide us with conclusions. So instead of just saying Hornady, she put consistent with Hornady, meaning it's not inconsistent with other manufacturers. It's more consistent with Hornady, but I wouldn't quote unquote die on this hill that it is Hornady. She also included a note stating at the bottom of that worksheet, it's more consistent with Hornady than other calibers within the 38 class family.
That's because you're a scientist, right?
Yes, sir.
That's because us lawyers ask you questions and you just can say what the science holds. Is that true?
That's all I can say. Yes, sir.
I mean, you're not in this business to say something for this side or something for this side, right?
No.
I mean, if I told you to say something, you're going to tell me to go jump in the lake, right? If it was not consistent with the science,
I
probably
would
kindly
say
you're
it
going to.
a little bit nicer, yes.
Right, but you're not going to just agree
She's
with
so
what I'm saying.
cute.
Is that true?
No, sir. We can be called as witnesses for either side.
And you can, and have disagreed with prosecutors before?
I'm sorry.
Have you ever disagreed with the prosecutor?
Perhaps just last week. Yes, sir.
Now, these brands that we have here, FIE, Arminus, Titan, some of these brands, it's not a Springfield. Is that right?
That's right.
It's not Smith & Wesson. Is that right?
Oh
Not
my
in this particular
God.
list. That's correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's not a Glock.
No.
It's not some type of
Zach,
well
If you keep kissing
known
fish,
other type of brand.
you may
These
not
are
get a
brand.
woman.
Are these less common known than others?
Yes, I would say out of that list, the ones that I've personally seen.
You
in
love
casework
your
the most
fish,
are the
Zach.
Arminius brand revolvers.
And are those top shelf guns, middle shelf guns, low shelf? By low shelf, you know what a high point is, right?
Yes, sir.
She's a good
High point for a
witness.
cheap gun.
It is.
All right, then you got.
Yep, he's
what's the
married
most
to a
expensive type of
fish.
gun you think is out there right now, pistol wise?
Well, typically the most
I grew up being told if you kissed somebody, you had to be married to him. So, Zach, I guess you're married to a fish. Snap it. No. Oh, let's get back there.
What's the type of gun you think is out there right now, pistol wise?
Pretty
typically
much.
the most expensive guns that we
Hey,
receive in
fish
casework
don't
are
talk
individuals
back.
that are
That's
owned
one
by our
thing.
officers.
So a nice Glock or something like that.
Or
a
like
Kimber
a
or-
nice Delton rifle, for example.
So
Not an
these-
Arminius revolver.
Where do these brands fall in? Top shelf, middle shelf, bottom shelf?
I can only speak for Arminius because I've seen that the most in my personal experience. It's a very cheaply made revolver.
Are you familiar with the other ones, where they all fall?
I've seen them, but those are mostly from our reference collection, which have been handled by a lot of trainees. So they're not in the best shape either, but I don't know if that's a result of their poor manufacturing or all of our handling of them.
Now, to be clear, this GBI item 35, this Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum, that is not consistent with the item GBI item 2 and 5. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Just with the, well, basically, here's what it really boils down to. You can tell me if you agree. Is y'all don't know what kind of gun was used to fire these bullets, right?
That's correct.
Okay, there we go. The easy way to solve that problem. So we don't know that, and going to the no, not photograph. Where's the comparison at?
It's 12.1 if you go to the file.
No, I got it. All right, going into the comparison with the section of damage, some expansion of HP. What do you mean by HP?
HP is our acronym for hollow point.
You got to say that. You said it so fast.
I'm sorry. HP is our acronym for hollow point.
Okay, so some damage to a hollow point.
Some expansion to the hollow point, which is what we would expect when a hollow point is fired. However, we have seen hollow points that experienced no expansion, in which case, if there was no other damage to that projectile, we wouldn't have anything documented there.
In your opinion, looking at this photo, which is Thrasher 287, is that limited damage, limited expansion?
Yes.
Okay. And also, there's this part in your report. Let's see, the weight is 110 grains, 38 special Hornady bullet, even though we've already established that or item 2 is believed to be.
So you fell for
Hornady.
her
Item
hook, line,
5,
and sinker, Zach?
possibly a Hornady because of item 2. Fair?
It's possibly,
And other characteristics.
Yes, it's other manufacturing characteristics. And she did have two that she could put side by side, which helped her along with our resources where we would see how much or what a 110 grain Hornady 38 special looked like, she would have been able to do that side-by-side comparison and see that it is more consistent with that than any others. But it's just consistent with that because she was not certain that that is what it was.
Okay. And then last thing is the report also, or the bench notes, also BS longer than 380. Is that trying to say that, trying to exclude 380?
Yes.
What's BS?
It's the bearing surface, and that length varies depending on the caliber. So 380 bearing surfaces are a lot shorter when compared to the bearing surface of a 38 class, like a 38 special bullet.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
I'm done, Judge.
All right, I got a couple. All right, that last report. So when the other experts have testified, we have heard a lot of consistent with X or consistent with Y. Okay, for example, this is consistent with blood, but hasn't been identified as blood yet. Okay, another testimony. All right. Now, the report comparing the two 38 bullets, the one that was indicated that was found in the ribs in the fire, and the bullet that was indicated that it was found in on the floor. The report says they are identical.
Yes, Your Honor.
They were fired from the same gun.
Yes, that's going to be based on their characteristics that they picked up from the firing process from the same firearm. So those two items, whether one is Hornady and the other is not Hornady, they were fired from the same firearm, but the ammunition itself might be two different manufacturers.
All right, so that's not a consistent with, that is it's from the same thing. That's a certainty.
Yes, that's an identification statement.
All right. Now, I was going to go back.
I am perplexed at the involvement and questioning of this judge. I don't think I've seen another case where that's happened as much.
Thing. Was there additional analysis that could have been done to determine whether those were the same? The composition of the bullets was the same and therefore the same manufacturer?
In terms of firearms analysis at the lab, what we're going to do is document those design characteristics and their probable manufacturer, but that's where it stops for us.
So y'all don't, that would require additional testing from someone who would do it on a molecular level, or could you not compare it with the microscope?
Well, we do put ammunition side by side on the scope, or we can, to see if those ammunition manufacturing characteristics are the same, but with damage as well. It kind of makes just seeing those manufactured characteristics hard to compare as well.
So that was my next question. So the issue with the determination whether the bullets are the same manufacturer is based upon the condition of the second bullet.
It's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I think everyone knows, but I don't think you said specifically, but what's the point of a hollow? What's the purpose of a hollow point?
So the hollow
Wow,
point,
this
as it's
judge is getting
advertised
good.
By,
Like this
I
judge.
apologize. Ammunition manufacturers that make hollow point ammunition is for that facilitated expansion. It is advertised by the manufacturer that it's a greater stopping power for that type of projectile.
All right.
Causes a lot more
You don't
damage.
necessarily, the GBI doesn't take a position on whether that's accurate or not.
That's correct.
All right. Now, my understanding is that the bullet then expands, right?
Yes, sir.
Upon impact,
Yes.
and then creates more damage. Is that fair? Or maybe not. Depends on what it hits, would depend on the amount of damage, but can cause a larger pathway through the object that it strikes.
Yes, I have seen, and we have had Hornady come to the lab to do some test fires in ballistic gelatin. So when you consider ballistic gelatin, that I have seen personally in my experience, a full metal jacketed bullet that doesn't have a center cavity in the nose travels a little bit farther, and the path is a little bit more narrow. And the hollow point bullet travels not nearly as far, stops a lot sooner because it's been expanded to stop, and then the area around that path is a bit larger.
All right, and along with those lines, you compare, have you done other comparisons with projectiles for the amount of damage or path or something similar to that, where you can see the difference between other rounds?
No, sir. The only reason I said what I just said was based on them coming and providing us with a lecture on their new lines of ammunition. So at the GBI, we don't worry about anything with ballistic gelatin. Just when we have the opportunity to see it, would I be able to make a statement on it?
If a projectile, if a hollow tip then the purpose of the polymer tip is to keep it spiraling longer and then cause the spread more, or it's just
It's difficult to say. The ammunition.
it may have some purpose, but it also may be a marketing gimmick.
Right. So that's why I state that that's how the manufacturer advertises. What the purpose of that flex tip is more controlled expansion of that hollow point.
All right. If a if a hollow point bullet were to enter into a body and exit that body, what would the resulting exit wound probably look like?
I'm afraid I can't testify to
All
that.
right. That would be somebody else's department.
Yes, sir.
Now, your original premise, getting the big packet of stuff from either the investigators, detectives, DA's office, whoever. I anticipate you got sent a big bag of bullets and said, hey, do any of these match the 38s?
That was the initial premise
All
for
right.
receiving that from the
And
sheriff's
you
office.
said, if y'all want me to do that, you meaning the GBI,
Right.
y'all said, okay, then we have to pull out each bullet, put it under the microscope, compare it with all the other two known bullets to see if they match. We can probably do that with an eyeball test saying, hey, that's a 223 by sight, and then I don't have to go into the microscope and examine the bullet.
Well, so actually, I did put every item under the microscope. I just didn't do a side-by-side
Right,
comparison between
right,
any items.
right.
So
You
the
still did your
initial-
analysis on each bullet to say what it was, but
Correct.
you didn't then compare it to the other two bullets.
Right. So the question, like you asked earlier, was, are any of these 38 caliber? So at the time, the agreement with the assistant manager of the firearms section and the customer, Mr. Clifford Broughton at the district attorney's office.
Let's make sure they're not 38s first before I do any under the microscope
Right.
side-by-side analysis.
Was that we agreed that we would determine the caliber and provide a DTW, which is a determined type weapon, for the bullets, but that we would not do a comparison at this time.
And then if any of those came back as 38s, then you would go to the next stage potentially of looking at them.
I'm uncertain because that didn't happen. Right.
All right. All right. Based upon my questions, anyone else have any follow-ups? All right. You can sit down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I always enjoy learning something here. All right. Let's take a break and we'll start back at 11-ish. All right, take a break. We'll come back at 11.
Y'all, how am I muted? Did you just miss all that? Dag nabbit. Okay, I'm just said and just. She is a cutie patootie. Out of all of the forensic and ballistic people I've ever seen in court, and we've seen a lot, I liked her the best. We have some new Sarah Boone documents that dropped. We're not going to go through them just yet because it's going to take more than 10 minutes. One or two are just acknowledgement of receiving what said information or whatever. So we're good with that. But let me look. Notice of supplemental discovery. Order declaring defendant indigent for the costs and authorizing due process costs. My gosh, it's a lot. I don't. Let me look. Let me look and see what people are saying. We'll see if she finally got her shoes. I kind of wonder if they didn't do that on purpose. She says a bunch of the potential jurors have travel plans: Hawaii, Maine, Virginia. One guy says he has a business meeting and is flying private. It's not his plane. Judge and everyone else laughed. Judge Kurtnick said, in my humble opinion, it's a better looking, leaner, more put together Ted Cruz. Okay. They look similar. She was flipping through legal papers an hour ago. Judge Kranick asked jury pool, what is a person's biggest fear? Public speaking is the answer. Big enough nervous laugh. Day 2. Oh, we're going to share. We're going to share. Why is she matching the furniture? Look at this, y'all. She's matching the furniture. Ooh. They got her shoes. Let's see if she likes them. Watch them be too small. She's in a short skirt and a suit. Oh my gosh. Do you know that's expensive for someone who's never going to wear those again? That's an expensive suit. And that shirt and the underbra all match. Holy crap. I don't even have a nice wardrobe like that. Y'all. Defense's first 20 witnesses are from Orange County Sheriff's Office per Attorney James Owens. I don't like the color, but can I have the suit? Next pool of 50 are sitting in the galley. State is reading off witness list to make sure they have no one heard of the K. Sarah Boone has a legal team sort of rivaling OJ's. James Owen Lee counsel Tony Herman from Milton, Florida, second chair. Kevin Beck from New Mexico, another attorney present. Shelby Andrews, jury selection consultant. Jury selection consultants are expensive, y'all. Surviving the Survivor podcaster says she's less than 10 feet from Sarah Boone. She was talking the ear off of James Owen. She's now been escorted to the restroom. The next, okay. Let's see. Let's go back up. They're matching. Couple waiting to get in the courthouse are getting married, then heading to Disney World. Their matching shirts have pictures of Mickey and Minnie on the back of it. It says happy ever. Aw. Congratulations to that couple. After waiting in a mile-long line and being late to AM jury selection, I'm told media can use a side entrance trial. Whew. That's good. Boone is in a gray suit jacket with a green sea foam blouse. She has no restraints at all. State said that she was borderline contemptuous. State said they will review transcript. Wow. Okay. She got her shoes. But she matches everything. Ew. Fix your collar, Miss Boone. Okay. There's our Sarah Boone update. Let's start sharing the screen again. I know, right? She wants to look like an attorney. And I'm like, girl. Mm-mm. Y'all, somebody gonna get me a breakfast taco? I need a breakfast taco. I was hungry. We out of food. Matt, you want to go get a breakfast taco? Breakfast taco sounds real good. Y'all back late? You said you're going to be back at 11. It's 11:01. Okay, so if I'm understanding right, oh, it's Taco Tuesday. Oh my gosh, yes. But see, I'm the one that would have to go get them. And I'm not leaving y'all. Don Ellen, we have a 15-year-old and a 13-year-old boys, and this little lady just over 13 weeks or 12 weeks. Oops. I got mail notification. Let's see what my professors are telling me. Mm. All right. My hubby is going to make me Indian. Oh, Mary Kay, that sounds good. Okay. I'm craving a Mary taco. Let's see what I can do. Okay. Well, let me look at some of the Sarah Boone docs because we had more time than they said we're going to have. Notice of discovery. Filed 10/14 at 1:47:33 p.m. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Notice of supplemental discovery from the state of Florida. Comes now the state of Florida by through the undersigned assistant state attorney. Pages 921 through 981 full ME file. Please verify the receipt of all pages and notify our office if anything's missing. Wow. They have a zoo, Dawn. I am looking, y'all. Okay, so let's go over notice of provision of the defendant's fifth witness list. Let me get that up. Okie dokie, there we go. Here comes now the defendant by and through undersigned counsel. File a notice of provision, the defendant's fifth amended witness list, clarifying that on the date of the filing of notice of provisions of the defendant's fifth amended witness list, the undersigned counsel will electronically serve at the end of the day upon the office of the state attorney the list of names and addresses of the persons known to the defendant to have information that may be relevant to the office charged or any defense thereto, or to any similar fact evidence to be presented at trial under section 90.404 parentheses 2. Certified service, so that done. So they're just now letting them know of the amended witness list, whatever that is. I don't know who's on that list. We have a list that has been made up by what we believe is going to be the witness list, but not everybody's on it. Excuse me. Okay, we've done the notice of the supplementary, so we're going to wait on the other two. We're going to use this time for a comfort break. We'll be right back.
Thank you. State calls Angela Phillips. Ma'am, if you could please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you can have a seat and scoot your chair on up to that microphone. You have a pretty soft voice. I need this man back here to be able to hear you, okay? If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
I am Angela Phillips. I work at Burn Foreman. I was Mr. Farris's assistant for almost 28 years.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about where you started at Burn Foreman and your move to Georgia?
I started as a temp right after my husband got a job in Birmingham after we got out of the Navy. They hired me the first week. I started working for Mr. Farris and another attorney at that time. We were there for 5 years. I always wanted to live in Atlanta. My brother and sister-in-law were here, but my ex-husband took the job in Birmingham, basically without even asking where I wanted to be. So when the job came open in Atlanta, we discussed moving. He wasn't interested. We were in marriage counseling at the time, and later we went through a divorce, and then I asked to be transferred to Atlanta when we were going through not custody but visitation. I was going to stay in the house.
I'm sorry, you guys. Looks like my dog is getting an ear infection. So I was dealing with that. So I could not hear. So if you don't mind, I'm going to zoom back just a little bit and find out who this beautiful woman is. Okay, thank you for your patience. Yeah, she kept us up all night with a UTI. I mean, up and down, going to the bathroom all night. And then now I noticed she's kind of walking with her ear, and I looked at one, dag nabbit. So I'm starting her on her antibiotics. Okay, here we go.
Thank you. State calls Angela Phillips. Ma'am, if you could please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you can have a seat and scoot your chair on up to that microphone. You have a pretty soft voice. I need this man back here to be able to hear you, okay? If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
I am Angela Phillips. I work at Burn Foreman. I was Mr. Farris's assistant for almost 28 years.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about where you started at Burn Foreman and your move to Georgia?
I started as a temp right after my husband got a job in Birmingham after we got out of the Navy. They hired me the first week. I started working for Mr. Farris and another attorney at that time. We were there for 5 years. I always wanted to live in Atlanta. My brother and sister-in-law were here, but my ex-husband took the job in Birmingham, basically without even asking where I wanted to be. So when the job came open in Atlanta, we discussed moving. He wasn't interested. We were in marriage counseling at the time, and later we went through a divorce, and then I asked to be transferred to Atlanta when we were going through not custody but visitation. I was going to stay in the house. He was supposed to see our daughter, every other weekend on Wednesdays, and then he started, I can't get her tonight, maybe, so he wasn't going to keep any kind of schedule. So I then asked for the transfer to Atlanta where he would have to adhere to a schedule.
Okay, so what year was that when you asked for the transfer?
Hello, Adair.
95.
How is you, love?
And did you end up transferring?
Would
to
help
the
if I got me back on
Did.
screen.
And you were still with Burn Foreman?
Yes.
Okay, and who were your attorneys? Was it attorney or attorneys that you were assigned to?
So originally it was Gary and Ginger Busby. Then I transferred from Ginger to Darren Collier. And so I was working for Darren and Gary even once he transferred to Atlanta. And then I had a new associate also, whose name I don't recall.
And so you tend to work for multiple attorneys at one time?
Yes, I currently have 5.
Currently you have 5. So when you transferred here from Atlanta, how long had you known Gary?
5 years.
5 years. Did you work with him the whole 5 years prior to coming to Atlanta?
I did.
When you came to Georgia, apart from your brother-in-law, let me ask you this, where did you move to in Georgia when you came to Atlanta?
So Darren Collier, who I worked for in Atlanta, his mother lived in Marietta. She actually showed me around, helped me find an apartment, and eventually we found one in Alpharetta.
Tell me about your early professional relationship with Gary. How well did you know each other?
I mean, we talked about the kids and what we did on the weekend. He'd tell me about his honey-do list, ball, whatever the kids were doing, family stuff.
And at that time, did you know much about Melody Farris, Gary's wife?
Not really, not a lot. I think I'd met her once or saw her in the office when she brought the baby and the toddler.
So that would have been
We're 100% gained up
The
love.
little girls.
the girls.
Yeah, I'm
I wanna
100%.
get into a little bit about how your relationship with Gary evolved over time. Can you tell the jury, when you moved to Georgia, did your relationship with Gary ever cross from professional to personal?
Unfortunately, it did.
Okay, can you tell the jury briefly about when
His
that was?
girlfriend. Oh my gosh. We had the boyfriend and
It
girlfriend
was
today.
Probably in 95. It wasn't ongoing. I wouldn't classify it as an affair. We just became very close, especially once I moved here. I didn't know anybody else other than my brother and his wife, and they lived in Hiram at the time, and I was in Alpharetta, so that was over an hour drive.
You lived in Alpharetta?
I lived in Alpharetta, and I did make one friend that was actually the assistant of one of our clients in the same building where we worked in Midtown, and then she lived in Alpharetta nearby. So, and she had two little girls, just a little older than my daughter.
And when you say that your relationship with Gary went from professional to personal, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, he became more of a confidant and a friend and an encourager on the weekends where I would have to take my daughter to meet her dad were very difficult for me. And so he was a shoulder that I leaned on. And then unfortunately, there were a couple of instances where
Intimate?
long hours, sometimes alcohol involved, things crossed a line.
And it became physical.
Yes.
How long would you say that the physical relationship lasted?
Well, it wasn't an ongoing thing. It wasn't like planned. A few occurrences, maybe over the course of a year and a half, maybe.
Did it extend beyond the 90s?
Oh, definitely not.
How did it stop? And why did it stop?
Well, it stopped because I became friends with Melody and the girls. And I was such a mess back then, and not having friends. But then I got involved in a church, and, the person that I was up until that point, age 30, was so different than the person I was at 30, 31, 32. I was going through that. And then I was just able to find my way back to the person that I was, to the, with the morals and my relationship with God. And just, I would never want anybody to cheat on me, with my ex-husband. So then when I realized, it's like I was able to separate him from her when I didn't know her.
So at some point, did your relationship with Gary just go back to being professional?
Yes. I mean, we were still friends, but we were able to work through, and we had an excellent working relationship. We were a team, and I still miss that,
How many years total did you work for Gary?
It would have been 28 in October if he had lived that year in 2018. I just celebrated my 34th anniversary with the firm last week.
Okay, so 28 years.
Yes.
Just short of 28 years with
Yes.
Gary. Okay. So over those 28 years, you saw Gary almost every single day in the office.
Yes.
That's a long time.
Did you Did Gary share with you information regarding his relationships with his family?
Yes.
And did you have access to Gary's financial situation?
Yes.
Adair, understand, I'm in them
At
18,
some-
20 hours a day.
Okay, can you explain what? to
Well,
what
I
degree?
mean, I filed his taxes, made copies, and, we used to do TurboTax in the office. We would all share the same disk, and so I would photocopy, and then, he would share some things.
And in the beginning, would Melody come by the office and see Gary?
Sometimes. I spoke with her on the phone almost every day for several years after I moved.
What would you two have to speak about?
Just anything. She just talked. I mean, I would hear the same stories from her and from him. Sometimes you wouldn't know it was the same story if you didn't know it was the same story, She elaborated more, I guess.
Okay. So I want to move forward a little bit to, let's say, around 2009, 2010.
Okay.
At some point, did you see a change in Gary and Melody's relationship?
Yes, she became increasingly more critical of him in our phone conversations. And he became increasingly exasperated.
Was that fun,
Yeah,
baby
Speak up
girl?
just a little
Oh,
bit.
sorry, yeah.
You still have a very soft voice.
Oh, sorry.
And I need all of these people to hear you.
Okay.
You said he became increasingly exacerbated.
Well, I mean, he just, I think that's around the time she started kind of disappearing. It's hard to remember the timeline exactly, but I do know that she was angry that he was receiving this Father of the Year award.
Okay. And I want to talk about, you mentioned her disappearing. What is it that you know about that?
I know that she would, go to her friend Sheila's, I think, or she would go to her mom's.
You get hold of Sarah.
Sometimes she would just,
I did.
I can't
You
remember
did?
the years,
I
but I
can't
just
hold on.
remember he was only able to know where she was based on the credit card activity.
And at some point, did Gary start receiving his financial documents to the office?
Yes. He did after she ran all the cards up and was basically, breaking the bank. So, yeah.
Do you remember around what year that would have been when he began getting his financial information sent to the office?
Really can't remember exactly, but I'm going to say it was maybe 2016, 2017.
So in 2018, you were receiving information, his financial documents.
Yes.
Adair, bell tone sucks, but there is some truth to that it can,
I'm showing you state's exhibit.
if you have a potential,
And I want you to just look at
if you have the possibility of already getting it, it can make it
It
worse.
was at the time.
at the time, in
Right.
2018.
Yes.
State moves into evidence, state's exhibit Phillips 1.
Okay.
But I don't like their scare tactics.
Okay, is this the exhibit?
And
I
bell
just
tone
showed you
sucks
now?
as their quality.
Yes.
Okay, and this was the address at the time in 2018?
Correct.
Okay. And so this
In my
states
humble opinion.
that Mr. Farris had a credit card ending in 1727 mailed to the office.
Right.
Now, would you receive his mail?
Yes.
Can you tell me, well, the date on that is reversed. Is that 15/6/2018?
Yes.
It'll be June 15th, 2018. Does that sound about right when you
Right.
would have received that credit card?
Right, I remember that new card coming.
You remember that new card coming
Yeah.
in? All right. I want to talk about, jury's heard a little bit about Mr. Farris's spells.
Hmm.
Can you tell the jury if you witnessed one of those spells?
Oh, many.
And what would happen to Mr. Farris when he was
Well, he would complain of dry mouth and kind of a burning in his throat, but you would know he would fall asleep at his desk. I mean, sometimes he would, be in his chair. Sometimes he would sit on the sofa. And a lot of times in the afternoon, he would go in and close the door and just say, I'm taking my 15. But a lot of times that extended beyond 5 o'clock. And I would have one of the associates or paralegals work on later, check on him before they left to make sure he could drive.
Did he, do you remember in 2018 when Mr. Farris was in the hospital?
I do.
And how did you know about that?
I believe Melody called me.
Okay, what was that conversation like?
Well, just kind of matter of fact, she was talking about how he didn't take care of himself and the smoking. So,
Were you concerned when Gary was in the hospital?
a little bit, yeah.
Did you know why he was in the hospital?
Not really.
Were you able to speak with him when he was in the hospital?
No.
Why
It was
that?
my understanding she didn't allow him to have a cell phone.
In the hospital.
Right.
To your, in your experience with Mr. Farris, had he ever been suicidal or had suicidal ideations or expressed thoughts
No,
like that?
absolutely not.
Tell me about Mr. Farris's work ethic and routine.
So typically he would work from home in the mornings, especially after they moved out to the farm, just to avoid the traffic. And then he would come in the office around 10 and often stay beyond 6. I never worked later than 6 unless there was a special project. So, but then I know sometimes he would continue work on after hours or on the weekends because I had the habit of checking my work email on Sunday nights just to see what to expect the next day.
Would it be unusual for Mr. Farris to go, let's say, 24 hours without answering a work email?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
And you said he worked on holidays sometimes? Well, you mentioned the farm and that he would come in a little bit later when they moved to the farm.
Right.
What did you know about them moving out to the farm?
Well, I know it was not his idea. If he had had his way after the kids moved out, he would have bought a condo closer to the office and then maybe gotten a farm or a lake house further out to enjoy on weekends. But I think because she had an affair with a man that had horses, I think he.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Okay.
Sustained.
When they moved out to the farm, did Gary change at all?
I don't know about
Oh,
change.
you can't put that crap back in the horses.
I mean, I think he enjoyed having the horses and the farm. He liked to do manual labor. I mean, I remember, somebody that makes that much money would normally get a lawn service or have the boys do it. But, he preferred to do it himself. Part of it was because he knew he could do it right. But I think he just enjoyed tinkering. I remember he always had projects as far back as I remember. And so I think he enjoyed having the horses and the farm.
He's a tinker.
But he did not like the distance.
From the office.
Right. And And he was unhappy that it still did not keep her at home.
I want to talk about the week of July.
She got
1st,
it in.
2018.
Good girl.
Now that Monday, which was July 2nd,
Happy
did Gary
mistake.
go into the office that day?
I do not recall.
Did he come into the office on July 3rd? That would be Tuesday.
He did not.
How do you know that?
Well, I just recall that we exchanged emails that day
On the 3rd.
on the 3rd.
And at any point on the 3rd, did you notice he was no longer responding to emails?
Yes, he was no longer responding after sometime between 3 and 3:30, I think.
Is that typical or atypical for him?
It's atypical.
I want to talk about July 5th when his remains were found. Okay. How did you find out about Gary's remains being located?
So originally, Melody called looking for him. I didn't know anything, and I checked my email on the evening of the 4th, assuming he had replied to the emails from the 3rd, but he had not. And so when she was looking for him, I thought it was odd that she wouldn't know where he was, but I was concerned enough to call, because when you would call, if he was driving, you would get a message, a focus message that he was driving. If you sent a text message, it would come across his email in the office. So I just said, let me know when you find him. And then I don't remember how much later that was. Amanda called to tell me that he had been located.
Do you know what time Melody called you that morning?
It was after 11, but before noon.
After 11, before noon. And then Amanda called. And what information did you get from Amanda?
That they had found him in the burn pile.
When you received that information, what did you do next?
Cried. Fell apart. Go hysterical.
I mean, I just broke down. I couldn't believe it, I don't know. I just went to my friends and cried and talked about how I couldn't believe what had happened and how could it have happened.
When you spoke with Melody between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m., did she tell you when she had last seen Gary?
She called me a second time, so I don't remember if this was the first call or the second, but I think it was that call, the first call, that she said that the grandkids had said, we haven't seen Big Daddy in a while. And she said she recalled seeing him on the 3rd.
Okay, and you mentioned she called a second time. When was
Yes.
that second call?
That was, it was early afternoon, early to mid-afternoon.
And what was that call about?
She talked about his remains being found in the burn pile. And
She's being
I
careful.
inquired as to how he got there. I couldn't fathom any way that he got there. She suggested maybe he had a spell and fell in. And that didn't make any sense to me. His spells were never bad enough that he would fall into a fire and not be able to pull himself out. And I
Yeah.
asked, would there be
Good point.
an autopsy? To which she said, oh, there's not enough remains for an autopsy, which just made my blood turn cold and still does.
Wow. Ooh.
You could just spend 1 moment.
That is very telling, y'all. I was going to say something important. I forgot. Oh, well.
Philip, that's all I have.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Weaver.
Uh-oh. Here comes the big guns. They're going to rub the relay.
Good morning,
I
Ms.
doing-
Phillips. My name is John Luke.
They're going to
Weaver, and
rub
I
that
represent
relationship in.
Melody. So I want to go back in time to the year you started with Gary. What year was that?
1990.
And that was over in the Birmingham office.
Correct.
Of Burn Foreman.
That's correct.
Right. And how long had you been working there?
I started working for him the first
Immediately.
week.
You were hired on to him.
I was hired as a temp the first week, but then when they hired me full time, the second week, I was assigned to him.
And you guys, y'all weren't in litigation. Y'all were, explain that a little better.
So, probably creditors' rights, bankruptcy, corporate. And then when the market shifts, we would go to lending. So, you know, if loans are being made, if the economy's good, then we represented the banks for loans. And then if the economy went bad, we would represent
I know, right?
the
It is called
banks
chemo brain.
against creditors who defaulted on loans.
Was that all the way through your career? It never shifted?
No.
Okay. And so it wasn't real estate closings, like large closings, correct? Or
That was here.
Okay.
The market has shifted by the time I moved to Atlanta, and it was almost exclusively closings.
Okay. Large real estate
Yes,
transactions.
multi-million-dollar.
Commercial transactions for the
Correct.
most part.
Mhm.
And large housing developments too, I imagine.
Shopping centers.
Well, lay down.
Yeah, those sort of
Sensei
things.
place.
And that's what you guys specialized in
Yes,
by the time you got here in 95.
yes.
So let's go back to in Birmingham, were y'all close?
I mean, yeah, we were friendly. We were close-ish, I guess.
Sure.
You know,
Well, so you moved. You mentioned your divorce,
Right.
and you divorced in what year?
95.
And what came first? So you mentioned that you and Gary had a relationship in the mid 90s.
Right.
But what came? Were y'all also having the relationship in Birmingham?
No.
All right. So it started when you came to Atlanta.
Yes.
But you were fond of him. Y'all were close.
Yes.
Talking about, I'm sure he consulted with you about your divorce.
Yes.
And you moved here in 95, correct?
Yes.
So let's go back. So, and I do want to remind you of this. You gave two statements in this case.
Right.
And the first statement, you didn't mention anything about the relationship that you had with Gary, correct?
Right.
And then you actually called them.
You
to tell
didn't
them that
ask.
you did.
Yes, because during the statement, I was not asked about it.
You weren't asked about it?
Nobody asked me about it. And then I was headed back to my desk and I was pulled to the side by our managing partner,
Who was that?
Eric Durlacher.
Okay.
And the firm's attorney and two investigators. I was pulled into a little room, you know, tiny little room, nothing like this, and kind of back against a wood door, you know, asked this question and put on the spot, you know, and I was so shocked by the question, first of all. And I said no, because I didn't want to, I don't know. I didn't
And this
want,
is the firm.
No
people
problem,
with the firm.
Dawn.
right,
Okay.
Mr. Durlacher and then people with the investigation, but I just didn't want Eric to hear it that way. I didn't want to be put on the spot like that. But then I did reach out because I didn't want it to ever be an issue of credibility. You know, I wanted them to know that I would not lie about it under oath should it come up for any reason.
And here we are talking
Here we
about it under oath.
Exactly.
So I do want to go back. You mentioned that you guys did have a romantic relationship.
I wouldn't call it romantic.
You know, you stated in one of your that you kissed. You kissed multiple times. Right. And then you told, I believe, Detective Kuykendall that you can't remember whether you actually had sexual intercourse with him or not.
Right.
Was that correct? You can't remember?
I can't.
Right. And you guys would meet up and go to hotels, yes?
No, there was a hotel there was a hotel connected to the office.
At the Hyatt or Georgian Terrace?
No, I don't remember the name of it.
Okay. But you stated that you couldn't remember if you actually had sexual intercourse with him.
No, it was not. I don't recall ever having intercourse, no.
Okay. But you kissed him and you
Yes.
stayed in hotel rooms with him.
No, he walked me to my hotel room when I stayed over here before I moved.
You described him as
So they
a
petted and
friend,
played
a
but didn't
confidant,
commit.
and a shoulder to lean on.
Mhm.
What does that mean?
Petted and played,
Well,
but did
like
not
I
commit.
said, I didn't have a lot of friends over here at the time because I was new. I felt comfortable talking to him. I mean, he would encourage me to make friends. I remember one weekend, I was set to go to like a women's retreat with a church that I just started to, and I was nervous about going there. And he just encouraged me to get out and, make friends and learn to be
An independent
to
woman.
make a life here in Georgia.
And he would talk to you frequently about your situation, your custody situation that you were having at the time. You mentioned that earlier.
Well, I mean, we didn't talk about it often, but yeah, he knew what it was. So on the weekends when I was going to be without her, I would express how sad I was going to be home alone. I remember once he's like, I always have a house full of people, but I wouldn't give for one weekend alone.
That's
so
what he said?
Well, yeah, just kind of, I should try to enjoy.
So when y'all were talking and y'all would have these close
Dawn.
conversations, now y'all worked in the same office.
Yes.
And y'all did y'all ever kiss in the office?
No.
So this was just out when y'all were drinking?
Right.
All right. And when did you guys ever discuss Gary leaving Melody for you?
No.
That never came up, not one time.
No.
So y'all would just talk, y'all would just kiss and have these close conversations, but never talk about actually being together?
No, there was no interest on either end. Mm-mm.
So how did these interactions supposedly stop?
Well, like I said, it's like, I became friends with her and she became a real person to me. He was isolated to me in the office situation. There's one thing to know.
Conscience
There's
got a
another
hold
thing
of
to
her.
see.
But I mean, realistically, Melody knew about the two of them.
I don't know.
And did y'all ever talk about that? Do you remember that?
Melody and I?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
But y'all were close, you and Melody.
I mean, we would talk and we did things together sometimes with the girls.
But realistically, y'all's relationship tapered off. What year did you guys move to the Atlantic Station office?
I think we moved there and well, we just moved to our new location last year. So we had been in Atlantic Station for 21 years at that point.
Okay, so that would have been, what, about 2012?
I guess we moved to Atlantic Station around 2000 or 2001.
Early 2000s.
Yes.
Okay. So, but that would be the more realistic time that you and Melody, I think you mentioned something about 2010, but your relationship really kind of stopped in the early 2000s with Melody, as far as being close, talking.
Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, she talked a lot. I couldn't get work done. Once caller ID became available, I just didn't answer.
You just didn't pick up the phone anymore.
No, and I mean, sometimes I would, but then she just became more increasingly critical of him. And, you know, I wasn't interested in hearing it.
So you were just kind of ready to get out of their marriage, essentially, at that point?
Well, yeah, I mean, after the inappropriate contact, I tried to back away from that. There was a time where they were having problems. I encouraged him to go for marriage counseling. And I said, you know, if she won't go with you, which he alluded to, I said, go for yourself. That's what I ended up doing. And yeah.
You had access to, I mean, obviously his bank accounts and things like that, correct?
Well, I typically didn't open the personal things like that.
But you had access to his Gmail account, right? Gary4250@gmail.com.
Only to the extent that he would forward things to me.
Okay.
I didn't have a password.
But you saw, at his work email, you had total access to that.
Yes.
Right. And so could you ever see any of his work emails that he would, I mean, from what I understand, and tell me if I'm wrong, but Gary was one of those folks that communicated through email, yes?
Yes.
A lot of the time.
A lot.
Even his interpersonal communication with his kids, his wife.
I don't know if he did with her, but
What about
yeah,
the
with
kids?
the
Like
kids.
Emily?
Maybe. I don't recall specifically if there was a lot.
Sure. But did you ever run across any emails with a Joanne Ward Hill?
No.
You don't remember those?
No.
Did you ever meet Joanne Ward Hill since she works in your building?
I did.
Okay. Did you know that he was attempting to have a relationship with her?
I did.
You did know that? And that they would talk? I mean, did she come to the office a lot?
No, I think they went on smoke breaks together.
Okay. Would you have considered them dating?
No.
Okay. But you knew that he wanted to pursue something with Joanne, yes?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know that?
So Joanne worked at AGG. One of our employees' sister worked at AGG and knew that she knew me. So Joanne's coworker asked my coworker, who called and asked me if Gary was still married.
Okay.
And told me why.
And what do you mean why? What do you go ahead?
Well, that he had asked Joanne out.
And here's what I'm trying to get you to explain to me. He's out there essentially trying to date Joanne Ward Hill. Therefore, it's reasonable for you to have construed it as paralegal because you are very close to him, right? Going through his credit cards, you're getting these notices, opening these notices, his emails, his life. You're part of all of it.
Right.
It was fair to say that they were in an open marriage. He's dating, she's dating.
I don't know of him dating per se. I knew that she was having an affair. He knew that she was having an affair because.
Would you not say that sending emails to another woman asking for dates and taking smoke breaks is an affair?
I didn't see him ask her in an email.
Okay. How did you know he asked her?
Joanne told Lynn, who told Billy, who asked me if he was still married.
That's a lot of levels of hearsay.
It was. So, and then Joe.
Like a textbook definition of hearsay. There you go. Doesn't mean it's not true, but.
But it would be reasonable to believe that because he was pursuing dating, and as you said, she's having affairs for lives within a marriage. Yes?
Yes, it was my understanding. They lived on different levels of the house.
Different levels of the house, seeing other people. Yes?
I don't know that he saw other people other than trying to ask Joanne out.
Okay.
Because he was sick all the time.
He was sick all the time.
He was either sick or he was working.
And he would drink Mountain Dew constantly, yes?
Yes.
Right. So he was not in good shape.
No.
And he would just lay down at the office for hours sometimes.
Well, he would fall asleep in his chair sometimes, and then other times he would go and, just not be able to hold his head up and would sleep on a sofa.
And he'd been at the office for hours by that time, right?
Usually.
Right? So that afternoon he would have a spell.
Right.
Hadn't been home.
Sometimes he would have the spells at home and not make it in.
Right. But those days that he was at the office, he hadn't been home. Melody hadn't stopped by and given him a special drink or anything like
Right.
that. He just had a spell.
Right.
Okay. That's all I have.
I have nothing further for this.
All right, let me step down. Y'all are doing outstanding at breaking right at lunchtime. All right. We'll take, let's try to get back up and running at 1:15.
1:15, Judge?
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
A little bit later tomorrow, maybe till 6, to help make up for but we're planning on taking the entire afternoon off on Thursday. All right? All right, you want to step out?
Interesting. Very interesting. So what do y'all think about this so far? I'm amazed at what questions. Howdy, donuts and cupcakes. Hey, Jar, how are you? Bakerade, woohoo! We love y'all. We love Baker. We love you guys. Oh my gosh. Well, this trial is really starting to kind of move. Sorry, puppers. I have to say, I'm a little bit perplexed because, and here's why. The daughter helped. It's possible, Dawn. But for me, I'm sitting here looking, they had both the boyfriend of Melody's on, and there's so many questions they should have asked. Where were you the day of the murder? What happened the day of the murder? What was your involvement? All of this stuff they didn't ask. Yeah, there's a lot of cheating, and it's not cut and dry. Yep. So you have a lot of that going on. And then you have the lady that had a fling. I call it a touchy-feely no committee with him. Oh, this is the lip gloss that Emily D. Baker partnered with, and it has a light built in and a mirror so you can see at night. Isn't that cool? I don't know if they still have them, but with this last lady, and they're talking about all of the potential intimacy, and the fact that they continue to work together afterwards. I understand how those kind of things happen. I don't agree with it. I'm not condoning it, but when you spend that much time at the office with people, and she's vulnerable, he's vulnerable, it's not a good combination. She was far more help than that boyfriend was, for sure. For sure. She was far more help. Ada is pretty kid. Oh, Adair, get your glasses on. I won't be that pretty once they're on, I'll tell you that. But thank you, love. So let's go and look at, we have some Boone documents. Hold on. Please do. I tried. Okay. We have some Boone documents to talk about until we get back from lunch. Those who were hopping on the raid, thank you so much for joining me. You guys are just so freaking awesome. I appreciate you guys. Broken Baker, love you, appreciate you. You are amazing. I'm double checking to make sure we got all the documents that we can get. Okay, so I'm going to share this screen. I've got to get this stuff in big end so I can read it. Sorry, guys. Give me a split second. Fill screen. Didn't have a width. There we go. Now, it's weird. The way my thing is working, it's weird. So I apologize. Let me get it formulated. There we go. Can y'all read it? Are we good? All right. We have in the circuit court of the Ninth Judicial Circuit, State of Florida, plaintiff Sarah Boone, the defendant, order declaring defendant indigent for the costs and authorizing due to processing costs. I struggle because she's gone through so many attorneys, and there has to be a cap. I mean, they're just blowing money on her left and right. But it is hereby ordered and adjudged that pursuant to 29.007 Florida statute, the defendant is declared indigent for the cost of payment of the following due process costs: deposition fees, subpoena fees, deposition transcripts, interpreters and translators at depositions or witness interviews, witnesses and expert witness fees, mental health professional, reasonable pretrial consultation fees and costs, travel costs for witness. Any other due process costs will have to be the subject of a separate motion with the notice to the Justice Administration Commission, JAC. Service of all subpoenas should be through the Sheriff Department. Now I got to unembiggen to get it to go to the next page. I think. I need if y'all know a better program, let me know. Well, why did that not change? I just change. There we go. I'll unbiggen this. The payment of the deposition setting fees, transcripts, cost are to be by JAC providers at the approved JAC rates, terms, and conditions. Any payments of the approved due process costs are to be made only upon an order after a motion is filed specifying the specific due process service to be paid, the approximate cost for those services, and the justification for the cost. So anything outside of what was just listed, they have to have a motion and they have to be able to justify it. Defense counsel will be required to execute an appropriate JAC contract for indigent care for the cost case and follows JAC billing audit procedures to obtain payment on behalf of the due process providers. If any due process providers are to be paid directly, the JAC's contract, billing, and audit procedures are to be followed before payment is received, meaning you got to follow the rules, submit your bills, and make sure that you're working within the guidelines of the agreement as far as amount paid and number of hours. If the defendant is convicted, the defense must file an accounting with the trial court within 90 days of the deposition per 27.52. That's for their costs. Done and so ordered. So yeah, now they've got her declared an indigent. So yeah, baby, let's get going on that one. I want to know where she's getting those suits, because let me tell you, that suit that she has, that is not a Goodwill suit. And that suit and all of that is not, y'all. I don't care what anybody tells you, it ain't. And I'm shocked, utterly shocked at the quality of clothing she's got on. For someone who's indigent, where did you get the money for the clothing? Just asking. Okay, do we need to embiggen this some more? I think we do for you guys. Let me do this. Let's see if that helped. I think it did. Okay, thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate you. Now here's State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. The state's, all right, this is what I wanted to see. The state's objection and motion in limine to exclude the defense medical records. Comes now the state of Florida by and through the undersigned assistant state attorney, and the state and I alleges as follows. Tonight, meaning tonight, on 10/14/24, they received 550 pages of medical records regarding medical treatment the defendant received in 2017 and 2018. So you've had this case for how long? You guys have asked and have done the discovery how far back? And you're meaning to tell me that you are just now getting the 550 pages of medical records regarding medical treatment of the decedent? I'm like, why are they just now getting this between 2017 and 2018? The decedent, that should have been a no-brainer. They should have already had this. The defendant acquired these records in January of 22. So not only did the defense have these records, they've had them since 22, and they had not turned them over to the prosecution until 10/14 at 0 p.m. Wow. Okay, let's hear what they say. The state adapts all arguments and authorities cited in the state's motion of limine to exclude battered spouse syndrome evidence or exclude mention of battered spouse syndrome evidence until the defendant testifies to justifiable use of deadly force, meaning they can't bring up that defense by anybody, any witnesses at all, until the defendant herself takes the stand. Then they can bring in the experts and everything, after which she takes the stand. They can't put everybody on first and then put her on last. It has to come from her mouth first. So the defendant, even in her most recent interrogation of what happened on February 23rd of 2020, has not set forth legal grounds. I like this, has not set forth legal grounds to claim this defense, claim self-defense, assuming that she does so at trial, assuming that she does so at trial with a different version of events than prior incidents of violence committed by the decedent that she was aware of would be admissible to show reasonableness of her fear of imminent or great bodily harm or death. Well, it's kind of hard to be in fear of someone of imminently great bodily harm or death when they're locked up in a suitcase. Just saying. If she was afraid of him getting out of the suitcase and what he would do to her, then you call 911 and say, I tricked him. He's going to kill me. I managed to trick him into a suitcase so y'all can come get him and leave. The records are irrelevant. 487 pages regarding an incident in December 24th of 2017 where the decedent had been beaten so badly he needed facial reconstruction surgery. This is not relevant to whether the decedent committed a prior act of violence that the defendant was aware of occurring. If the incident that resulted in these injuries is somehow more relevant, the severity of the decedent's injuries is not relevant. If the severities of the injuries is somehow relevant, then the defendant should narrow it down to the pertinent native, excuse me, it's my dyslexia kicking in, the pertinent narrative history of what the decedent said happened and the treatment provided. This could be done in a handful of pages. In 2018, the incident is also not relevant. The history provided by the decedent was that he put his hand through a glass window the day before and that his wife made him go to the doctor the next day. He received 2 sutures to close up a 4.5 centimeter laceration, very small. Assuming that the defendant testifies in the manner to make that incident relevant, a couple of pages of these records with the narrative of what allegedly happened and the treatment provided is sufficient to corroborate her testimony. Burying the jury with 550 pages of records, when nearly all of them are irrelevant when given to the defendant every benefit of the doubt on relevancy is unnecessary. When given the defendant every benefit, and the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of the unfair prejudice, confusing the issue, misleading the jury, needless. So basically what they're doing is they're trying to have her claim all of this stuff as battered women or battered spouse, but he's got 550 pages of medical records and it's called burying it, finding the needle in the haystack, and that will wear down the jury. And that is true. If you give a jury 1,000 pages and within that 1,000 pages, only 3 of them are usable or applicable to the trial, then you just excerpt those pages. No need in throwing all that other stuff in there unless you're trying to bury something. And when you're trying to bury something, that's the way to do it. So that's what they're arguing against. Therefore, the state objects to these records barring their relevance being established at trial and their probative value not being substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of issues, misleading the jury, or needless presentation of cumulative, I can't say that word, evidence. In other words, judge, stop their crap. This is crap. Just stop it. Okay, this is it. So that is a tactic that some lawyers use, is that they will bury everything in the evidence. I remember my ex's case, they asked for some evidence, some documentation or whatever, and there was like 15 boxes came in and it was only 2 pages that were usable out of those 15 boxes. It also can inhibit the side receiving it from getting this stuff done sooner. It's a crippling effect is what that is. And I think it's fair played. I don't think that I would want to experience that, but unless the judge throws it out, it's fair game. It's not unfair. It's the way it works. You wanted medical records? Well, here is every medical record of my life from the moment I'm born until now. Did you specify the dates between? Did you want between March 25th of 1990 through March 25th of 2000? Then you provide those. Then you can narrow those down as well. Only emergency room visits or only this or only that. So it's all on them. It's going to be interesting. Excuse the yawn that's coming. Oh my gosh, y'all. That's a problem when you get too comfortable in your office. If you haven't already, please be well aware that we are having a fabulous giveaway. There it is. You get one entry for every sub. And if you become a member, they start at 99 cents. You get 10 entries for one of our fabulous. I have 3 different ones to choose from. I have this one. I have this one. And then I have another one that's got pumpkins on it in a spaceship. So somebody is going to win a Starbucks tumbler. So please comment, I sub, that will be verified. And we will get you in the drawing for the 31st. Our goal is to hit 3,100 subscribers by Halloween party time. We'll be having a Halloween party. Celestial Force, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate y'all coming in. Hey, Ronnie. She was a whole lot more help than that boyfriend. By far, a whole lot more help than that boyfriend ever was. I'm kind of perplexed as to why they even brought the boyfriend on board. So let's check up on Miss Boone. I don't know if some of y'all saw it. If you have, speak up, where they brought her shoes this morning. And the suit she is wearing, it matches. Oh, I was going to say something, but people could take it the so wrong way. It matches the furniture to a T. I'm like, what are you trying to do? Orange County Sheriff. Oh, I might as well just share this page. I'm going to share this page. Oh, it is heartbreaking. Let me get back over here. Bring it up here. We are devastated to inform you that our deputies have found Emerson Felix deceased in the body of water near his home where he was reported missing. Oh, poor mijo. That's horrible. Okay, 16 minutes ago, we have 20 jurors pulled, remain from AM pool of 50. Now we whittled down to 21. Lunch live is in less 45 minutes. Okay, so here's the video I wanted to show y'all. Let me get that out of the way. Look at her clothes. She matches. She's got a camel shell that matches the shirt. Okay. That suit is, that's expensive clothing. And it's a short skirt above the knee. She looks like a freaking lawyer. Her hair looks normal. She's got pantyhose on. Zach, you missed the milky white knee. Zach, where are you? Exactly. She does. She looks like she's a part of that team. That is so interesting. Look at that. She's trying, y'all. Okay, no more new update on that. So let's get this back up and running. So we got that done. She got shoes. Oh, congratulations, love. You got your shoes. You missed it. Did you really not see that, Zach? Did you not see that milky knee? Seriously, Zach, I got to go back and show that again. Hold on. Sorry, I had to do a voice text. Here we go, Zach. Let me get it back up. Let me share it. Let me get it going. Let's get back here. Okay, Zach, you watching? All right, Zach, here's for you. you'll see a milky white knee. And I mean it white. Almost looks like she has white pantyhose on. Can you come clean today? Shop. You ready, Zach? Here we go. She's got a short skirt on. It's the next knee. It's a right knee, Zach. And it's going to be quick. Oh, there you go, Zach. You have knee. It's y'all. It's a running joke with Zach. He likes her milky white cottage cheese legs, he said. So you saw it here first, Zach. There you go, love. That suit is like hundreds of dollars. That's not a cheap suit. It fits her too well. I'm wondering, did they tailor make that thing for her? Yeah, I know. Zach and Baker are enjoying today. Oh my gosh, y'all. I hope y'all enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed it. Maybe the only chance you see to get to see the knees. Oh, I love it when I rhyme. Oh. It almost looks like she's performing. Why is she wearing a camel and over that a shirt with it half unbuttoned? For what, Mary? Oh my God. It's like she is in her own little drama. She's in her own little play. She's putting on the performance of a life. She thinks she's Amber Heard. OMG. We got a Miss Amber Heard in the house wannabe. Lord help us all. Can you give Matt a call? Oh my gosh, y'all. Okay. So the judge wants to seat 6 people for the jury, and he wants 8 alternate jurors, total of 14. So, right, and he wants a total pool of 50 or 40, minimum 50, ideally, before they start pulling for the final jury selection. So, yeah, we'll see about this. They are expected to go to live trials tomorrow, so we will be covering it live tomorrow. Lord willing, I will have an interpreter. Oh, that reminds me, she was calling me earlier and I missed it. Let me get a hold of her real quick. We'll see if she answers. I will be interpreting, and Diane will be on between jobs, so we will have some of that tomorrow. I'm resting today. I don't want to get into it a lot today because it's going to be a very hard 3 weeks with us interpreting. Zach, did you post anything new for us to play in your reels? Entertain us? Yeah, that color does not suit her well at all. Right? For those of you who don't know, Zach has a picture of him kissing a fish. Yeah. He fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. They're going to still have several motions to argue that will happen tomorrow morning. Wednesday afternoon, the state will conduct individual voir dires. Thursday morning, the defense will, therefore opening will not be before Thursday afternoon. What? I have to go back and change all my pre-lives now. Seriously, y'all. Well, I guess all the other stuff will be live, so I can put pre-live. Let me get my interpreter online. Hold on. Okay, we're going to have an interpreter this afternoon. Yay, yes. I need to send her a link real quick. I really appreciate y'all sticking on with me during this time, our little break. We're having a comfort lunch break. So if y'all need to step out and grab some food, get refreshed, get stretched, go to the relief area, and then come back. I appreciate it. A whole bunches. Oh. Yeah. So tomorrow will be, okay, Wednesday afternoon, the state will conduct voir dires. What? But that's ages. I know. We've been waiting for this. Everybody has her geared up for tomorrow. Now we got to go change everything. It's like, seriously, people? When? Well, I guess the motion that they filed for that we just read is going to have to be dealt with in court. Go figure. Thursday morning defense will be there before. So let me put this up for y'all to see so y'all can write it down. I'm going to screenshot this so I don't forget later. There we go. All right, Ronnie, how are we doing today? Let's see. Hey, Zach, when are you going fishing again? You can go cheating on your fish wife? For y'all who don't know, we were teasing Zach. He was kissing on a fish. Haley, best day ever. Why is it the best day ever, Zach? Here's the rest of the schedule for y'all. Hey, Marissa. Y'all don't forget, subscribe. You get a entry, put I sub, so I know that you're the did. Become a member, you get 10 more entries in the drawing will be October 31st. For the Tumblr, they had a little glitch. Let's go ahead and watch this again. This is for Zach. Okay, Zach, we knew you just needed just a little more view. Zach and Broken Baker, here you go. But see how she has that camisole that matches that shirt exactly, and it's unbuttoned? I'm like, if you're professional, you're going to have that buttoned all the way up. That kind of irritates me. I know I'm bad. And look at them. I mean, what? They're even, look, they even pushed her in. The cops are, the security is acting like her personal valet or something.
Who are we interpreting for?
Hold on, Diane.
Oh, wait
What?
a minute. Let me change my shirt.
Hold on.
Let me change my shirt.
Look, I mean, the sheriff deputy, why is he dressing her out? I understand investigating the shoes to make sure. Why is he scooting the chair in and out? He's a gentleman. He is a gentleman. Hey, Zach, did you catch your new girlfriend? Now, yesterday, they said that she was handing notes to her lead attorney, and he looked at it quickly and wadded up in a ball. Obviously, she is acting like she's part of the team. And she really is, but girl, enjoy it for now because you will never have those kind of clothes on. Jeez, yeah. True. True. I'm going to Discord waiting for my pics to come up, y'all. Thank you, I'm a Jedi. Thank you so much. I'm a Jedi. So now I'm just waiting on Zach to put his pictures up so we can have fun looking at them. We enjoy his pictures, his little fishing escapades. But I'm just having a problem with this green color. It just, and the brown. I want to know who dressed her. Everybody, it's time to say hello to our interpreter.
Hello, everyone. I have missed everyone. I was taking care of children all weekend. Went to the Shrimp Festival and the Greek Festival.
Fun. You're going to remember, you're going to need to be back just a little bit more because these are circles.
Oh, yeah.
And over.
That way, this way, this way.
Yeah, there we go. The circles, people are liking them better than the squares.
I have.
We're replaying this video over and over again. Boone jury selection. Now they have 43 qualified jurors. Magic number 50 before preemptory strikes are used. Yep. Thank you, Ronnie. You are awesome. This is Sarah Boone, and she demanded to have clothes and things paid for by the state, and they actually went to the jail and measured her. That, Diane, these suits, they're not tailored. And when she turned around, you could see that suit was tailored for her body.
Well,
And you know how expensive those are? Look, she's going to stand up and turn around. And when she turns around, all the darts are in the perfect places for her. I mean, you don't get a suit to fit that well off the rack very, very rarely. What are you eating in front of me without asking me if I want some? Kidding, I hate pretzels unless they're warm.
Really, really good.
I like them when they're really warm and hot and gooey, covered in cheese. Will you be covering the trial? Yes, Katina, I am covering this trial. Right now, we're waiting for the Melody Walker Farris trial to resume, the husband burned murder trial. So we're waiting for that. But we keep playing this video over and over again for entertainment purposes. I know that's not really nice. I like the, excuse me?
Somebody else on that call and break. It's on the counter. I can't move anything from out of the house. Here, I want you to sit down because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal with, right? Sit. I don't want water. I can get you some water, okay? Just I want you not on your feet because I don't want you passing out on me. I need, please, I need water. Okay, I'll get some for you. You're trying to, Charlie, but you're on it.
Is there anything else you'd like to bring to my attention?
This was yesterday.
That's something I got to address with corrections during a break, ma'am. Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and.
I don't want water. Just water. I can get you some water, okay?
She just wants water. Give me water. What the heck is this? Oh, look at the puppers balancing the water on his head. There's the water for Sarah Boone. There you go, Sarah. You got your water. Water. No, not what I wanted. Forgive me, y'all. That's what I wanted. Let's see what Miss Kathy Resin says. There's that video. It's a better quality video, actually. Ew. Okay. So, no, she does not have it buttoned, but I would imagine that it would fit. She likes everything snug. Some people were asking how she accessed the staples. Well, when you have books that you get from the chaplain or from the book cart, you can pull staples out of the book. So she pulled like one staple out of this book, staple out of that book, staples out of this book, and got a collection, and then decided it was time to alter her clothing. No cute pooch with water for her. She doesn't deserve that. You got that right. So Boone is going to be interesting. Back to the case at hand. Everybody's switching their days on their pre-post. A lot of us pre-posted our lives and we got to go back and fix them. Dang it. Okay, the trial actually starts on Thursday if they get everything done. So tomorrow they will have motions and arguments, and then Wednesday afternoon the state will conduct individual voir dire, FOIRDIRE. I would say but that can be the wrong understanding. dire. But back to this case here at hand, Melody Walker Farris, FARRIS. She is accused of unaliving her husband and burning him in the burn pit. Not all of him burnt. The head, the top and bottom of the body didn't burn nearly as well as the middle did, and that's typical for burn pile burning because it's hottest in the burn pile. And one of the neighbors, and happened to be the medical examiner, smelled something burning, and it did not smell good, almost a half a mile away. And I got to tell you, if there's a body that's been burnt, even in a building, you can smell it far away. It's not like cooking barbecue, honey bunny. And someone asked about that. Why does it smell? Wouldn't it smell like barbecue? And I'm all like, no, because we have entrails and clothing and hair and all of that on us when he was burning, unlike an animal that's been dressed and you buy them at the grocery store and you put your sauce on it. Not trying to be tacky, but I'm trying to explain the difference, why it smelled so bad. And a lot of it is our internals. It would be awful with decomp. Well, yeah, but he didn't decomp. He burnt pretty quickly. They brought her boyfriend, Ted, on this morning, no longer boyfriend. And when they put him on the stand, they said, "You don't want to be here, do you?" And he said, "No, I do not." He's like, nope, not really wanting to be here today. I got to fix something. Well, you would think the medical examiner could identify the body, but no. I got to put me over here. I got to cover this. Put Miss Diane over here. Kind of shrink this down a little and move it up. There we go. There we go. Perfect. So the medical examiner identified him through dental records, which is not uncommon. They could not tell you a lot because it was burned. He came in 3 body bags. They literally had to shovel up all the ashes, whether it be wood, tree, and body, all, and get to the dirt underneath, and send all that in. There was not a whole lot of bone that they could use for identifying. There was like a half to a third of a skull. They had some hand. They had like a hip bone and a large part of a femur bone. So it was not enough of a body of remains to do a whole lot. U.S. sizing is that small? I don't know. I thought our U.S. sizing was big, but China and Japan and Tokyo and all those sizings are small. Our size 14 is a size 3. Yes, a size 4 is, well, yes, a size 4 is small. I'm sorry. She's a size 4. Who? Are you telling me that woman over there, Boone, is a size 4? Little. She doesn't look that little. I don't know. But the wife, boyfriend came on and talked a little bit about everything, but they didn't ask him really any decent questions. They asked, when did you meet? How did you know her? What did y'all do when you met up? Where did you meet? They met in Tennessee when she went, Melody, the defendant, went to visit her mother or her sister or her friend or whatever. Oh, I got you, Haley Mouse. And so, needless to say, they did not meet really in where she lived. Now, he did go to some events. He did meet the husband. But I'm perplexed as to why the defense did not, or the prosecution, either one of them, dive into the relationship more when they did far more diving into the girlfriend of the decedent. Now, I say girlfriend, she worked for him. They had a huggy, kissy, smoochy, smoochy. You know, they petted, they didn't commit, as they say. I would, looking at her, I would maybe 6'8". I'm looking at her, I would say maybe an 8, because I'm looking at the attorneys next to her. And if she was really that much smaller than everybody else, it would show. Unless they're toothpicks. Oh. I would say she's a medium, especially with the bust. Yeah, I don't think she's that small. But anyway, back to Melody Walker. The the employee that he had a fling with, said that she had no recollection of any intimate behavior, intercourse. Yeah. Hi, Toy. Zach said to say something to you earlier, or was it, who was it? Was it Adair or was it Zach? I can't remember. Go scroll up at the comments. Missed you, girlfriend. So for me, I'm looking at this going, why are the impertinent questions not being asked? And I'm throwing words at the interpreter that she probably going, really? Impertinent instead of important? Diane just said, I changed it. Same concept. Same concept. So anyway, when the secretary of the decedent got up on the stand, the first thing they started talking about, of course, is her relationship with him. They were able to step back from the inappropriate relationship and continue to work on it and work together successfully. I think 8 to 12, I would agree with that. I think that she may be an 8 on the bottom. And then because of her bustiness, probably the next size up. Because, I mean, come on. Let's look at roll that beautiful bean footage again. See, look at the cop. Look at the woman next to her here. Yeah, that is no 4. I don't believe she's a size 4. What do you think, Diane? Do you think that looks like a size 4 to you?
She needs to button her shirt.
Well, she has a camisole underneath it that's the same color as the shirt. I don't care. I don't like it. But you can see the white prison bra right there. But look at her next to these attorneys. Now, this attorney is a skinny attorney, but he ain't that skinny. I'm pretty good with sizes. I don't believe that's a size 4.
Her hair, maybe. Okay. Her hair, maybe.
Yeah, right. And she didn't get the hair and makeup she wanted. Oh, poor baby.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she didn't get that makeup. Everybody's changing their times in the Discord. I got to do mine later. Hey, Zach, Toy, we were discussing how great my memory is. And also we were discussing my memory. Yeah, we were also discussing the fact that you have a love affair with this fish. And then I said she fell for you, hook, line, and sinker. So we're just watching this replay, but she looks and her behavior is that more of a lawyer than a defendant. And of course, the sheriff is a gentleman pulling the chair in and out. I hate those shoes that they got on her. Gosh, those things to me are so uncomfortable. Other people love them. They're little ballet slippers. Yep, making sure there's nothing, no contraband in them. And do you know what the sad thing that's going to happen to her? Is she's going to be unclothed searched. I can't say the S word, but every time she goes back to the jail, they're going to do a full squat and cough. It's what it is. She even might be bigger than an 8. I agree. I think she could be an 8 on the bottom and maybe 10 or 12 on the top. So she's, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to stop the repeat of this. Court is going to be another 10 minutes. So, camera ads though, well, yes and no. It can. But look at the pooch when she bends over. Oh, you're not watching. She's got a little bit of a pooch on her stomach. Let me get back there. Watch when she bends over. See, she's got a belly pooch. When you're a 4, you ain't going to be that kind of, yeah, no. No. But still, I was a photographer for over 20 years. I'm looking at her. She doesn't look that small. Not unless everybody in that place is small. And I don't think that is small. Look at the jury number behind her, 22. And I find it interesting that her suit blends with all the attorneys. And is she going to have different clothes for different days? That's what I want to know. Is she going to have a whole wardrobe? And then when she goes to jail, who gets it? Oh, Haley Mouse, I know you were joking about the size 4, but she claimed to be a 4 in shorts. She claimed to be a size 4 on the bottoms, sometimes a size 6, depending on the cut. Yep. Everything's different in sizes. It's relative, but she claimed in one of her things, I don't know where it was. I think it maybe would have been in one of the behavioral notes we had or something, but she claimed that she was a small, like 4 or 6, depending on the size. Yeah. She demanded an extra small in jail, which they don't have. They have small, medium, large, extra large. They don't have an extra, extra large. You're around 314? You skinny. I used to be skinny. I didn't top over 100 pounds until I was in my mid-20s. I graduated high school at 5'2" and a half at 89 pounds. And I did not have an eating problem. I had hypermetabolism. I couldn't eat enough. Hey, y'all. Hey, Tracy. Hey, beloved. We are on a court break. We're making fun of Miss Boone. This is the lady that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. Isn't that the most god-awful colors you've ever seen? She looks like she's a part of the courtroom background. We are making fun of her. We are making fun of her. Happy Tuesday to you. Oh, I stopped doing birthdays because I had someone complaining that I wasn't getting everybody's birthdays. And then somebody complained because I did their birthday. Didn't want people to know it was their birthday. I'm like, then don't post it. Don't have it on your Facebook. How you feeling today, love? I'm getting sleepy. I've been up here. I've been awake since 6:30. Yeah, Tracy, I was awake and up here by 7:30, 7:15. No, it's not me. I used to do the birthdays here when we first come on and wish everybody a birthday. Happy birthday. And I had some people complaining. I'm tired. I've been up since 5. Well, go take a nap, beloved. I wish I could. I wouldn't mind crawling in bed going for about an hour. Last night, I taught my ASL class, and we're going to go ahead and cancel it and restart it in late January. Too many people started having conflicts with the schedule because we go just up to Thanksgiving. And they were just saying that it'd be nice to wait. And we also had a smaller turnout this time around. Fall's never the best time for us to do this. Spring is always better. So that's where it is. And I'm sticking to it. Let me go back and see if they posted anything else. Fall is the best for hot coffee. Oh, I love that. And hot apple cider. Okay, they now have 43 qualified jurors. Magic number will be 50 for pre-emptory strikes used. Lunch until 1:30. Then the final group will be brought in. Yeah, baby. We're getting there. I love hot apple. What was that, Matt? What did we get? Hey, we may have gotten our orders in. Woohoo! Phone call time. but I love hot apple cider. And I'm craving hot apple cider. I don't like cold apple juice. You're on.
The room for hello is paid for.
You?
Yes, our. Had to be paid. Oh, we will.
We have a conference. When is it?
November 7th through the 10th.
Yep. I like hot tea and what that purple corn drink called. I have no idea what the purple corn drink is. What's purple corn drink? I know. I like to get a crock pot and put the apple juice, and I have to take citrus and cook it down into a syrup myself because it has to be cooked at a temperature high enough, long enough for me to not die. And then put cloves and cinnamon and all of that in a crock pot and let it just South American. Oh, interesting. Well, fall is officially hit Texas.
Hot chocolate with cinnamon.
That's always good. That's always good. We were in the 90s today, and we've been in the 90s forever. Tomorrow the high will be 75, and they're like, cold front. I'm all like, that ain't cold, but it is to Texas. Lows in the 40s, I believe. What's the weather going to look like? All right, high 93 today. Tomorrow, high of 74, low of 45. Then highs in the 70s, mid to high 70s, lows in the 50s and 60s for the rest of the week. We finally hit fall weather, y'all.
So great.
But then it goes back up to 80s and 90s the following week.
It don't know what it wants to do.
Our Halloweens are very rarely cold. Now, sometimes they are. If anything, it's wet. Rain.
Remember, I'm still looking for a ticket to San Antonio.
That's right.
Ah.
Oh, I don't have a problem with 90s. I have a problem with 30s. Huge problem with 30s. Oh, nice picture, Toy. Beautiful picture. I think that I've started kind of decorating, but I got to decorate the office for fall, and starting to get in the mood for that. I've just been not as in the mood this year. I decorated behind me. Someone said it looked horrible, looked like I threw up all over it. I'm like,
My daughter-in-law's house is fantastic for Halloween.
your house?
No, my house still looks like a storage unit.
No, what did you say for Halloween?
My daughter-in-law's house.
Oh, I don't decorate for Halloween. I don't
Judith,
have any little ones to decorate for.
would you like to see my one Halloween decoration? I'll show you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She's going to go get it. Lord help us. Everybody, I know it's kind of a dull moment. Thank you for sticking around. The trial will be starting soon in just a few minutes. Okay, here we go. The Spidey web. With a pink Spidey. Oh, how cute.
My one Halloween decoration. Like you.
That is cute.
Yep.
I have pumpkins.
He's a purple spider. So, that's it.
Sorry, I had to give my son some phone numbers. I didn't turn my candles on today.
Oh well. Save your battery.
I can fix that.
Yeah. My house just looks like a storage unit.
It's okay.
Only room that is wallproof.
So, we will be, speaking of Halloween, we're going to do a Halloween live on Halloween. It's going to be adult, meaning we're going to have fun. I'm going to have some games for us to play online. And I'm going to be in costume. I'm thinking about doing the Boone. Getting a wig and cutting it like Sarah Boone. Getting in some scrubs. Getting a suitcase. Putting somebody back here in it. Pulling out all my goodies. I still want to go magnet fishing and pull out the Sarah Boone evidence out of the river. I just got to figure out when. And plan it a little bit. And make a little spoof video on her. She cut up a bunch of rubber gloves. So I'm going to put little paper clips in them and glue them. So the magnet will stick to the gloves as I'm pulling them out of the water, and have staples and magnets and cheese. I'm going to get the cheese and I'm going to glue them together and put a piece of metal in there. So the magnet will stick to the cheese and pull it out of the river. Nobody knows why she had like 30 slices of cheese here and 30 slices of cheese there. And
maybe she was after a rat.
Let me shut the door. That's awfully loud in my ear. Sorry about that, guys. Speakerphones. So anyway, I'm going to do a Boone spoof.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Cool front here tomorrow, Zach. I know. All right. So, Zach, you're going to have people running to the grocery store, buying all their toilet paper they didn't buy a week and a half ago before the hurricane, and getting all the pipe coverings. And they're going to be acting like it's going to get 10 degrees here. How much you want to bet, Zach, the stores are going to be a freaking madhouse tonight? What do you think about that? I mean, people go crazy when it gets below 70 here.
I'm gonna be a vampire.
Y'all did not know Miss Diane used to be a clown comedian.
Mm-hmm. Why not? Life is too dull.
Sure.
Boring.
We have highs in the 60s and low in the 55 here today. Yeah. This room is the warmest room in the building, so I'm looking forward to that. Yay. Yay. So my wheelchair is closer to being finished. Well, sort of the insurance. Can you believe it can take up to 6 months to get the insurance and all that crap dealt with, and it only takes 3 weeks to build it?
You're getting a new chair?
Getting a new chair.
Yay.
Remember the other year when you had snow and all the power out in parts of Texas? We had that 2 years in a row, but in 2020? When was that? I think it was 2020. It was so bad. It was horrible. In fact, I got frozen on the opposite side of the river from my house. I had to stay with a friend, and we were doing a lot of rescue. Oh, poor people, older people trying to get to their mailbox or trying to get out to the pump house to make sure it's working and slipping and breaking their hip and not being able to get back in. We had a lot of death. We had some people die. Yep. Well, I'm ready. I'm ready now. The only thing I need to do is get ski bibbers, and I'm going to order me some of those. But I've got me everything I need in case that happens again. Well, I had everything I needed, not what I wanted. And I'm getting ready to book some wonderful camping spots in the near future and go camping. Yay, camping. Or actually glamping. My friend and her family went out to the car for that heat. Yeah. Yeah, it was so bad, y'all. Well, this neck of the woods is just not built for it. The only people that had electricity were if you were on the same grid as the airport. We have a small airport on the outskirts of town. And if you were on the same power grid as that and the hospital, you were the last ones to lose power if you lost it at all. And so that was good. But I'm getting generators, a generator and is it a propane heater that's designed for indoors? So just in case. But yeah, we are struggling if we get that cold front like that again. Although it was pretty. I told my friend, I said, if I had my tent and everything, I'd be going out there glamping and be nice and warm and toasty in the tent. It would have been great. I'm sorry, y'all. The camera's moving. I know we're all waiting for the trial and some of y'all are having to go back to work. I apologize. I wish I could push this faster, but I just can't. But tomorrow we will be covering this and Boone. I will be doing 2 trials at one time. I'm thinking about covering the Dolphi trial at the same time as the Boone trial. We'll just have one up. We'll be having the interpreter on the Boone trial. And then the Dolphi trial we'll just have up and running. And then if a deaf person is on that one, then I'll transfer her to that one.
When is this?
Dolphi trial starts, I think, this Friday.
Friday I will be working, but I will be working from 8 until 3.
Okay. Boone, I'm going to need you every free second that you can, even if it's hopping on for 10, 20 minutes, because I'm going to try and interpret a lot of that. You are watching me.
I will be. Yes, I will be watching you.
They won't be having cameras in the courtroom? Oh, okay. Well, there we go.
Well,
Guess we ain't covering that one.
Really?
I forgot that the judge ordered that not to happen. I forgot about that. You're right. My bad. My bad. My apologies. We'll be talking about it, I guess. Well, they tricked us. The camera moved. Wisdom, justice, and moderation. The state of Georgia's Constitution, 1776. Some people ask if I was going to cover the P. Diddy. I am not covering the P. Diddy because that's just not something that I can comfortably cover. It's just not, it's too triggering to too many people. Not going to do it. Boy, if looks could kill, look at this dude.
He's just not. What's his trial?
James Demons, aka YNW Melly. His retrial has been set for September 10th. First trial ended up in a hung jury. Is charged with ending the lives of 2 of his friends.
I can't say he's guilty. He don't look. I said, I say he's guilty. He doesn't look fun.
Yeah, and then we have.
He's a fictional character. Is that?
I'm looking for new information. There is a there is a missing woman in Texas. I don't know if she's been found yet, but her husband is been under arrest. Let me share this. This is a trial I'm going to follow because it's close to home for me. East Almost, Texas, woman Suzanne Simpson has not been seen since earlier this month. Her husband, Brian, has been reported her missing last Monday, is now charged with the assault and unlawful restraint. Investigators have been searching for Suzanne Simpson, but have no clear answers yet. The rumor mill also seems to be working overtime. There's no longer much to see on where she lived, out just outside San Antonio. So basically, a search for 51-year-old. So there was a witness that said that they saw the husband and wife fighting just before. So far, it appears Simpson's whereabouts are still a mystery. Police say the mother of four was last seen outside her home October 6th, fighting with her 53-year-old husband. Neighbors said later he heard screams in the woods nearby. They said that he had been arrested the day before, like coming out of the ranch. Interesting. That part of the story is true. Brad Simpson was arrested Wednesday on family violence charges. But contrary to talk around town, he did not get out of jail right away. As of Thursday afternoon, he remained in custody with a bond totaling $2 million. The investigation seems to have activated some people's imaginations. Well, there you go. But we will be following this trial. I cannot imagine her not being unalived at this point. So that will be a trial that we will keep close eyes on. We are still awaiting court to return. They're running a little bit behind, y'all. Here we are.
Didn't you say 1:30?
What?
Didn't you say 1:30?
I don't remember.
You did. You said they'd be back at 1:30. It's only
11. Okay.
Well, no, it's 2:11 your time.
12:11.
12:11? Yeah, so they're not back yet.
Excuse me. Y'all, I forgot. We got a firehouse meeting tonight. And I have to leave it 2 hours ahead of time because it's a 2-hour drive for me.
Woo.
Look. I keep thinking today's Monday.
I want you to send me what you sent in. And got a
What do you mean?
What you got a 47 on? I want to read it.
What?
what you sent to the teacher.
Oh, okay. Yes.
I even printed off the article so I could underline and do and see what I thought would apply. Ugh. Excuse me. I interviewed for a job today in Pennsylvania. I think I'm going to get it. And it's from 8:30 to 2:30, which is great. That leaves my afternoons and pretty much free, which will be super.
Wow, we're not having a meeting this month. Why?
I don't know. They didn't ask me.
Oh, wait. It is not. It was the 14th. Oh my gosh.
And you
You missed it.
Oh, well.
And Herbie's like, dang it, it was yesterday. We missed it. For those of you who don't know, I'm a firefighter, volunteer, and a chaplain, and a first responder. And I've had my days off all week, and the week just started. We both have kind of been off all week. There's a lot of people who are having to do their late taxes, and when you find out you owe a 5-digit some amount of money on taxes, you go, oh, snap. I don't feel so bad now. I really don't. I don't feel so bad at all. Okay. So, Halloween, I'm going to get back to that real quick. So you can either come on live. I'll do a panel. I'll open up the phone. I'll have the number up, and as long as you have a camera and you're not inappropriately dressed, you may come on in a costume and be a part of the costume party, or you can send photos in Discord. We'll play some games. We'll have some trivia. We'll do some fun things. Oh, I think they make it too hard to be self-employed. I think that what sucks is if you have a business, not only do you pay your income tax and your sales tax, you pay a business tax where everything you have that belongs to the business, say like the computers, everything down to the paper clip, whatever, you have to pay taxes on that.
Yeah, you do.
I'm like, wait a minute. I paid taxes when I bought it. We pay 8.25% tax when I buy something here in this city, in this state. And then you're going to tax me on it again? I hope why am I? And then you keep paying a depreciated value, but why do I have to keep paying taxes on something that I paid taxes on when I bought it? Sweatpants and a tuxedo jacket together is an inappropriate. Nope, that's fine. Just can't see. Yeah. Yepers. I might even stream a movie on Discord. I don't know. We keep talking about doing something like that with Toxic Orchid, but we just never get it done. My son and I have been stuck on watching Harry Potter. We've like 6 nights in a row.
Have you seen Person of Interest?
I'm trying to think. I'm not sure.
It's really good with Jim Caviezel.
What is it on Netflix?
I watch it on Freebie. It's a series. Write it down and look at it. It's really good. It's called Person of Interest.
Okay, it's not on Netflix.
No, it's on Freebie.
I don't have that.
It doesn't cost anything. You can download it.
If you have Amazon Prime, you can watch it there.
Yeah. Really good.
Apple TV, I can watch it.
Yay, yay.
Okay, I'll check it out. Prime also has it. I haven't seen that. I got to tell you, the one I liked is Murdoch. I mean, not
what?
Murdoch. Murdoch
Yeah.
with
Andy Griffith.
no, it's now with gosh almighty. She's a female actress who played in a horror movie where she broke the guy's ankles. Bates.
The Kathy Bates.
Kathy Bates.
Hey.
I saw the premiere. It was fabulous. I can't wait for the next show. Volume is all the way up, guys. I can't make it any higher.
Put my ears on. Maybe I can hear him.
Matlock, excuse me. Murdoch and Matlock with Katie Bates is freaking fabulous.
It's a remake?
No.
Matlock.
But the name is used. I'm not spoiling it. Just go watch it.
Is it a series?
Okay, I'm going to mute you, love. I'm muting me too. Richard Allen's defense attorney says hair found on Abby Williams' hand does not match Richard Allen's DNA. That has never been made public before, but during our interview with the sheriff days after the murder, he told me and Ray on live TV they had DNA. Law enforcement then asked us to remove the information from our website, saying the sheriff was speaking out of full knowledge. Ooh. Somebody needing something? Seriously? Miss Pupper's out there barking. No, ma'am. Go lay down. So, that ought to be interesting. Uh-oh. Is this a new interview with Karen Reed? I'm just trying to find news, trying to help us wait. This woman has to be the most calmest woman I've ever seen in this situation, number one. Number two, she never comes in with anybody. She never leaves with anybody. She's alone. And she never stands up for the judge or the jury. I don't know if she's not supposed to, but that would be a first for me. Wow. Let me check and see if we have any more Boone Records. I keep wanting to say, spill that beautiful bean footage and use Boone. Let's check records. Mm. No new documents. I'm going to look into that. I'm not sure if it's an excerpt from the old one or if it's a new one. Yeah, I'm looking. I want to make sure it's not an excerpt. It was up on X when I was scrolling through. Sorry, I'm trying to find information. Okay, guys, we're waiting. We're waiting. It's silent. Sorry. What is everybody doing the rest of this week besides waiting for the Boone trial? Are you done being on the phone, Missy?
Yes, I had to take that. That was my fellow for the interview. We don't know yet, but there was a lot of good feedback from it. So we'll see.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, yes.
All of a sudden, everything's flooding in.
Yes. That's the way it happens when it's school year.
Summer is super dry for interpreters. Summer is very hard for interpreters, especially those who depend on interpreters for who do more educational interpreting. See, look, everybody is standing up in that courtroom but her. It drives me crazy. I'm like, who told her she can sit there and ignore that rule?
Well, maybe she feels entitled.
Oh, no, that's Sarah Boone.
Oh, yes.
Okay, we got a new person on the stand.
Swapping around the seats on us. All right, real quick, there was a
We're on Diane.
short issue that came up. Nothing wrong, just I want to make sure y'all, know what the rules are, and if something happens, you let us know, which is what happened this afternoon during lunch break. One of the jurors bumped into, it's probably no secret which one of you it was because he got called out of the room, but bumped into someone that he knew that worked at the district attorney's office, and they chatted, and she saw his juror badge and said, "Oh, you're on the jury," and yeah, I'm going to go get coffee. You want a coffee? No, you can't have I can't talk to you because I work at the DA's office, kind of thing. So that's, again, why we have you wear your badges during lunch. There's many reasons for it, but that's one of the best examples of it.
Yay, Wendy! Thank you. You got an entry.
Immediately remove yourself from the situation. Let us know about it. We'll take it up. Odds are it's not that big a deal, but we'll address it appropriately and go from there. All right. With that, Ms. Frankis, you can go ahead.
Judge, state calls Patrick Clark.
All right.
Mr. Clark, if you could stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Patrick Joseph Clark.
Where is it that you work, Mr. Clark?
I work at Burr and Foreman.
What, I guess, branch? Which practice
Oh,
of Burr and Foreman?
I work in our Mobile, Alabama office, but I was in our Atlanta office for about 22 years.
22 years?
So he worked with the
And do you
defendant.
know
I mean, the
Gary Farris?
decedent.
I do.
How do you know Gary Farris?
Gary and I, we first met back before I became a Burr and Foreman attorney. We were actually on the opposite side of real estate transactions and just got to know each other over the years. And at a certain point in time, Gary had talked to me about coming to work with Burr and Foreman, and at a certain point in time, I did that. So we practiced together, up until his death.
Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Farris?
Yeah, Gary was a good friend of mine, and while we didn't spend a lot of time together outside the office, and there's various reasons for that, we each had our own lives, and people who live in the Atlanta area and everything, you know how it is commute wise, and we work so much that whatever free time that we had, weekends, et cetera, we generally were spending with our families, et cetera. But, we would get together, play golf, sometimes go out and shoot ski, go, I think we went on a couple of dove hunts together. But, most of our time was spent as friends in the office, going to lunch when it was appropriate. We'd go out to dinner with clients sometimes, and et cetera. But, I considered Gary to be a very good friend of mine.
Did you ever hang out with Gary's family?
Some, yes.
How well did you know the rest of the family?
I knew who all they were. I mean, I knew all their names. I knew Melody. I knew, Chris and Scott and Amanda and Emily. Went to Chris's wedding. Went to Emily's wedding. Gary would tell me what was going on with his kids sometimes, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I knew the family.
Can you explain to the jury Gary's work ethic, or how often you guys have to work in your line of work?
Yeah, we work a lot. We are commercial real estate transactional lawyers, and we don't do any residential real estate work. It's all commercial real estate. And our practice primarily was representing institutional type lenders in commercial real estate transactions, construction loans, permanent loans, various different kinds of properties, multifamily apartment complexes, industrial buildings, office towers. We oftentimes did what we call syndicated transactions, which involve multiple banks, high dollar, high volume transactions involving what you would consider to be very sophisticated real estate developers, very sophisticated lenders, and it required a lot of time and effort to get those deals done. A lot of time and effort to get those deals done.
Would you work holidays frequently?
Yes, definitely. Our clients were very demanding, justifiably so.
What?
And, our work ethic and
Sarah Boone wants to snack during her trial. Oh, heck. She wants them to bring her food and wait on her. Oh, honey, boo boo, live it up, because you ain't ever gonna get this again.
And it was always, we didn't took the time that was needed to accomplish what it was that they were engaging us to do. And our practice, so a little bit better to understand that, is our practice was nationwide in scope. We closed deals all across the United States. And again, we were dealing with financial institutions.
She's saying she's
Boston and
hypoglycemic.
California and other places. So oftentimes there would be time frames where you'd be doing a transaction out in California, maybe 2 or 3 hours, depending.
Oh, she's missing her jail
What
food.
time of year it was. So it wasn't unusual for us to get on the phone with the client 10 o'clock our time, 6, 7 o'clock their time.
To your knowledge, did Gary Farris have any professional enemies?
No. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to try to explain that, because we're not criminal defense lawyers. We're not plaintiffs' attorneys. We don't go into the courtroom. I've been in the courtroom one time in my entire career. And I think Gary probably was in the courtroom a little bit more, but he used to practice some bankruptcy law. So he was probably in there in that regard. But no, our work, our transactions always involved people on every aspect of the transaction who were trying to accomplish the same goal, which was to get a deal done.
Would Gary share with you information about his family and what was going on during certain times in his life?
Not really.
Is he kind of a private person?
Very.
Was he proud of his kids?
Yeah. To the extent that we talked about them.
What about Scott?
Yeah, I remember kind of the first time I ever met Scott. I guess he was younger, maybe in his teens. And I think the first time I ever met him, I had lunch with him and Gary. And he struck me as a young kid. And then I guess he kind of had different jobs. I think I remember that he was selling cars at one time. I think he worked as an auto mechanic, if I'm not mistaken. And then at a certain point in time, he decided to go into the military. And I remember how proud Gary was of that. Very much so.
Were you someone that the family reached out to when his remains were found on July 5th?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with Melody that day?
No.
When did you speak with Melody about what happened on July 5th?
My recollection is I talked to Melody not too long after that, and I couldn't tell you exactly what I mean in terms of time by not too long after that. For obvious reason being it's 6 years ago.
Sure.
But I do remember that I did talk to Melody. I can remember I was sitting in my office in Mobile, and my phone rang, and I looked down, and it said Melody Farris, and I was a little bit surprised, but she called me in my office.
And what was it that she was calling you about?
She called me and asked me if I could provide any assistance or information about helping her, I guess, obtain or get access to Gary's capital contribution in our law firm.
What is a capital contribution?
Well, a capital contribution, so in law firms, you have different levels of people who work in a law firm. And our firm is a pretty large firm. We've got 19 different offices, but there's different organizational structures, organizational funds. But the way that our firm works is you you have two levels of partners. You have what's referred to as equity partners, and then you have what's referred to as income partners. And then you have associates, right? So the hierarchy is, in terms of the firm structure itself, the equity partners are the owners of the law firm. So it's as if you owned a construction company and you're the owner. Income partners and associates are basically employees of the law firm. So they're W-2 employees. So our law firm, if there's profits at the end of the year, the equity partners share in the profits. So a capital contribution is the amount of money that, as the owner or equity partner in the law firm, that you're required to put in on an annual basis, et cetera, to maintain a certain level of capital for expansion, for needs to meet, upgrades in computer systems and so on and so forth. So it's basically a slug of money that's put in by the owners that's there and available for certain things.
And at any time, do you receive that contribution back throughout the year?
The only time that you
Next to
receive
comment should be a dollar bill in the comments next to it. Click on that
So
dollar
was
bill.
Gary-
Oh,
You do have
thank
to put it
you, Toy.
the opposite
And in
structure,
that
you gotta put it in.
comment,
Was Gary?
you'll
a
see a
part-
dollar bill.
Yeah,
Click on
there
it,
was an equity.
and it's below
Did
the
you,
super chats, I
continue
believe.
to chat with Melody on the phone after she asked about that?
I
Thank you,
did for a
Toy.
short period of time, yes.
What was it that you and her spoke about?
You're so awesome.
After I had talked with Melody, or as she asked me about the capital contributions and assisting and trying to get it, and I indicated to her that I would do what I could. I really didn't have any knowledge about that because I'd never been involved in having to get a capital contribution back. But I took the opportunity to
Katie
ask
Mouse,
Melody,
congratulations.
Melody, what do they think happened? And she answered me.
What did she say?
She didn't really respond, in my opinion, to my question. She basically relayed to me, I guess if I think back on it now, what was going on the morning of the 4th of July. And what she told me was that she got up early in the morning or sometime in the morning, and she was blowing off, I guess, the leaves on either the driveway or somewhere around the house with a blower. And she finished that up. And then I remember her distinctly saying, and I know that Gary was there because I could smell cigarette smoke, right? And then she got prepared because she was going up to, I guess, Lake Lanier to spend the day with one of her children. And my recollection is it was her daughter, Amanda. And she headed up to the lake.
And did she mention anything about if she went anywhere else before the lake?
Yeah, and I remember this conversation pretty vividly because it just struck me as unusual. She said, and on the way to the lake, I stopped at, my recollection was Target, and I bought a chair. And then she said something that really and she said, and I've got the receipt for that. And I went up to the lake, stayed up at the lake, came back home. She had
I don't know
two
what to tell
girls
you,
with
love.
her. think
I don't
one of
know.
them was
I'm
her
not versed in
granddaughter,
that well
and one of them
enough.
was a friend of her granddaughter's. Got back home, went straight to the bedroom and stayed in there the rest of the night because they were tired and they were watching movies. And that was basically the extent of the conversation.
Did you ask her what she did that day, or was this unprompted?
It was unprompted. I didn't ask her what she did that day.
Mr. Clark, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
I don't know, y'all.
Few quick questions.
We'll be here all afternoon.
Based on what you just said, did you not call law enforcement in this case? Do you remember that?
I spoke to law enforcement.
Like you called them. You had something. Yes, sir.
I spoke to law enforcement. I think it was the week after the 5th. I called and spoke with a detective who was the lead detective on the case. And I told him who I was. I told him what I did. I told him that he and Gary and I did the same kind of work.
Sure.
And the reason I did that is because when most people think about lawyers, they think about people who spend time in the courtroom and people who spend time involved in litigation, et cetera. And I called them because I had become aware that the incident after finding Gary had become a homicide investigation. And I wanted to tell the detective, look, what you have to do, and I told him, I said, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, but you need to know what it is we do. And we spend all of our time on the telephone, and we spend all of our time sending emails. So what you need to do is you need to look at our firm's email system and find out when the last time that Gary sent an email was. And if there's nothing after that, that's where you need to start. And that's what I told him. So that's when I contacted law enforcement. I never said anything to law enforcement about the conversation that I subsequently had with Melody until I was interviewed a month or so ago.
Do you remember when you called Detective Hayes also that there was something, you had a conversation with Chris, that there were some things that concerned you and you brought that up to Hayes? Do you remember that?
I don't, what,
You were discussing something to the effect of you had a conversation with Chris and some of the knowledge and things that he knew, you just thought, well, I think that's kind of concerning and I think you need to know about that, Detective Hayes. Do you remember that at all?
Possibly I did. I don't know that I'm sitting here trying to think about that. I talked to Detective Hayes. Can't remember how extensively I talked with him about the conversations I'd had with Chris. I had gotten a lot of my information
from Chris,
right? Because Chris contacted me to basically let me know what happened to his dad. I wasn't in Atlanta at that time. I had already moved out of Atlanta to Mobile, and he was kind of telling me what happened, and to a certain extent asking me, what do you think we should do here? And so I relayed to Detective Hayes everything that people had told me.
Sure. But you didn't bring up any of this conversation with Ms. Farris.
I did not bring that conversation up with anyone until, like I said,
about a month ago.
The first time I talked
Chris was the first one on the stand, I believe.
To my recollection, was the last time I talked to Detective Hayes. And nobody in between that period of time until a month or so ago ever got in touch with me. So I guess to a certain degree, it was kind of out of sight, out of mind. Maybe I should have called them, but I didn't.
But you can't remember, would it help to listen to the recording of your phone call?
Sure.
To refresh your memory?
Yeah. I mean, again, it was 6 years ago, and, I don't doubt what you're saying. I don't remember. But I do remember what I was striving to do when I talked to Detective Hayes was to relay information to him that I thought would be helpful in the investigation.
We might need just a minute to get that together.
We'll need to get outside the presence first. Anything else you want to ask before we go down that road?
No.
All right, y'all step out.
Potty break. Comfort break. I forgot. We don't call it potty breaks no more. We call them comfort breaks. Are they trying to impeach the witness? I'm down to my last orange. The next color is going to take me forever. The one that's worse is I've got all black on these backgrounds.
Information from over there to over here.
In the future.
In the year 2000, we'll be able to do that. In the year 2000.
What is he talking about in the year 2000? We'll be able to do that. Y'all want to expand on that comment?
I'm going to make y'all come to the technology conference with me in December.
Ooh.
You might want to know where it is. And then
Every single law firm should have a person to go to court with them that is tech savvy. Because it will save a lot of time and make you look a whole hell of a lot more professional.
Well, it's not on the displays, so that's the problem. Yeah, well, it's gotta be
We need a Braxton. I miss my Braxton. I miss Braxton. I miss you, Braxton. We all do. We all miss Braxton.
Now try it. All right, let's pause it and tell them what you're doing.
At this time, I'm playing a recording that you made of the phone call that you made to Detective Hayes to help refresh your memory. And you judge, I mean, if you want, I don't have this timestamp in the transcript of this, so I'm going to move it kind of forward. It was towards the end of the interview, I believe. Play the whole thing. 17 minutes. What's that? I don't have it admitted, but we'll call this Clark 1.
But I felt like I thought about this over the weekend, and I felt like I should at least relay this information. Gary is my law partner and my friend, and he and I'm assuming, I know that
It's risky to say that you don't remember something you actually do, because they'll pull it up and put it in your face.
Gary's oldest son, Chris, called me on July 5th in the afternoon. And, after I had heard the news from two of our partners in our Atlanta office, and by the way, I practiced in Atlanta for the last 25 years. I just recently moved out of town to one of our other offices. So I'm somewhat familiar with the Farris property and very familiar with Gary's family, his children, so on and so forth. But anyway, Chris called me on Thursday afternoon, and he said, I guess you heard that my father is passed away. And I said, yeah, Chris, I heard, and I'm so sorry, so on and so forth. And we were just kind of chatting. He was like, I'm trying to figure out what to do. I want to do what my dad wanted me to do, so on and so forth. And then during the course of that conversation, we're talking about his father's death. He made at least one comment that kind of made me think, well, why did he say that? And which was, my parents have been having problems which I knew. You know, Gary was a fairly personal person when it came to his personal life, so he didn't share a lot. But, you know, when you spend so much time with somebody, you pick up on things and so on and so forth. So I thought that was an odd statement during the course of the conversation. You know, when we were talking about his dad passing away, what he should do and how he should take care of things. That's how his dad wanted to do, so on and so forth. And that was kind of the gist of that conversation. So I hung up and then came into the office the next day. Chris called me back on Friday morning, and we started talking again. And it was at that point in time, see, we didn't know what had actually happened. And when I say we, I'm talking about people at our law firm and myself and so on and so forth. We all assumed that Gary had passed away from a heart attack. We know that he'd been having some medical issues, so on and so forth. So during the course of that conversation, Chris started telling me about what happened. And one of the things that struck me as unusual, and I'm going to tell you basically what he told me. He said that no one had seen Gary on July 4th, and that they all went to the lake and came back and still no one had seen him. And then the next day, which would have been the 5th, one of the grandchildren asked where Gary was, and that's when they started looking for him. And his car was there the whole time. His car keys were there the whole time. And Chris said that he and his brother Scott and Gary's wife Melody started looking around and eventually made their way to a point on the property where, and I don't know if it was a permanent burn pit or something else, but a place where they burned things. And Chris then said a couple of things that really made me, and this is why I'm calling you. First of all, he said, my mother went directly to the pit. I felt like she took us directly there. My brother Scott started stirring around in the pit and said, we need to call 911. Don't look in there. So that's what they did. And then, and this is what I found to be really unusual. Because, and look, I'm not a police officer, I'm not an investigator, et cetera, but, you know, I watch enough shows on TV to at least think, you know, I have some kind of idea what you guys go through in these investigations. Chris told me, he said, and they told me, he didn't say who they was, they told me that they found a rib bone that had a bullet in it or had been struck by a bullet, that it was a 38.
Yay, Wendy! Welcome to the family, my dear.
Weapon that was on the property that I guess belonged to them that was missing. And I thought about that and I was thinking to myself, well, during the course of an investigation, I wouldn't think that the people doing the investigation are going to share that kind of information with someone. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just, you know, playing, you know, television detective or whatever. But I would think that especially if you were one of the people who was on the property, that that's not something that they're going to share with you. So I found that to be odd that he told you that. Maybe I'm just dreaming things up. Maybe I'm conjuring things up. I don't know. But the more I thought about it, the more I was thinking, well, maybe I should tell somebody about that.
Yeah, and there were probably 15, 20 investigators there at any one time, and Scott was actually the one that pointed out to us, when I say us, detectives, that the gun was missing. Scott had discovered the gun a couple weeks ago. During the course of this, he went back to find it and couldn't. So that's how Chris would have known the gun was missing. And we have not identified the caliber of the bullet, so Chris might be assuming it's a 38 because the 38 is missing. So.
And again, detective, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody.
Right. We do appreciate
I
appreciate the phone call, and I was just trying, that might explain that.
The other thing that Chris told me, and again, I'm hesitant to tell you you know, he told me that he was 95.8% sure that his mother did this. And I said, well, Chris, you know, they'll investigate. I'm sure they'll figure it out, hopefully sooner rather than later. So I don't know whether he's relayed that to you guys or not. That's what he told me. So those were the kind of conversations. And I had one more conversation with him after that, which was more along the lines of, he indicated to me, I guess, that they had all hired attorneys and so on and so forth. And I have not heard from him since. I'm assuming his attorney probably told him he doesn't need to be talking to anybody. The other thing that I was thinking about, and I wanted to relay to you guys, and hopefully this will be helpful. Again, not trying to do your job or not trying to play, you know, detective. What Gary and I do, we're commercial transactional lawyers. We don't go in the courtroom. We're not people who we deal with primarily with banks, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, BBVA Compass. We represent.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
All right. All right, we're going back in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. Bye.
I'm going to take a break from that. Maybe I ought to sew up my pillow that's coming unsewn. Yeah, this is going to be a bit dry, y'all. I'm sorry. Some days are powerful and some days are brutally dry in court. Delphi murder trial jury update. 12 jurors, 4 alternates have been seated, 10 women, 6 men. Judge Gold has elected to continue to pick alternates until she feels comfortable with the number. All righty then.
You got warm water over there?
I shouldn't have eaten. Now I'm sleepy.
It is barely comfortable in here. I am burning up. I'm about to turn my fan on. No, you touched. I turned it down in the office already.
That judge is, I've been on it.
I can feel the warm air blowing from
Somebody, it's essential for the whole building, and somebody turned the heat on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we get started back, I'm going to take this opportunity just to remind y'all the things I've been telling y'all. And the reason I'm doing it is just because it refreshed my memory as we were doing it. And I figure it's a good time just to have a little chat with y'all again. Normally, when we send y'all in the back, it's very unlikely that you're going to interact with anyone who knows what happened while y'all were in the back in the jury room. Unfortunately, with the coverage of this case, there are many sites in which you can view the proceedings that are going on right now.
You're welcome.
And so it is critically important, and that's why you cannot talk to anyone about the case, because they may be watching the case and they see you're a juror. They're going to say something, and especially going to want to talk to you about something that happened outside your presence. And there's a reason it's happening outside your presence, because the rules of evidence, although they may seem strange and arcane, and to some extent they are, there are a reason for the rules, and that's why we follow the rules. And so when we're sending you out on the what's about to happen right here, and I'm just going to tell you what kind of happened right here without going into the specifics, but as y'all left, there was a phone conversation with the witness and a detective, and so that was played to the witness so the witness could refresh his recollection. But that's the process. Instead of playing you the message, that's the proper process in doing it. And because it's a recording, we can't show it to him and have him review it, etc. So there may be things that are not otherwise admissible, and that's why we do it outside your presence. And that may come up from time to time and will continue to happen throughout the course of the trial. So that's the whole reason for that, and that's why it's critically
Don't get your
important
knickers in
that
a
you
knot.
not talk to anyone about the case whatsoever. All right, with all that, Mr. Weaver, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So after listening to the recording, your memory has been refreshed, yes?
Yes.
All right, and you previously told the jury that you called because your primary purpose of the call, or the only purpose of the call, was to discuss, the nature of being a transactional lawyer. But there was a first part to that phone call, and could you tell the jury what that is?
Well,
Let's contain that too. And I asked you, what did you want to call and relay about Chris that you found to be concerning?
I don't know that I was just necessarily calling about Chris, but what I was calling about was things that had been relayed to me from Chris that I found to be concerning under the circumstances based on where the matter was at the time.
Which would have been the 6th, I believe, Friday.
So my recollection is that, and actually, thank you for playing that, because it reminded me that the 5th was a Thursday.
Correct. And yes, sir, we have a calendar right here to look at to refresh
Right,
your memory.
not Friday. I think I said Friday earlier, but it was actually, so Tuesday was the 3rd, Wednesday was the 4th, the 5th was the day that they found Gary's body.
Correct.
And so, and I'm sorry, what was your question again?
My question is what did you relay to Detective Hayes about the conversation you'd had with Chris?
All right, so I
that you felt
relayed
was
to
concerning?
Detective Hayes that I found concerning some of the things that had been relayed to me by Chris in that conversation. And my concern was based on not the fact that it was coming from Chris per se, but I was kind of concerned about, okay, this is early in the investigation, so where is this information coming from? It seems to me that, again, and you heard in the conversation, based on just common sense and somewhat limited knowledge about police investigations, I always thought that the investigators would hold things very close to the vest and not relay any information to anybody whatsoever, especially somebody like the deceased son who's on the property.
And that information was that he had relayed to you that a 38 was missing in the house, yes?
Yes.
And that a 38 special bullet was pulled from his father's.
I don't know if you said special. It was 38. Yeah.
38 was pulled from his father.
Yes. Yes.
And Detective Hayes said back to you, we don't even know the type of bullet involved in this case.
In that conversation he did. But he also said that, that the information was.
Said to you,
Well, but I
unless
okay, I got you. I understand.
Unless prompted.
That's all, Your Honor.
Anything else?
After speaking with Detective Hayes, you spoke with Chris, and then you relayed what Chris had communicated to you to Detective Hayes. Is that accurate?
Say that again.
You spoke with Chris had called you, and then you relayed what you heard from Chris to Detective Hayes.
Correct.
And the information that Chris was telling you, you weren't sure anyone should know or would know.
Right.
Okay.
I was simply relaying to Detective Hayes what had been communicated to me. That's all I was doing.
And then after speaking with Detective Hayes further, did you have any other concerns regarding that conversation?
No. I mean, no, I was trying to be very factually based in what I communicated to Detective Hayes. I knew that it was early on in the investigation, You know, I myself had just found out that this was a homicide investigation. And I was completely shocked by that because, again, you know, we all believed that Gary had suffered some type of heart attack or a stroke or something like that and had fallen over and burned up in a fire. And then we find out a day later that no, Gary was killed. He was shot. And so once I found that out, and after information had been relayed to me, I just thought it was important to tell the detective what people had told me, especially because it was just right there, the 5th. So.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness.
Yes, thank you, Ronnie, for the update. We appreciate you so very much. Hey, love. Beautiful. Wake us up, dude. Come on.
Mr. Durlocker, if you could please.
We're going to
raise your
sleep
right
over here.
hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. And if you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Durlacher.
Mr. Durlocker, what is it that you do for a living?
I'm a lawyer.
Where are you a lawyer?
I'm a lawyer with Burr and Foreman.
What kind of law is that?
We're a full-service commercial law firm with offices throughout the Southeast.
How long have you been with Burn Foreman?
25 years.
Did you have the opportunity to know Gary Farris?
I did. I worked with Gary. Gary Farris hired me at Burr and Foreman.
When was that?
I started March 1st, 1999.
And do you work here in the Atlanta office or somewhere else?
I work in the Atlanta office.
Mr. Durlacher, could you please tell the jury when you first heard about Mr. Farris's remains being discovered?
Sure. It was July 5th. I was at work and I heard the news from Angela Phillips, who works in my office. She was upset, and myself and another attorney in my office took her into a conference room to talk to her. And that's when we heard that Gary's body was found on the burn pile.
Can you tell the jury about your relationship with Gary?
Sure. We were friends. We were co-workers. Like I said, he hired me. He trained me. So we worked closely together for a number of years. And I owe a lot to who I am as a lawyer to Gary.
Would you all share personal information about your families to each other?
Small talk. We would talk about our families, what's going on with kids. My kids were younger than his, so he could be a source of wisdom, having gone through it before. But that was about it.
Can you tell the jury, please, about when you found out that Gary was in fact murdered?
It was sometime after July 5th. I can't remember the exact date, but I can remember it was in the context of that a bullet had been found in his rib.
Who was it that told you that information, that relayed that to you?
I can't remember who exactly told me that.
Was it someone from the family or somebody else, like law enforcement?
Just going back, I can't remember if it was someone from the family or law enforcement. I talked to both a good bit during those early days.
Who did you communicate with from the family?
Around that, what I'll call early to mid-July period, I had a number of conversations with Melody Farris. And then I had one conversation with Amanda Farris.
Tell the jury about your conversations with Melody Farris during that time in July.
Sure. We had an early conversation. Melody, in fact, might have reached out to me as returning a phone call that I had placed just to see how everything was going. I'm just trying to think of exactly what we discussed, but is whether they had heard anything about Gary, what was going on. And like I said, it was, I think that day, later that day that she and I spoke, and confirmation that Gary was found on the burn pile. And she also offered that there was no foul play involved.
When was that phone? Do you recall what date that phone call was?
Yes, that was later in the day on July 5th. I had spoken with Angela around midday, around noon. She had gotten the news from, I believe, from Amanda. And then later in the day is when I spoke with Melody.
Did you know anything about Gary's spells?
Yes, I knew some about those.
Did most of the people in the office generally know that he would have those moments?
A number of us did, yes.
Did you ever see him have one of those?
Not personally where I saw the spell as if you were to have one right now, but I was around when he was in his office. I knew he was laying down because he was having one.
And did you have a subsequent conversation with Miss Farris after that call on the 5th?
We had a few conversations. We had that first one on the 5th and a few after that. Police were at the house looking through things, had taken the phones. Once she had called me from a neighbor's house. I believe I even supplied her with the name of a criminal lawyer as well.
What was your relationship like with Melody Farris during this time?
Fine, I would say cordial. We didn't spend a lot of time with each other, but we would see one another at firm events from time to time.
Did she ask you any questions about Gary's finances or documents in the office or anything of that nature?
It came up in one of the calls in the context of she did not want anyone to come in to take papers or to go through any affairs, that she was reluctant to have Emily Farris or her husband come in and to do anything, so that her preference was that we wouldn't let anyone into the office.
That's something she expressed to you over one of the phone calls.
Correct.
Did she volunteer information about her whereabouts from the 4th or the 5th?
Yes. She had told me that they were at the lake, I believe all day on the 4th, that they hadn't gotten back until late, didn't think about seeing where Gary was until the next morning when the grandkids were asking where Big Daddy was. But she told me that's what the grandkids called Gary. And it was at that point that they realized he wasn't in the house, and that Chris and Scott went looking to try to find him. His phone and his keys were in the house, so they weren't sure.
That's sketchy to me.
After the days following finding Mr. Farris's remains, did you speak with law enforcement as well?
I did.
And did law enforcement ever come to the office and gather documents from the office? Did your firm provide documents as well?
Yes, they came to the office. We met with them. We showed them where the office was. They requested certain documents from us, which we had our IT group help to download from the computer that could be sent to them.
time Judge State would move to tender state's exhibits, Journal 1, 2, and 3.
No objection.
All right, they're amended.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Mr. Gerlocker, if you could please review these. I'm going to pull them up on the computer.
The wife's behavior is a little odd, but we don't know how we're going to react when our spouse is found unalived if we didn't do it. But I do find her behavior a little bit odd. Are y'all there? There it is.
Okay, I'm pulling up Gerlocker 1. What is it that we are looking at here in State's Exhibit Gerlocker 1?
It's a stack of papers that's entitled Current Elections and Beneficiary Designations. And when I turn the page, looks like the type of information that we have to fill out on an annual basis for enrollment in our benefit plans.
Benefit plans?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these Mr. Farris's benefit plans?
It says so. It says Benefit Plan Enrollment, Gary W. Farris.
Okay, and these came from your office. Is that accurate?
Yes, I had requested these from HR.
And so these are benefits that Mr. Farris elected himself into.
That's correct. We have a pretty robust benefit plan at our law firm. And so you can buy additional or you get a certain baseline and then you have to fill out some information such as beneficiary designations.
And do the partners get additional options for benefits?
There's some additional life insurance that you can purchase. That's correct, both in terms of life, accidental death and disability, and long-term disability.
And does it appear that Mr. Farris elected into basic term life, accidental death and policy?
It does appear he paid the premium to opt into the optional accidental death and disability, and as well as the buy-up for the life insurance policy.
And then he also, it appears that he signed up for an optional accidental death at
Correct.
the bottom. Okay, we're going to move on. Let's see here. Okay, it's a little slow moving. Okay. This next page appears to be the beneficiaries of Mr. Farris's policies.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Okay, and who is that beneficiary?
It appears there's one current beneficiary, and it's Melody Farris for 100% of the primary percentage.
How much was that? I didn't catch the dollar amount. How much was that? Why do I think it's off? Because nobody's talking about her being emotional.
This appears to be a
She's just
summary of some sort.
business.
You can back it up and look.
It appears so. It looked like the prior page was the 2017 coverage. Looks like this page that you're scrolling through is the 2018 benefits coverage.
Okay. So you have to re-enroll into these benefits every year.
That is correct. I think it's in January, but once a year you have to re-up, even if you just want to keep the same coverage or to change.
And that's typically what people call open enrollment period.
That's exactly right.
And everybody does it at the last minute.
Correct.
Okay. Go to. All right. It appears that did your firm do the highlighting for the current information?
That I don't know.
Okay. This appears to be when Melody Farris was added as beneficiary in 2012. And then he edited his profile. All right. We will go on to the, so primary beneficiaries here under the profit sharing. Now, what is the profit sharing?
Sure. As a partner in the firm, we're all enrolled in the profit sharing plan where a percentage of the profits are put into the plan. And you can also go up to a statutory maximum each year with your own dollars, but regardless of whether you make contributions, so much of the profit of the firm will be put in on a quarterly basis for the benefit of all the partners.
And this states that the beneficiary effective date was April 10th, 2018, and it was Melody Farris. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Now I'm going to open Locker 3, which is sort of a nice little summary of what we were just looking at. This was provided by your firm as well.
That is correct.
And this breaks it down through your carrier of Lincoln Financial. And it appears to be Gary Farris's enrollment for each term life, accidental death, equity partner, the buy-up, and the optional. Is that true? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. So that just says how much each coverage is. And then this is a separate one down here. Is that accurate?
That's the profit sharing plan, and our custodian of record is Empower.
Okay. And so Melody appears to be the beneficiary of all of those as well.
That is correct.
I would not be surprised if it wasn't for at least $1 million.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Gary had a sterling reputation in the legal community.
Wait a minute.
You've heard this all.
Let's pause there. $500,000 term life insurance. A group A and D, 500,000. Base life equity partner, 400,000. Basic life partner buy up, 300,000. Optional A and D, 500. So it was $1,945,000. $94.62. Right here. $1,945,000, $94.62. Can we sign that for him? $1,945,000, $94.62. That's it. I can sign it.
Legal community.
Almost $2 million.
You've heard this already, but he practiced in an area that's called commercial real estate and worked with a lot of banks and financial institutions. He was incredibly intelligent, responsive, and very practical minded at the same time, which is always a unique combination of skills in a lawyer.
Would he and would the individuals in your firm often work on holidays?
Yes.
Was he fairly prompt with responding to emails?
Absolutely. To be a good lawyer, you have to be prompt in responding to clients.
Give me 1 moment.
Especially multi-million-dollar clients. Which do you do? The mill on the hand or do you do
To
them?
these numbers here and the amount of coverage. So for the term life, it appears to be 500,000. Then the accidental death, the group accidental death is another 500,000. The life equity partners, 400,000. So we're at $1,400,000, 1.4. And then the buy up is another 300,000. So that's 1.7. And then the optional accidental death is another 500. So that would be 2.
No, 1.945942.
That's right. It looks about it to be
But-
$1 million of accidental death and disability.
Age
And then
70,
In terms of life insurance.
it goes to
it's-
half.
What would that be? 1.2?
When he turns 70, it goes to half.
That's all I have for you, Mr. Durlocker. Thank you so much.
That's a lot of dollars from a lot of motivation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Durlocker. My name's John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. I want to go back and talk to you briefly. How do I turn? Megan, how did you turn this? Why it wouldn't be turned on the document. One thing we have definitely established in this jury is technology does not work.
We have two jurors that immediately recognize Sarah Boone. Another one in Spanish says he doesn't
Okay,
speak English.
Right here, this highlighted portion, we're talking about something in 2012, and it looks like we've moved Ms. Farris from a contingent to a primary. Is that what that means?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, so that means prior to that, she was not the primary beneficiary of any of his life insurance.
She would be a contingent beneficiary, which means if something were to happen, if one of the primary beneficiaries were pre-deceased, then the residual would go to the contingent beneficiary.
Did you have records or did you know who was the primary prior to Melody becoming the primary in 2012?
I would assume our HR people have that, but
Okay.
I don't know that.
You don't know. But we do know that as of 2012, she was moved from the contingent to the primary.
But if
That's what
she
this appears to
unalived
show,
him,
yes, sir.
the contingent gets it.
And I know the jury is loving hearing about all these numbers, but I've got one more question and I will sit down. Can you explain to me how the profit sharing system at Byrne Foreman worked and what was Gary's percentage? We've never known.
Well, let's see if I can explain it. Yes, each year you can contribute so much of your own money. I don't know in this time period, but maybe it was up to, let's say 15,000. And then if you were 50, you can do a catch up every year of maybe an additional 5,000. And Congress sets that amount and it goes up each year. But then separate and apart from that, the firm will put so much money into the profit sharing plan. Pretty much an equal amount for all partners. So for example, my firm just made the third quarter profit sharing plan contribution. Today I got an email and it would have everyone's name and it would show the amount put in on a quarterly basis. And it's the same for each equity partner in the firm.
So they get every equity partner gets the same amount.
That is correct. And then on top of that, an equity partner can make an individual decision whether they want to contribute some of their own money on a pre-tax basis.
Okay, that's all I have.
So it'll be a tax write-off.
I have no more questions.
All right, sit
Or it
down.
won't be
Thank you, sir.
taxed, not write-off, pre-tax
Should I leave the
basis.
exhibits here or hand them
Yes.
back?
You can give them to Ms. Frankie.
I'll take them. Thank you.
All right. our next
Yeah, with her defense fund, I'm sure she has.
one. It's just 2:30. So a little bit. Dr.
Her
Goody.
defense fund is at least half of that. Because the house is gone, all the property's gone. They foreclosed on the house because when he died, there was no money. He died. His paychecks were paying the bills and nothing else. She was spending it as fast as she could get it.
Ready to break? All right. All good.
I wasn't hungry till I saw you eating over there, Miss Diane. I saw that. I did. I did see that. Let me pull it up. Family hopeful resentencing is imminent after DA calls for press conference. Family members are reporting to fly into LA tonight for the news conference tomorrow. The LA District Attorney George Gascon is rumored to set the brothers free during the resentencing announcement. Yep.
I hate to do this to you, but I need to go.
You cutting out on me?
Yeah.
Tired?
Well, I got some things I got to get done.
Oh, I understand. Thank you so much, beloved. Appreciate you.
All right. Don't forget to send me that.
I've already sent it. I hope I sent the correct one.
Okay.
Bye. So I haven't been following the Menendez brothers, but it looks like are they gonna get a renewed sentencing trial? And why? Let me see. Wow, people are going to the Menendez home. They had to put a fence up and put a cop out there. I'll have to watch it. Did they say how long they were going to be gone? Her attorney, in my humble opinion, isn't doing a good job. No, he's not. No, I'm not agreeing with the way he's defending her at all. I don't know. We have not heard from the second daughter. We heard from the first daughter and the two boys. I don't know. We've heard from the boyfriend, ex-boyfriend. We've heard from I don't want to call it girlfriend, the secretary fling. I know a lot of people get mad because of the other woman syndrome, but I commend her for realizing that what she was doing was really hurtful and wrong, and she quit. I don't know. Don't know. No bueno. I didn't. I was too young. I never needed anyone. Well, we can only hope and pray, Ronnie. We can only hope and pray that that is the case. I don't know. This one's dragging on forever. They're thinking it's going to take 3 weeks for this one. So that means we're dual trials here. Dual lives. That's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Let me go ahead. I need to do this, guys. I need to. These people take good care of me. My fabulous sponsor. Let's hear a word for them while I fix myself another cup of coffee. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Please show them some love. They are fabulous people. And it's really nice, comfortable. You did it, see Morales, will you watch? I may go back and do a little review. Let me get my coffee going. Got to get the coffee going. Coffee comes first. I don't know. I would think they would get the resentencing. I don't think they would get a whole new retrial. Honestly, I don't. But knowing what y'all know now, it's a good question, Ronnie, and all of you. Knowing what you know now, would you think that they would be innocent under today's trials? Yeah, I just remember watching, but can't remember the details. Yeah, how long ago? We were much younger then. Definitely were much younger. But those of you who do remember it well enough, do you believe that in today's trials, how do you think it would turn out for them? Do you think it would be one of these? Do you think they get a different outcome? That's what I want to know, because I have no clue. I didn't watch it. I will go and try and catch up. I remember hearing about them on TV. I remember that didn't they just unalive their parents? They unalived their parents. So I remember that. but I don't remember any of the details as why. So I'm going to have to research this again. I really am. Because I do seem to recall that there was alleged CA going on. But I have to go back. I think I'll go back and watch the actual Netflix special, try to see what their views of it were. But I'm not sure. I guess we're in recess till quarter of or two. I don't know. I thought we had another witness coming up on the stands. I want to thank of y'all so much for joining me. Y'all are awesome. I greatly appreciate you. Wendy, thank you so much for becoming a member. Yay! Toy, thank you so much for giving a membership. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you for gifting a membership. You rock. You are amazing. We love you. I just don't know enough to know about the trial, how to gauge this. So I really can't answer you on that. My son has given me hell because I put the Skittles in a big goblet instead of hearing the bag going crunch, 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 crunch. Instead of hearing. I think my son is going to go play his favorite game. He's been getting the customers all morning. Now I'm going to get him. He's feeling good. I'm glad to see it. He went and got in my chair and did some back stretches, and I need to do the same. Stretch. My back is not fun. So they had manslaughter, not innocent, but for sure lesser charge. So what do you think they should have gotten, Ronnie? Involuntary manslaughter? And they were children. Well, no, they were both adults, barely, if I remember that much. And what did they get? Did they get life? They brutally unalived their parents. Yeah. Did they get life? And then, so what are they looking to get? I'm sure they got life, but what are they wanting now? Time served? I guess I could look it up if I was really smart. Well, baby girl. Oh, did Bobo take good care of you? Oh, we have a new panda to the National Zoo. It arrived in the U.S. Oh, we like pandas. We love pandas. I'm looking. So the biggest challenge right now is fuel, says Representative Greg Cebu of Florida talks about the hurricane aftermath. The biggest problem is fuel. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And then all the people who have the electric cars, the T word, we're sitting here talking about how wonderful they didn't have to wait for gas and everything. And then when all the power went out, they weren't moving either. I said, what can you beat when both of them are gone? What else do you do then? What do you do? My friend has a natural gas car. It's interesting. I think they have. Yeah. If you have battered spouse syndrome, why don't you have the battered children syndrome? It's the same thing, isn't it? Why couldn't they claim that? Because it's not a spouse, but there should be some kind of battered something syndrome out there. They've got it for everything else. I mean, if they were thatly brutally abused and they felt the only thing, what? Lay down. Down. She puts her head on my knee just so gently and goes, Mommy. So the father, yeah. So the brothers need to be set free. They had served their time for the awful parents did to them. Even the state attorney wasn't able to find one person had anything nice to say about them. Oh. Yeah, I get it. I do. I struggle when youth do something, even like this other girl that we had, Carly. I think that was her name, and she unalived her mother. She was cold-hearted, calculated. I don't think she should be free. But these guys, I don't know much about their case, but um, this girl was not abused. These guys were. So why do they not have a defense for these guys? Yeah, unlike Sarah Boone. Gosh, that woman's absolutely insane. Now she wants snacks in court. Really? So what kind of snacks, Your Honor? Can I order bonbons and a side of champagne? Just saying. Oh my God. Potential juror said this. All right. Word for word. Their words, not mine. I can't miss work and my boss doesn't pay shit. The courtroom laughed. Judge Kirknett smiles, ignores, and moves on to the next question. He told the jurors to expect it to go 2.5 weeks, ending on or before the first. I don't think so. That is so funny. That is so funny. Yeah. Who wants, all right, should we send a love fund to Miss Boone and buy her, not the money, but buy her soy free treats and send them to the courthouse and see if she eats them? Have them delivered? Put from your adoring fans? Not. They won't give them to her because of risk of poisoning. I love how she was very selective in what she was soy allergic to and what she was not. Yeah, that to me, some of her shenanigans. I wonder how she's faring with the cellmates now she doesn't get all this special attention. She's got to get it from somewhere. I doubt they're giving it to her. There was an 80s, the father was a very powerful man. I do remember hearing about it, but I don't remember any details. They've been in jail a long time. What, 30 years almost? And some states, life is 33 years or 44 or whatever. They have a maximum life set. So if you're alive after that, you've served your life. First trial was hung. The second one was guilty. Wonder what changed it for him. And wonder how hung it was. I wonder. Be interesting to know. I'm looking up stuff on the Boone, so that is so funny. I can't miss work. My boss doesn't pay shit. Sir, your mouth, or madam, if that was who you are who said that, your mouth fits perfectly in with the Boone. I would laugh my butt off if they got stuck on jury duty. That would be funny. That would be horrible, but that would be funny. Yep. A lot of times that's the way it is, though. And what was not thought of as abuse back in the 80s is highly thought of as abuse today. Back in the 80s, it was nothing for me to be told to go get a switch off of the tree and strip it and give it to mama, and she'd spank my butt. Well, not everybody, but a lot of parents spanked back then. Hell, we had corporal punishment in school, high school, junior high, and elementary. I mean, it was a different time. It was nothing to have a parent bend a child over the bed, take their belt off, and give them 4 or 5 hits on the back of the legs and leaving red marks, as long as you didn't make them bleed. If you didn't make them bleed or the whelp was gone before the next day, you were fine. But I mean, that was not unheard of. I mean, heck, when a vice principal can give you up to 5 licks with a paddle, some schools were 3. It depends on the age of the student and which school it was, but it's like back then that was not abuse. Today, you'd be going to jail for that. So I think if they had a different jury, and did it in this time, and they may or may not have been given that particular charge. And it may have been considered self-defense. But if the father was doing it, why did they unalive the mother? Did she walk in on it? Yep. 34 years of being in prison. This kitten, I call it a kitten, it's a cat now, has been staying next to me on the floor. Hi, honey. Do we want to sit and get some attention? Oh, look at this little girl. And watch puppers get jealous. Yep. Stop it. Such a pretty kitty. Hmm? Meow. She has the most interesting meow. It's not a meow. It's like a right. Right. Sensei, stop. Hey, what you doing? She's like, get me out of here. I don't want to be on TV. Oh, that's wonderful. She's a chirper. Yeah. She doesn't meow. She chirps. She has a little meh. I can't mimic it. Closest I can get is you gonna meow for me? The microphone's right above you. It'll pick you. Oh, you think you're gonna get out of here? You think you're gonna get away? I got you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Look at this face, y'all. What you gonna do? She goes, I am not showing my face. I do not want to show my face. What's your baby? What's your baby? I wish she'd come and just sit up here on my desk. Yes. Aww. Isn't it comfy? She's not the most cuddly cat. When she gets in her mind she wants to cuddle, she will. Typical cat. This is that baby one we had when I first started, and she was about the size of my hand, 3 weeks old. Yep. She's all grown, and she's so soft. Yeah. Yeah, we all did. Heck. Also popped in the mouth with the hand. We got, let's see, what were they? Shoes, flip flops, fly swatters, hairbrushes, coat hangers, belts, wooden spoons. I let's just say my mother at one point carried a spoon in her purse. Yeah. She wouldn't like me. Not the mother you saw. I was adopted. That's my spiritual mama. The lady who raised me's mama is but it was just what it was back then. Well, the mom knew and didn't do anything. Yeah. Yeah. You want to just curl up here and just stay nice. She's looking at me like, I want out. Let me go. You gonna go? She just gone. And I'm covered in hair. Oh, I wish that's all I got was a slipper. My dad was military. Guess what he had? The worst belts you can ever get spanked by is a military belt. Those things hurt with the least amount of effort. Trust me. I didn't get it all that much. My brother got it more than I did. My brother got it far more than I did. What is going on with the court? We just got back from lunch. But it was a different time back then. So I guess what I'm asking is, and that might be a good paper for me to write when I have to write something, doing a research on is the punishment, corporal punishment back in the 70s and 80s versus now. How does society look at that, and where do they draw the line? And when did that start changing within our community? And I better be quiet because if my professor watches this, they're going to make me write that paper. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's happened. It happened again. But I had a twin brother. I have a twin brother. Sometimes that can be a handful. Having twins. Not that we meant to be a handful, but what are your plans tonight, babe? I got a friend whose birthday is today. Debbie, happy blessed birthday, honey. Oh no, potential juror. I have a selective hearing. I only hear what I want to hear. Everybody laughs. It's true. My kids can call my name 15 times and I don't respond. I also do not take much medication for it. What the hell are these jurors talking about? Oh my gosh, Haley Mouse, they really did have their hands full. Cannot believe what I just read. The potential juror says, I have selective hearing. I can only hear what I want to hear. Really? That kind of makes me mad as a deaf person. Everyone laughs. It's true. My kids could call me my name 15 times and I don't respond. I also do not take medication for it. Oh, gee, gads. You having a sinus infection, babe? Sucks to be sick on your birthday. Yeah, no kidding. My father slapped me across the face, but I was an adult. I was arguing with my mom, and he slapped me saying, "Don't ever speak to my wife that way. Respect to my dad." Yeah, I was probably about 10, and grandma asked me to do dishes, and I said, what did I say? I said something like, in a minute, or no, I said, yeah, in a minute. Yeah, in a minute. My grandpa just popped me on the face. He never laid a hand on me. And yeah, was one of his, that just sent him off. He was very big in respect. If I said, "Ma'am, may I please," or "Can I do it in a minute, grandma, please," or something like that. But I said, "Yeah." Oh man, that was the wrong thing to say. He never laid a hand on me again because I never gave him a reason to. I forgot my place. Back then, you don't forget your place. Back then, you remember your place. Yeah, that was interesting. Very interesting time. That is so funny about the jurors trying to get out of jury. That is funny. Thanks for posting that, surviving the survivor. I really appreciate it. My dad really laid into my brother when he was 15 because he was disrespecting my mom. Father was 6 foot. My dad was 5. Yep. My brother and father went through it too. I remember one time mother left and my dad went in there to discipline my brother, and they got to fisticuffs over it. And my poor dad, he was like in his mid 40s, and my brother was like 16. And my brother and him were just going at it. Scared me half to death, terrified me. And you're hearing thud, 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 thud. And I was like, oh my gosh. And all of a sudden, you hear the garage doors start coming up. And they looked at each other. They looked at me. My dad ran out into the shop. My brother ran outside and started jumping on the trampoline because they were all hot and sweaty and red from fighting. My mom forgot her purse, came back in, got it, went grocery shopping, and I laughed my butt off. Hey, Zach. They're taking a long break. Hey, how's you doing? Oh, 2 more hours. Just 2 more hours. Just 2 more hours. So the topic of discussion is the Menendez brothers. Do you think that they would get a better trial and a better outcome in today's time than they did back in the 80s, and why? I think that they would. I think that if they have a battered spouse syndrome, they have something similar to it for children. I would think that, yeah, they would serve time for what they did because it was horrible. But at the same time, though, I think that there would be contingencies there because of what they were going through. And I don't think they should have gotten life, especially from what I'm finding out now about what the father was doing to them. But then again, that is my humble opinion. Yepers. Oh, I'm so sleepy. Zach, did you hear about the selective hearing that the juror was said? Ha ha ha, at least the jury was on it. Yeah, but I don't think that's going to get him off. Sorry to say. I need something. What's wrong? You want to just lay right there? Okay. Is you comfortable? Oh, kitty laying over here next to people. But people go through worse and don't unalive their, yeah. Well, I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying, in today's day and age, do I think it'd be a totally different outcome? And I say, yes, I do.
Do it. We'll wait for you, or I'll send everybody
All right, go ahead. Please, the court counsel, this time the state calls Dr. Alice F. Gooding. Dr. Gooding, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you for being here today. Dr. Gooding, state your full name for the record, if you would.
It's Alice F. Gooding, Gooding.
Dr. Gooding, what is your title and what do you do every day when you're not in court?
I'm an associate professor of anthropology at Kennesaw State University and the forensic anthropologist for the state of Georgia at large.
And how long do you teach classes every day? Is that something you carry a full caseload, or how do you do?
Being a professor is my full-time job, except for classes canceled today.
Now, sometimes you do forensic skeletal recovery and analysis. Is that right?
That's correct.
How did you get into that? What got you to do that? Was it an interest you had in a young age, or did you pick it up later in life, or what got you into this type of work?
I wanted to be a medical doctor, but I didn't want my patients to talk back to me.
Fair enough.
What?
What got you to do that? Classes every day, is that something you carry a full caseload, or how do you do?
Being a professor is my full-time job, except for classes canceled today.
Now, sometimes you do forensic skeletal recovery and analysis. Is that right?
That's correct.
How did you get into that? What got you to do that? Was it an interest you had in a young age, or did you pick it up later in life, or what got you into this type of work?
I wanted to be a medical doctor, but I didn't want my patients to talk back.
Good point.
Fair enough. If you don't mind, just tell the jury your educational background through whatever degrees you have now.
I got my bachelor's in anthropology at Occidental College in Los Angeles, my master's in archaeological resource management from the University of Georgia, and my PhD in biological anthropology from the University of Tennessee. And I'm a board certified forensic anthropologist, number 160.
And what is your doctorate degree in?
Biological anthropology.
And how many years total were you actually in a classroom or school setting?
Oh, yes, Toy. All the time.
After high school,
Yeah, so 4 years undergraduate, and how many years after that?
some quick math would be probably close to 10.
And how many people actually do what you do for a living? What you're testifying to today?
For reference, I am the only forensic anthropologist in the state of Georgia, so very few.
And how long have you been doing that here in the state of Georgia?
This is my 10th year.
Do you travel anywhere else and for your job when you're an expert?
I have traveled, but only when the jurisdiction is in Georgia and the case is tried somewhere else.
Typically, just in a nutshell, what kind of things do you do in your line of work?
On the forensic anthropology side?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
My responsibilities are to sometimes recover remains at a scene. In a lab setting, they are to analyze the remains, inventory them, and analyze the presentation in front of me.
To do your work outside just having the formal education, is there anything else that you do to have the skills and knowledge in order to be a forensic anthropologist?
I attend continuing education courses, yearly scientific conferences, do scientific work that's published in journals, and present at scientific conferences.
And what is a forensic anthropologist?
A forensic anthropologist uses skeletal biology to learn who someone was based on their skeleton and what happened to them.
And how do you go about gaining the knowledge and what you do trying to identify the skeletal remains? Is that a lot of, did you have not just book knowledge, but hands-on practical experience and training with that?
That's correct.
So tell the jury about that, how you learn to do your job.
A lot of my classes and training are hands-on in nature with case analyses, peer-reviewed reports, things where you get feedback on the physical work that you're doing.
I know you said there's not many people that do your job, but is there a branch of the science that you do that's related to what you do, but not necessarily your expertise, but it's kind of in the same area?
Biological anthropology is the larger subfield under which forensic anthropology falls.
And do you know how many people total in the United States do something similar to what you do?
Probably a couple of thousand.
Do y'all have conferences or any professional organizations that you're a member of?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. What type of things would those be?
I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the American Board of Forensic Anthropology, the American Association of Biological Anthropologists, the Georgia Academy of Science. I think that's it.
Have you ever been called upon, whether it's in some type of legal case or criminal setting or a trial setting, to give opinions, expert opinions in forensic anthropology?
Yes.
How many times have you been deemed an expert in our course? You know?
5.
Just this time, I tender in Dr. Goon is an expert in forensic anthropology.
No objection as to that.
All right. She's deemed to be an expert. As I've told y'all, she can testify to things that are, give her opinion as to things in her area of expertise. All right, go ahead.
Okay, we've got the foundation now. So let's talk about really when it comes to forensics anthropology. When I say forensics, what does that mean to you?
Forensics is a large field of different scientific subdisciplines like blood analysis, fingerprint analysis. My specialty is just the bones.
And when you combine that with anthropology, how does that in a practical sense come out in your everyday life? Do you work with law enforcement? Do you work with other agencies when trying to figure out what when the remains are found, what they are?
I work on a contract basis, which means when the Georgia Bureau of Investigation has a case that is primarily bones, the medical examiner will review it and then reach out to me to do an anthropological analysis.
Now, as a PhD doctor, you don't have a badge, you carry around a gun or anything like that, do you?
I do not.
Are you separate and independent of law enforcement?
That's correct.
If you go to a scene, you're working with law enforcement, do you have your own protocols and procedures that you follow to be objective regardless of what they do?
That's correct.
Would you have any problem whatsoever with telling law enforcement, stay out of my lane, or disagree with them when it comes to your science and what you do?
I do not.
But do you work well with law enforcement?
Absolutely.
Are you involved at all with training law enforcement or giving continuing legal education classes with law enforcement agencies and state workers in this area?
I do.
Do you work with crime scene investigators at times or teach them?
I do.
What type of teaching or things do you do with people like that? Is there anything that you do every year, or is it kind of just on when they need something, they ask you to teach it?
Every year at Kennesaw State University, we offer a training series for law enforcement, coroners, medical examiners, crime scene technicians, anybody in the medical legal field. We teach them to recover bodies from clandestine scenes, which is anywhere that you would not expect a body to be. And we cover the training from classroom all the way out into the field. So we have a field-based learning experience for them.
I would imagine, is it not at times that your objective when you're brought in as a scientist may be different from what law enforcement is trying to achieve at a scene? In the sense that scientifically, when you're not interested in per se catching a suspect or someone that did this, when you're called to this scene, is it kind of a very particular task they're asking you to do, or a very small part of their case?
That's correct. I have no, it's outside the scope of my science to be interested in.
She's no dog in the hunt.
So you're not involved in the interviews with people or trying to identify suspects or chase people down or apprehend anybody. You're just really based on the location of the loci, what is there in the remains usually in a case.
That's correct.
Now, did you know the officers in this case that they took I believe a class of yours, and that's how they remember to call you?
Yes.
And I want to talk about case specifics in this case. Do you remember when you were called and what date that was?
It was July 5th, 2018.
Do you remember who called you or how you were called into the case?
Sergeant Shaw of, I believe it's Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, probably placed a call or a text to me to request my assistance on a case.
How often during the year are you being called out on things?
Less so. than I used to be. It used to be a couple of times a year, but I've out-trained myself a little bit. They don't need my help as much.
Do you, when you do this type of work, if you can just tell the jury, if you were called out, let's say you were just called out to any scene, what things do you take with you? First of all, how do you get there? Do you have your own vehicle? Do you have tools and things that you take to the scene? What's that like?
I have a personal vehicle, and I have a large trunk full of equipment and supplies that I bring myself.
Do you ever take anybody with you when you're doing scenes?
Sometimes I do.
I think in this case you had some interns or some people that were working with you, if you remember.
I don't remember if I don't recall that I did, but I may have.
I want to look at a couple of dates in this case. I've got, and do you have a copy of your report?
I do.
Just this time I'm going to tune your evidence, Gooding 1 through Gooding 120, 120 exhibits.
All right. Any objections?
Okay.
All right, they're admitted.
I think you've got yours. I'm going to these two. So they'll come up with your screen. All right, let's look to go through the case. I think July 5th of 2018, I believe you arrived at the scene at 2155 Purcell Lane in Cherokee County, Georgia, about 6:30 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then the other 2 days I want to go through when I think you did the inventory and analyzed Gary Farris's remains, and we stipulated that it is Gary Farris's remains, so just want you to know that.
Thank you.
July 17th and July 23rd, 2018, is that right?
That's correct.
So July 5th and then July 17th and July 23rd of 2018. When you go to a scene, I think you have certain methods that you follow in what you do. Is that right?
That's correct.
I want to ask you about, is it typical when you go to a scene? I think your report talks about there's a rake, screen, surface survey, and then a grid, and then you map and record, and then you do a recovery. Is that kind of the procedure that you do?
That's correct.
Well, what is raking? Is that the first step, or is there a step before that?
There is usually a just gross observation, meaning looking around. I would count that maybe as the first step. But then secondary to that, yes, would be raking up material in the surrounding area.
What is raking? What does that entail?
Can be using tools, including actual rakes like you would use for leaves, or hand raking, in which you use your hands to kind of scrape material together.
And that's just trying to find any remains or any evidence or items of interest?
Usually around the perimeter of what you have observed as the main site.
Here in this case, at the location, you're looking at a fire pit, is that right?
That's correct.
And then after raking, you do a screening. What does that consist of?
Screening is when you use your eyes to visually screen the material that you've collected to see if there's anything of interest.
And after screening, I think you can do something called a surface survey.
That's correct.
And what is that?
That, again, using visual methods to look over the area and indicate, in this instance, using pin flags, which are small flags you may have seen in your
I think she had unalived him by the burn pit,
using those to
not in the
flag
house.
indicate areas of interest.
Once you figure out the location and the interested location, once you get it kind of surveyed, then you at some point do a grid. Is that right?
That's correct.
Tell the jury what a grid is, and in this case, I know it's going to be A, B, C, D, but what do you do there?
A grid is a cordoned off area that you've identified as of interest. So you put up stakes in some sort of rectangle or square shape, whatever is fitting for that situation. String up some twine to indicate that that area should be kept away from in terms of walking through or anything like that. And then I use
Form the barrier.
where I divide the grid into 4 quadrants so I can keep track of what material comes from what area of the larger grid.
And then after you form that grid, I think there's procedures and there's a mapping and recording that takes place.
That's correct.
What does that consist of?
When remains are identified or other things of interest, items of interest, They are mapped, so they're measured from an X and Y. If you remember from maybe elementary school, an X and a Y on a graph, we can actually measure from each of those lines and come up with a coordinate or a point of the location of that material.
And Doctor, are you very systematic in this process? Is it a slow and deliberate process at times?
It is.
And does it take quite some time?
It does.
Do you remember how long you were at the scene?
Approximately 6 hours.
And then finally, I think you get to the recovery of remains. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what does that process look like?
The recovery of the remains is usually done by only a select few people to limit the amount of traffic through that cordoned off area. The human remains in this case would have been removed and set aside, and then the debris from underneath them removed and screened until no more human remains were recovered.
Is it kind of like peeling an onion? You just go down and down and down and down, or scraping different surfaces until you find no more remains?
Yes, that's correct.
And after you go through the physical ground and layering, if you would, then you do an inventory and a session or an analysis. Is that right?
In the laboratory setting, yes.
So July 5th, you do all the steps up to the recovery. And then after that, from July 17th and July 23rd, that's when you do the inventory and analysis. Is that fair to say? All right, let's walk through the photographs. And I probably will move pretty fast because I think a lot of these are going to be in already. This is Gooding 1. Tell the jury what this is and what significant it is in your case.
This is a map of the grid and the 4 quadrants, the A, B, C, and D, over the fire pit with the human remains indicated by those boxes that have the names of the bones in them.
So we have quadrant A, right top, quadrant B, bottom right, quadrant C, bottom left, and quadrant D, top left. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is it called the datum or datum?
Either's fine.
Just tell me how you call it.
I call it a datum, but that's because
Let's go with datum then.
From around here.
My accent may call it something different. What is the datum?
A datum is the highest point of elevation. So in this map, it's listed as 0 inches. And then anything measured below that will be a negative number. So it gives you a sense of the depth, where the X and Y measurements gives you a sense of the location.
And directionally, north, south, east, west, would it be north be top? Is that what we're?
The north arrow on the left side of the screen is pointing top.
So
A little
this
bit of an
direction a
angle.
little bit.
That's correct.
All right. For the most part, though, north is up here, and then kind of as you look at it. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Gooding 2, what is this here?
This is the fire pit scene, specifically quadrants A and B. A is on the top portion, and B is the portion of the picture that's closest to you.
Dr. Good, I'm going to go kind of fast through the photographs, but if you see anything that you want to talk about, just stop me and point it out.
Ronnie, I think she could do a better job.
3, just another angle of this. 4, close up.
The moment we see bone, I'm moving it. Yep, we see bone.
And 6, as we go through the
Trigger. I won't show identifying bones.
or was it while y'all were actually
There's the
processing
bullet.
the remains?
That's my hand and my photograph.
This is 9, 10. And I took this from your report. Gooding 11, what is this?
This is a diagram, a schematic of the front and the back of a human, and it shows the area from which the bullet was found in the remains in this case.
And it was, looking at this diagram, I think you talked about anterior to posterior. What is that?
Yes, it is. Good
Anterior is the
afternoon.
front of your body, and the posterior is the back side of your body.
And you found the bullet to be going from anterior to posterior, is that correct?
That's correct.
Gooding 12, just some of the, this would be at the GBI, so not on the 5th, but on the days that you analyze it, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you remember about approximately how much in weight the remains there were?
I don't remember if they were weighed, and if they were, that would have been the medical examiner.
I'm not the ME dude. Not my job. I cannot keep all the remains out of this, so y'all are going to have to monitor yourself.
Were there degrees, different varying degrees of damage or heat and fire damage upon the bones?
There were.
Tell us about that if you could.
When a fire burns unevenly, which is common to most outdoor fires as opposed to a commercial crematory oven, the fire will burn the body in an uneven manner. Human bodies are also uneven in the way that they're built in terms of where the fat and the muscle and the bones are. So in some areas,
Okay, that's getting to be
very
too
little
much.
fat.
Y'all can't hear it though if I do that, right? Give me a second.
Was it more?
Okay, so now I can do that when need be. That works.
Judge, I think she's a forensic anthropologist. She can give an opinion about fire and the remains.
They also got another expert who's coming in just to testify about the fire, so I think it's that expert.
Ask her to what extent she knows, and then we'll go from there.
To what extent do you know about the size of the fire, the magnitude of the fire?
The only, within the scope of my knowledge, the only thing I can say about the fire is the temperature, which was taken at the site, and the consistency and presentation of these remains are consistent with a fire of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is listed in the report.
All right, in your report, there was a actual measuring temperature of the center of the pit, is that right?
Yes,
And what was the degree in Fahrenheit that you found this to be?
230 degrees.
And
And that
you
was, sorry, that was by fire personnel, not myself.
Right, but that was the measurement, 230 degrees Fahrenheit?
That's correct.
And would that have been taken prior to your arrival or sometime when you arrived?
It was noted that it was there, taken when I was there.
And then dealing with, I'm going to come back to this, but based on the objection, when it comes to thermal damage, you opined about the charring and black discoloration was observed throughout the present skeletal remains. Is that right?
That's correct.
And based on that, what was your conclusion?
That the remains had been burned.
And you said that these characteristics are consistent with the fire reaching what level in Fahrenheit again?
About 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
As you pulled the physical remains from the fire, did you notice that it appeared to be burning more so in one location of the grid as opposed to other locations?
The majority of the remains and the burning was taking place in quadrants A and B.
So top right, then bottom right, is that correct?
On one of those prior pictures, correct.
When you're piecing together the remains, and I'm sure as an expert, you quickly can realize certain pieces of bones or certain things, but how long does it, in the condition that you found these remains, how difficult was it to analyze and figure out what exactly the bones that you could?
Nothing really burns perfectly evenly when it's a natural product.
And how do you do that? Is it visually, or do you do microscopes, or how do you?
It's a visual observation.
I almost took that off, y'all. I'm glad I didn't.
Is there any reason that there will be some bones that are more intact than others that you found in this case?
Again, that has to do with the amount of muscle and fat and skin that's over the remains.
Seriously,
It's
dude?
harder for the heat to get to them. For some areas that have less tissue or the fire isn't as hot in that area, you may see some more fragmentation.
And we see here that when you go through and take pictures, you're putting like bones to like parts. Is that how you organize them?
That's correct.
Here we're looking at Gooding 53. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the block of burned tissue and a portion of the ribs and the projectile found within them.
And then 64, is that just the projectile from the ribs?
That's correct.
Yes, we did. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Some people can't handle this. Sorry. Adair, two things. One, out of respect for the deceased, I'm not comfortable showing all this. Number two, there are people who cannot handle it. So if you'd like to, go to Law and Crime and watch this section. That's fine. And then, but
we're able to
you don't. People don't want to see a skull with half the teeth and the eye and the flesh on it.
head bones and things like that. Did you try to piece it back together to see if there was any injuries or anything you could locate?
Yes, I tried to reconstruct the bones of the cranium or the head as much as possible.
How did I know he was going there? Yeah, you don't want to see this. Some people can't.
And here, Gooding 96, is that what we're seeing?
That's correct. This is the left side of the top portion of the cranium.
There had to be an accelerant used.
The objective is to see if there's any other sort of trauma to the cranium that the fire may have obscured.
Typically, do you find in cases like this that there are certain bones that remain, assuming there wasn't a disruption to the bones, like something had broke the bones or something like that. But in a fire like this, is there a reason that you would find more of the bigger bones as opposed to other bones?
A lot of the bigger bones are encased in more of muscle and fat and tissue.
You can look at it later, Adair, and replay it. And number two, it's respectful for the deceased. I don't agree with showing this.
And you did
Some
find
people get off on it, and that's fine.
That's correct.
I'm just,
You wrote a report. In this case, is that right, that we provide to the defense?
That's correct.
And did you share your findings that you had in this case with the GBI and the Dr. Atkinson, the medical examiner?
I did.
I'd rather err on the side of caution and let people go and look at it elsewhere than to lose most people because they can't handle it.
Your report. When you were looking at the, I'm going.
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, really? Okay.
When you're looking at the remains,
I can
did you
see
find that
bones.
There were other material in the burn pile besides just human remains, for example, burned trash, household debris, things like that.
That's correct.
Is there evidence that there was also wood or other material there in the pile?
Yes.
And were you able to sift those out and separate them?
They were separated from the human remains.
And the state of preservation for the materials that you found in this, what did they range from? In the sense of the charring or the powder substance? What level did you find that they consisted of in the burn pit itself?
In the pit, you saw different colors: white, ash, blues, grays, black charring. So all different types of burning.
Out of all the remains that you were able to recover on scene, how did y'all transport those to the GBI to be analyzed?
That's a question for the coroner.
Did you get those, were they packaged in a certain manner, a certain number of body bags or a certain number of containers?
I believe they were packaged in brown bags.
I'm looking on page 2, your last paragraph before skeletal analysis.
3 body bags containing brown evidence bags and cardboard boxes.
And then when you did your analysis and did the skeletal inventory, I want to talk about the trauma analysis that you did. You have a section called perimortem trauma. Tell us what your finding was for this.
The perimortem trauma in this case was a minimum of 1 gunshot wound to the left chest from a front to back direction.
And you have I guess it's the Latin, the bullet was lodged in situ. And what is that?
In situ means in place or found as it was.
And what findings did you find for thermal damage in this case?
That the remains had been burned on a bonfire. Excuse me.
Did you find any traumatic fractures of any?
Fractures were all indicative of the burning.
Any traumatic fractures observed on the cranium?
All indicative of the burning.
And I think you know.
I'm sorry, I'm going off.
Fractures for the cranium. I'm looking at your last sentence in thermal damage. What was that finding there?
Looked like a poor attempt of a cremation.
Aside from heat-induced damage.
So outside of the heat, nothing else?
Not that was observed.
You have a section for antemortem skeletal change and identifying characteristics. When you tell us you didn't have any findings of that, what does that mean?
Antemortem skeletal characteristics are those that you have on you in life that make you unique For example, if you have a disease or you have anything that sets your skeleton apart from someone else's, that's where I would note that in the report.
Like if you had a head wound previously, cracked skull, car accident.
None of those characteristics were able to be noted.
And then looking on page 6 of 24 of your report, as you see on the screen there, you went through and I guess analyzed and then cataloged what you found, the remains that you found in each coordinate or unit. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this just a listing of the things that you found?
That's correct.
And again, most things, so this first column here is Unit A, and it's evidence bag 1, and then you list the things that you found there on the right side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the next section is E2, which continues to page 7 of your report. And then E3, E4, and E5 in Unit B. So again, the most that you said were in coordinates A and B.
Of human remains.
When you were processing this, how long did it take you before you realized that you were dealing with human remains at the scene?
Immediately.
Instantly.
I'm on page 16 of your report here. This is figure 11, I think. And tell us again, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at a top-down view of the section of burned soft tissue and ribs. I think I refer to it as a block of tissue in which the projectile is situated deep to the ribs.
I'll show this because it doesn't, it has a bullet. It's not the facial or the, yeah.
As we see in figure 11 here on page 16 of your report.
Trigger warning, y'all.
Is that how, when you were processing the burn pit, is that exactly how it looked in the way it was sitting in the pile when it was actually taken from there?
That's correct.
And then at some point you then took that and it was, you were able to analyze that and then submit it to the GBI as evidence in this case.
That's correct.
Just have one moment. Did you only find the remains of one person?
That's correct.
Did you find any other bullets or things like that in the burn pile?
I did not.
Did you find any parts to a gun or anything like that?
I did not.
Did you find any metal outside of that, though? Just other things in the pile that did not burn that was metal?
I believe so.
Did you find any ropes or toe straps or anything else in the fire?
Not to my knowledge.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gooding. My name is Michael Ray. We met outside previously, right?
That's correct.
And I have a good bit of questions for you, but not too terribly many. First off, I want to know, how do you become the state forensic anthropologist? Like who gives you that job?
The chief medical examiner at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. So are you actually, because being a college professor. I think you said you're an associate professor.
That's correct.
That's where I graduated from. So that makes you're a state employee, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, are you serving? Do you have basically just two state functions? One associate professor, two the state forensic anthropologist.
Correct.
All right. In this case, because I know you're testifying as an expert, a lot of times experts are paid. Are you compensated by the state additionally above your state salary for testifying today?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you compensated by the sheriff's office for coming out, ruining, your after the 4th and coming out and dealing with this case? Did they have to compensate you as well?
No, they did not.
They did not?
Not to my knowledge.
Just your testimony here today?
No, the analysis of the remains.
Okay, so let's back up. Let me ask better questions. How about that? So I'm assuming as the forensic anthropologist for the state, you get some type of small salary or some type of salary.
It's not a salary, it's a contract basis, so it's just an invoice per case.
Okay, invoice per case. All right, so basically, is it like an hourly rate?
It's based on the type of request. In this case, it was a trauma analysis, so there would have been a fee for trauma analysis.
Okay, so what would you classify what you did here? Because you did a lot more here, getting the bones out of the burn pile, doing the trauma analysis and all that. So what would you classify what you did here?
A recovery and an analysis.
Okay, what were you paid for the recovery and the analysis, if you recall?
I believe at that time, I think $100 for the analysis and maybe $250 or $280 for the recovery.
Okay, that's in total.
Well, that would be maybe $380 in total.
Okay, that's what I meant. That's not like your hourly rate. That's total what you
Yes.
Okay. On top of that, your state salary with being an associate professor.
Correct.
I'm gonna slide over. There's a sticker here that says "Don't stand here."
I would have expected a whole lot more than that, y'all.
Okay. All right. So first off, just so there's no confusion, because we had Dr. Atkinson testifying yesterday. You're not a forensic pathologist, correct?
That is correct.
Right.
I agree with you,
And
Ronnie.
The difference, partly in that, is a forensic pathologist is a medical doctor.
That's correct.
You are not a medical doctor.
Correct.
You are not able to certify cause or manner of death.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I'm trying to figure out a good place. Well, we'll just start with your.
Trying to find a good place to start tearing your story apart. I'll just start now.
In your report that Mr. Fogus was going over with you, you had stated perimortem trauma.
That's correct.
Perimortem trauma being before or just after death.
Perimortem trauma is at or around the time of death.
Okay, at or around. Are you familiar with hemorrhaging?
Yes.
Okay, because I asked Dr. Atkinson yesterday if he could prove to a medical certainty whether or not Gary was alive or dead when he was shot, and he said he could not. So my question to you is, how can you use the term perimortem trauma just before or just after death when you can't prove to a medical certainty he was even alive?
That's why it's at or around the time of death. So that could be a pretty wide scale.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say around the time of death. Somebody's been laying there 2 or 3 days, right? You couldn't tell the difference from your examination, right? In a situation like this where the body's been burned.
In this situation, I would still classify that as perimortem trauma.
Okay.
Because the projectile was on the gut side of the bones.
Okay. So if it was on the gut side of the bones, what internal organs did the bullet impact?
That I cannot testify.
Okay. So you can actually say that it went into the body cavity.
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect?
I can say that it went into the body cavity.
Okay. Then, yet again, what did it hit?
That I cannot testify to.
Okay. But your testimony here is that your opinion that it's inside the body cavity.
That's correct.
Okay. And the bullet went in front to back.
That's correct.
Okay. So if I got shot right here, And actually, let me show you number 11 and ask you this way. You actually don't know where that bullet is in 11, correct?
It's in that range of brackets.
Yeah, but I'm asking, I want to know specifically, where's that bullet? You don't know.
That's correct.
Okay. So, but it's your testimony, even though you don't know where it is, it's your opinion that it is on the gut side of the rib.
Yes, because the ribs shape in a curve and they curve outward. So anything on the inside of the curve is in the gut. Clarify it.
Now, generally, as an anthropologist, you would deal typically with bones, correct?
She
And not
did.
soft tissue.
That's correct.
So if the bullet had impacted the outside of the curve, they would assume that it was shot from the back, outside to the back. If it's on the inside of the curve, then it's
You
in the
also,
gut side. That's
stated
simple.
in your report that you thought it was anterior to posterior. That would mean front to back, right?
That's correct.
I mean, so it's your opinion that if Gary was shot, that whoever shot him was standing in front of him, or a bullet had to come from his front, right?
I would agree with the second version of your statement.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about what you know about. Now, as an anthropologist, do you typically see gunshot wounds in your cases?
Can you repeat the last word you said?
I said gunshot wound. As an anthropologist, like how often have you encountered gunshot wounds in your cases?
Oh, maybe 40 to 50% of the cases.
Okay. Well, how many cases have you worked? Because
Ooh, he didn't like that answer.
How many did you work this year?
I don't know. I know the total is over 160.
Since when?
2014.
Okay, so in 10 years, you've done 160. So that's 6 a year.
That sounds, I think our math is adding up.
Okay, so, and then you said about half of those have gunshots? So
Yes.
Seeing 3 a year?
Sure.
Okay. And are those bullets, are they in bone or you're finding them around skeletal remains?
Both. I've seen both.
Okay. Now you would agree, based on your job, because you talk to the medical examiner a lot, right?
I do not.
Okay. Well, I'll just go.
You're
ahead and
not
say this.
doing well,
You
are
know
you?
that Dr. Atkinson copy and pasted your version of gathering the remains into his autopsy report,
Yes.
verbatim.
Yes.
Okay. You would also agree with me that Dr. Atkinson never went to Purcell Lane.
I don't know that.
Okay. Did you see him there?
No, not while I was
Okay.
there.
Did you see him taking any of the photographs?
Not while I was there.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that in just a minute. All right. So what type, as an anthropologist, expertise do you have in gunshot wounds?
To bone, quite a high level of expertise.
Okay. So, but you didn't see any of that here in this case. At least I can't find it in your report. Like any damage to bone from a bullet.
That's correct.
Okay. So we got no damage to bone from a bullet. You put the skull back together, there's no damage to that. Right,
That's
except
correct.
for thermal damage.
That's correct.
And when I say there's no damage, universally there is thermal damage. Okay?
That's correct.
All right, so how about mapping trajectory of wounds? You got any skill and expertise in that?
When it relates to bone, yes.
Okay. And we already talked about that. Now, you don't have any entrance wound to examine, correct?
Not in bone.
Okay. Well, I mean, in this case, you didn't find any type of entrance wound. You just found a bullet lodged in soft tissue.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let me ask you too before I forget. Who, because I've asked everybody, who found the bullet?
To my recollection, it was me, but there were a good number of people peering over my work.
Okay. While you were working around this time that you find the bullet, who's there with you?
I can't give you a full inventory.
I'll name you some people and you tell me if you remember they were there. That'd be easy. Was Sally Sims there?
She was on scene.
But you don't remember she was actually in the burn pile with you?
I can't recall who would have been in the pile. At times, it would have been only me.
Okay. Do you recall handing the rib and the bullet to Sally Sims?
Couldn't recall who I would have handed it directly off to.
How about Officer Shaw? Do you recall him helping you at the burn pile?
He was present.
Been 6 years, dude.
But you don't recall him helping?
I don't recall in
Okay.
what.
That's fine. That's fine. What about Detective Westbrook?
I don't.
Okay. And because I know Mr. Focus had asked you, but yeah, you had an intern with you there too.
Okay.
I don't remember their name either.
Apologies
It's not
to the
important.
intern.
I'm assuming they were a good intern. It's just been 6 years. Oh. I want to do a little comparison between your report and Dr. Atkinson's report, not verbatim comparison. So you had stated that, in your opinion, that the trajectory was front to back. And so, are you aware that in the autopsy, Dr. Atkinson has said that he was unable to assess any type of bullet path?
I wasn't.
Did you know that?
After reading his report.
Okay, so you found that out. You did read his report. You read Atkinson's autopsy?
I have since this.
Prior to testifying here today, you went and read it?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah.
I wasn't provided with it.
And before he actually wrote his autopsy, you sent him a copy of your report.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Given that it's copied and
Pasted into it, yeah. Do you always do that? Send a copy of your findings to the medical examiner?
Actually send them to the director of medical operations, and she distributes them to the medical examiner that requested.
Okay. What's the logic in that? Because shouldn't the medical, and I know you're not a medical examiner, but I'll ask anyway. Shouldn't their opinion and analysis be separate and apart from what your findings are?
Objection relevant.
Oh, wow.
No, I think we're a collaborative medical team employed with the same office.
Okay, well, that's fair.
I think it's reasonable to, if a medical examiner requests anthropological analysis, I think it's reasonable that they rely on those findings.
Okay. Now, let me. You know, you try to organize everything so good. There it is. So in your report, I get ahead of myself when I just start talking. Then I got to scroll through and figure out where I am.
Because you're a freaking idiot. No, I'm
So
kidding.
you
You're
said
doing
like
your
front to
job.
back, but the autopsy actually found here on. Let me get to it. Past it. You stated that it was front to back, right? That's what your report found.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but in the autopsy, they found that couldn't assess for an entrance wound. So if you can't assess for an entrance wound, how can you say it's front to back?
Based on the location of the projectile in the remains.
Okay. But you are.
Has anybody ever had a rib bone for dinner? They're curved. Our ribs, as buried under fat that they are curved like C's, like this, like a circle. So if you find a bullet anywhere inside the curve, that means it went through the chest cavity. If you find it on the outside of the curve, that means it did not. It is freaking simple. Why are you making such a huge deal about this? If you're going to make a huge deal about this, make it clear. God, I hope somebody on the jury has anatomy.
That also bullets do have the ability that if they hit some type of object, they do have the ability to tumble.
That's correct.
Still going to go through the inside
So
of the
that's some
cavity.
contradiction there. The autopsy also says that they're unable to assess a direction of a wound path, correct?
That's true.
Is that D?
Yeah, section D.
I'm reading that, yes.
Okay. Okay. And yet again, you found no other evidence of any other, well, actually, you didn't find any other evidence, any damage to any other bone, correct? You found technically no.
Okay, here's the jury update. The next thing, we'll watch it in a minute. But a possible juror now tells defense that she saw Sarah Boone's suitcase video. She asked if it concerned her. She said it would not, if she could be, that she could be impartial. The judge, Kirknick, has whittled down the potential jury pool down to 54. 54 jurors cannot fit in the current courtroom, so the judge is planning to move everyone to the 23rd floor for tomorrow's continued jury selection. Woohoo! There we go. That's where we is. Back to this one.
Evidence of any damage to bone, other than thermal damage.
That's correct.
Okay. So no other bone evidence of injury from a bullet.
That's correct.
Okay.
She needs Jesus.
Or any other blunt force object.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. You also, you didn't offer any opinion in your report appropriately as to manner or cause of death.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, moving on to the more fun stuff. I want to talk. I really like your grid, by the way. And so this is Gooding 1. And I also want to pull.
To me, it feels like it's 10 o'clock at night in here.
Idea here. Okay, can you see both those, Gooding 1 and Gooding 3? Oh, no, you didn't. Can you see both those, ma'am?
I can.
Okay, that looks fine. All right, so here's just a couple questions based on this, okay? You've got up here on number 1, this is quadrant A, correct?
That's correct.
So, and then you've got the cranium where the skull was found. It's kind of on the line between A and, well, the line between A and B.
That's correct.
Because it's right here. So going over to Gooding 3, that puts it somewhere around, based on this, somewhere in this area here.
I would drop your cursor down and to the left a little bit.
You tell me when to stop.
About there.
To the left just a little bit, right about there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. All right. So that's the skull. Also, what are the flags?
As I stated previously, the flags are part of the visual search when we identify areas of interest.
Okay. So it's like this flag may be like, hey, there may be something here. Check it out.
That's correct.
Then I'm assuming when you checked it out and removed whatever was there, if it was evidentiary, then you remove the flag, like showing that that area had been searched.
Yes, but that wouldn't have been the order of operations.
Okay. All right. So we're good. So so we got the skull around here, and then the next thing, if we go down a little bit, the pelvis is, let's say in here. Is that a fair assessment based on your diagram?
Yes.
Okay. But then we've got, I'm assuming, rib here, the very bottom. That's the rib
So,
with the bullet.
y'all, did they take a hoe and try to chop him down and move the remains to sift them into the trash? Did they dismember him before putting them in the pit? This is a little odd in the placement.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay. Well, where was
I'd have to go back and look at the inventory. Looks like the rib with the bullet was found in Unit A, evidence bag 1.
Okay. But from your diagram you did here, we don't know where the bullet in that rib was found. We just know it's quadrant A.
We do know where it was found in the rib.
In the what? I couldn't
In
hear
the
you.
rib.
No. Okay, no, where at in the pile in quadrant A? We don't have any documentation of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we know it's quadrant A here, or I'm assuming here because this is the burned area, but we don't know exactly where.
Correct.
Okay, so we've got a rib down here. Let's see, femur and tibia. That's the front part of the leg and back part of the leg?
It's the top and the bottom part of the leg.
Oh, okay. Which one's which?
The femur is
Femur
the thigh bone,
is the top.
and the tibia is the shin bone.
Gotcha. Okay. So those are the two leg bones. And then we also have another femur and the pelvis, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So any kind of issues as to why is there a lone rib bone down here at the very, very bottom? Any explanation on that?
My responsibility is mapping.
Oh, I'm not saying this is your fault. I'm just wondering if you know how it got there.
I wasn't concerned.
I cannot
Okay.
answer
So,
that
I mean, 'cause
question.
It would
Not
seem
my job.
anatomically out of place, right? A rib below the pelvis.
Sure.
Okay. That's my whole point right there. So nothing really to do with you. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not taking the blame for that one.
Number. I'm just going to pull up your report because Mr. Fogel showed you something. I don't remember what it was. Okay, that's the part of the rib where you're saying it's on the gut side, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But yet again, going back to your anatomical drawing, you can't say where that bullet is in those ribs.
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
All right. You can sit down. Thank you, ma'am. You'll have a short witness or?
Where's Jesus? I don't see Jesus. I see a girl. Oh, there's Jesus. Well, the first day we had the afro. We had like that much afro. Then we had Santa. Now we have Jesus. Okay. If the bones were not as if someone laid down, the rib was found by the feet, would have been, and the foot's found by the pelvis, and the pelvis found by the neck. If that's the case, then it's a good chance that somebody, as the body was getting to a burnt enough state, was trying to rake the coals, so to speak. What do y'all think about that? Were they raking of the coals, trying to scatter it a little bit? This judge is such a joy to watch. I'm ready for a nap, y'all. I am so ready to go get in my comfy chair under my blanket and get a nap. I agree with you, Ronnie. I think it was all done at the pit. Yep, I agree. I find it interesting that there's no one supporting her. Her children, one child I think is, and they may bring her up for the defense's side of the case. The other three children are not, so they've already been brought up. So I think what's going to happen is that's it for today, but we'll see. And then they'll be back tomorrow. But I just find this odd in several ways. She doesn't stand for the jury or the judge. She comes in by herself. She sits by herself. She doesn't look like she's a part of a team like Miss Sarah Boone is. And then we have there's nobody that seems to talk to her or be around her. We'll see. Sorry, guys, important phone call. Well, that's true. Maybe no one around her because they're all testifying. Did he say anything when he popped his head up? I didn't hear anything. I'm assuming we're done for the day. We'll see. But, yeah. Yeah, I had to take that phone call. But you're right. Maybe so. But dang, y'all. Where's her best friend? That lady that was her best friend. Maybe they're going to have her testify. Oh, wow. Well, it's 4:19 there. And until they cut this feed, I'm going to leave it up and going. Okay, y'all can hear me now? I really appreciate y'all. Y'all are so awesome. You know that? You guys are awesome. I really, really appreciate you. Look what I created for Boone. I think I need to resize that for Boone. I need to bring that up a little more. And I think I'm going to take the day off because I have to recreate this frame every day. I'll put something there. But I created a Boone. Yep. So I'll take that down. Then I got this right now. Wait, just like this. Oh, that's right. I can do heading. Okay, so far, I've not really heard any evidence personally that would lead me to believe this woman actually did it. It's so circumstantial. I mean, 90% of your cases are a circumstantial case. Boone is not. She's got video of him in there begging for his life. But I hate to say it, but I could not convict her at this point. They had disagreements. They weren't happy. She was the life insurance receiver, all of the money. I get it. She had a spending problem. He had a smoking problem and a Mountain Dew addiction. But Ronnie barely puts up with me, so I'm not really awesome yet. Oh, yes, you are. So, what do y'all think thus far? Could you convict? Yes or no? I know we got a lot to go, but at this point, there's tension in the family, there's struggles, there's problems going on. I get that, but I don't see what is sticking up in my head all day. There we go. I don't have anything that proves beyond a reasonable doubt. That is my point. I have nothing that proves beyond reasonable doubt. And I guess there is a nice delay. So say yes if you believe she's guilty. Say no if you believe they've got reasonable doubt. It's up to the state to prove everything, and the defense doesn't have to do anything. They don't have to put anybody up on that stand. I firmly believe that right now, just because she had an affair and she spent money does not mean she's the one that did it and is guilty. Just because the son was being supported of father doesn't mean he's guilty. And that may be very much true. She may have done that. But has the state proven it? Yep, I read that out loud. We'll put it up here. They have 54 qualified. Tomorrow AM will be the motions. Tomorrow PM, the state will voir dire and get the 54th Thursday AM, the defense will voir dire, looking to seat 6 juror panel and 8 alternates. So it looks like Friday will be our opening statements. Looks like, or they may just wait till Monday. They may, which I'm going to be aggravated as hell if they do, but at least maybe we'll get to see the voir dires. Or no, that's part of jury. No, we won't. Even if she wants the money, there is no evidence to show she did it. There's a drop of blood somewhere. You know, as much as I believe if anybody did it out of the family, it was her. Because she had the motive. She had the insurance policies, and all of that. But if you really think about it, man, all of her motive money would be gone on these attorneys. I don't believe one of the kids did it. I think they'd have more to lose if they had. Well, just think about it. As long as he was alive, he may be mad at him, but at some point he would help him. I'm not saying she did. I'm thinking that maybe she unalived him out there by the burn pit. And they had that big tractor out there that was parked in a place it's never been parked before. If you noticed, that was a big issue with one of the sons. He goes, I couldn't figure out why that tractor was over there. We never parked it over there before. It was very unusual for that tractor to be on the side and in front, side front of the little tractor garage versus in it or behind it. So, it does sound like a Netflix series. However, that doesn't mean she offed him. And you know what? They could have very easily just rolled him into the pit. Called the boyfriend. He came over. They rolled him into the pit. They drove the tractor to help assist with that. Then they put the tractor back. Now, if they didn't find any tractor tires, marks, or anything, okay, so she rolled him with her hands. It's not hard to roll a body. It's hard to carry a body. I agree, Ronnie. I think it did happen at the pit. But what I'm saying is that he may not have fallen square into the middle of that pit. So she could have rolled him just enough and moved him just enough, or she could have called the boyfriend to help her move him. That ex-boyfriend was not happy to be in that courtroom this morning. In fact, when he was asked, he said, no, I'm not happy to be here. And the state said, well, we had to subpoena you to get you here, correct? And he goes, that's right. I think they dropped the ball on that. I thoroughly think the ball was dropped on the boyfriend's testimony. I think the secretary, assistant, fling, for lack of better words, was more informative than the ex-boyfriend was by far. I know I got to quit yawning. It's that time of day. It's like, I'm not used to getting up between 6:30 in the morning. I'm used to getting up like at 7:30, 8:30 in the morning. But we're getting ready to have a time change again, so that's going to suck. Yeah, I think so. And they also have a motion hearing, so I think we'll see those. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. What was tomorrow? Okay, so we'll be ready for those. So we'll be doing a double live tomorrow. Hey, you! Unbronzed Dazzy Laura. Hello. Well, thank you for joining us. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. Please comment. Well, you did. Like, subscribe. I greatly appreciate you. I feel bad because we get like 79 people, and then by the end of the day, we got 9. I feel bad. I hope I'm doing an okay job and not running people off. But welcome aboard, Unbronzed Aussie Laura. How do you want us to refer to you? By the full name, Aussie or Laura? It's your choice. We welcome you here, and we're so grateful to have you. But what is your opinion? Do you think they have enough evidence thus far to convict her? If they went to jury today, what do you think? Uh-oh, we got a fire truck coming through. Sorry about that, y'all. This girl needs to get some healthy snacks in here because I'm ravished. I haven't had lunch. We had a breakfast taco this morning, and that's all I've had. Oh, well, thank you. I don't know. I kind of had my confidence shaken recently. Man, they had a couple people tear me up. It's so frustrating. Flustering. Studio. Comments. Yeah, there's none there. Let's see. Why? Okay. um, there's a lot of people I haven't seen anymore. Like Conundrum. I wonder where she's gone. So, yeah, they're not there anymore, thank God. But Unbronzed, personally couldn't convict. I can't right now. I can't. I'm waiting for the smoking gun, and there is none. And then the other thing that I'm struggling with is, when did this supposedly happen? I do struggle with the fact that they said on the 4th, was it the 3rd, that nobody saw him all day, that everybody went to the lake. He didn't show up. I'm like, okay, so you go to the lake and your dad does not show up. Why would you not be checking and calling in unless they thought he was working? I don't care how upset I am with somebody. If I'm living in the house with you, even if I hate your guts, and I go to bed and you're supposed to be home and you're not home, I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to start calling you about midnight, especially if I'm married to you. Yes, we do love our Aussie friends. So, one thing I do feel is that or wonder, was their relationship so bad that the kids nor the mom or anybody noticed that grandpa was gone? I know he worked a lot, but still, the CPAP was there, everything. Well, they didn't start looking for any of that until they brought up, one of the kids said that he was gone. Then one of the grandbabies asked for Big Man. Yeah, not enough evidence yet. I don't think that the prosecution has the case that they thought they had. Honestly, I really don't. Not that they're poking holes on the defense's side. I'm not liking the defense. I'm not real fond of his tactic and how he does his interrogating, and it can rub, I think, the jury the wrong way. But if you just look at the facts, I don't feel like he's done enough. The state has not done enough. Now, they think this is going to go on for another 2 more weeks. If that's the case, then we got a lot more to go. But I'm going to call it for today. I don't know why this live is still up. Well, let me do this. Hold on. Let me get in comments and find out what the hell is going on. I'm asking, are we done for the day? Okay, I don't believe they have any drag marks or tire track marks. That's true. Someone says over there, have you anybody ever seen a defendant confess during a trial? Yeah. I think this trial's going to go on for another week or 2, so I'll be doing dual lives. Thank you. Melody, of course, some people are asking, is she out on bail? Yes, she is out on bail. I don't know what's going on. But everybody that I'm seeing so far is struggling with her at this point. I believe she shot him and then ran and ended up outside and used the tractor to move the burn pile, possibly. Everyone's thinking if she did it and if she tried to move the body, it would have been with the tractor. Good point. Especially the boyfriend, Ted, whom told the police Melody called him and told him her husband was in the burn pile before the body was identified. That's an interesting fact. Now, that creates a little bit there. That's a good one. And someone was saying a child could operate that tractor. Yes, they could. Yeah, I want to know the same. We're waiting to see if they come back. But thank you, son. But yeah, I think the trial will go for another at least a week, at least. I heard the judge say at the very beginning that they expected this to be a 3-week trial. If she can't drive it, you must acquit. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. I always struggled with that glove thing because, well, leather shrinks when you get it wet and it's with blood. It's thick. It really can shrink. And you get it wet, it shrinks. And especially if it's not left on hand. Number 2, they had a rubber glove. And if you've ever tried to move leather over rubber, that don't work very well. So I knew the moment that they did that he was going to be a free man because the glove shrank due to the water and all of the blood and everything that was in it, number 1. And number 2, they put a rubber glove on his hand, which would impede the ability to put the glove on. That is so funny, Adair, right? Yes, she can drive the tractor. She knows how to drive the tractor. Oh, yes, she's able to drive that tractor. I can drive it. We're the same height. Yeah, that doesn't, you don't have to know how to drive it much to do that. But maybe that's why it was put where it was, is because it was easier for them because they were not as confident in it to get it back where it should be. Yeah, she did. Both of them. I mean, she did work, but her husband did a lot of it. But she did go out and do work around her property. She loved taking care of her home, although majority of the yard work was done by her husband, but she had the capability. That's the thing. Judge wants to quit early. Oh, they're watching from England. It's like 10:30, 9:30 p.m. there. And it's true. Why didn't they just get a divorce? Because she get half of everything. She would get half of everything. Say what on the stand? Yeah. Uh-huh. You know, I found it interesting, all the stuff that started coming out um, with OJ after his deceased. When he deceased, a lot of stuff started coming out about OJ. Lot of stuff. 7:40 a.m. Wednesday here. Oh my gosh. So if it's 8 in the morning here, what is it in Australia? If it's 8 in the morning in America, here's your coffee, unbronzed. S- 17-hour difference. One a.m. in the morning your time. I go live 1 in the morning your time. I'm so sorry, unbronzed, but you can go back and watch and put it on a higher speed. You can break speed. Gosh, it's going to be another early night in bed for me. All right, now we got the judge's face. He's talking. Come on, Judge, get on mic. It's 3:40 here in the afternoon. 16 hours. 12 o'clock your time. Midnight your time. Because it's 3:40 p.m. my time in America. I'm Central Standard. So what did he say? Come on, dude. Let's get it on the record. Anyone saying there's a reasonable doubt because a lot of people are saying that they could not convict her right now. Well, some people are talking about, let's talk about this. Let's talk about it really. Yeah, 11 p.m. their time. Some people are talking about the blood. First of all, we don't know how old that blood is. Second of all, we don't know if that is actual. Well, some of it does look like blood, but some of the illumination came up. You couldn't see anything. You couldn't see drops of blood. They just spray and you can see where it had been wiped. Those are the ones I think could potentially be bleach. But the drops that you could see are red could have easily been when he hurt his finger or she hurt her finger or whatever. If somebody had been shot in the gut, there'd be a lot of blood. And, well, I say there'll be a lot of blood. It may not be because a bullet didn't go through and through. But the thing is they would have to get him outside without getting blood all over the carpet. There's not enough blood to match the problem and the situation of him being gut shot. They're a day ahead of us. Okay. Wow. Yep, you're just starting your day. Just starting your day. I wouldn't mind following some good cases in another country if they had them live. I think that'd be cool. But why are we not getting any more news? Some say there is evidence a tractor was used. I don't know if there is. Yes, and there was a bullet found inside the house. If he was, say, the boyfriend and was there with her and the husband arrived home, there was an altercation, and he was shot in the house, they got him out quickly. Yeah, break or done, everybody's asking. Really? I think what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna call it. What do y'all think? Oh, they don't drive on the wrong side of the road. They drive on their side. They're right. I'm kidding. I would love to go to Australia. Just get the tent, get all my supplies, get a car or a truck, actually. Just go. Just go. I know. They should. They should have more transparency. Yeah. Can we have a mic, please? Y'all's mic is off. I'm looking for Mike. He's talking about technical stuff. No freedom of speech. Oh, really? Lisa, come back and say, see you tomorrow. We need to hear. Give me ears. Oh my gosh, we got but
Do
no
you swear
sound.
or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the
There we
matter
go.
now pending before the court will be the
Another
truth,
witness.
the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ready for dinner.
If you could, you can put your hand down now. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
And Bronze, I hope you'll come back and join us
My
tomorrow.
name is Addison Ferris.
Addison, how do you know Melody Farris, the defendant in this case?
She's my grandmother.
Oh
So which
my
parent
God.
is she the mother of for you?
She's my dad's mother.
Addison, where do you live? Just the state. What state do you live in?
Other than Plymouth State, I live in Maine.
How long have you lived in Maine?
How long have I lived in Maine?
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's like 11 years now.
Before you lived in Maine, did you live in Georgia ever?
I don't think so. I lived in Florida before that.
When did you live in Florida?
From when I was really young, like 2 or 3, to when I was 7.
And does your dad live
Granddaughter.
in Georgia?
Yes.
Would you frequently visit your dad when you were younger?
Yeah, we would do summers and Christmases usually in Georgia.
Addison, I want to talk about July of 2018, okay? Did you have the opportunity to come to Georgia to visit your father in July of 2018?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that you came to Georgia?
I'm not sure. I think probably, or I know it was around the time of the 4th of July, but I don't know an exact day.
Were you here before the actual 4th of July holiday?
Yes.
Where did you go when you first got to Georgia?
When the day that we got there, we dropped my sister off at her friend's house, and then we went to my grandparents' farm.
How old were you in 2018?
I was 11, almost 12.
And when you mentioned your sister, how old was your sister?
My sister would have been 13.
So she's older of the two of you.
Yes.
You mentioned that when you dropped your sister off, you then went to your grandparents' farm?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you see at the farm?
I saw my grandmother.
There's at least 2 granddaughters.
When you say we traveled to the farm, who is we?
Me and my dad.
Okay. Was anyone else with you too?
I don't think so, no.
Do you remember how long you stayed at the farm when you saw your grandparents that day?
It was a really quick visit. We just came to say hi and give hugs, and then we left. So probably like 15 minutes tops.
Okay, and I want to kind of orient you to the dates. That week of July, Monday was the 2nd, Tuesday was the 3rd, Wednesday was the 4th. Do you remember now which day that would have been?
I think that it was probably the 2nd then.
Okay.
Or no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. So back in 2019, were you interviewed professionally by
We have an important message.
forensic interviewer?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, if you had mentioned to her that that was the day before the 4th of July, would that have been accurate?
Yes.
She's trying to refresh recollection.
It's a little difficult on Zoom.
I'm happy to do that if you would like me to.
A second ago, she didn't know what day it was.
Go ahead. I'll give you some latitude, but you also can grab the calendar.
Oh, she has a little nose ring.
Now, when you try to do something on the screen, we don't have that technology available easily. That's part of the problem and part of my complaints about all this. So.
Deal with
We
it.
can't do that by sharing the screen on the computer, but then we have to relog in that computer, and then we may lose. Sorry, I turned off my mic. We may then lose. We can log that computer in, and then you can share a screen from that computer. But we don't have it set up that way because I killed that connection to make sure we could get the sound working. So if there's something you need to
Techie
show her,
judge.
then we're
I like.
gonna have to do that, which is okay. It's just gonna take a minute.
Because part of the problem is I have to do it too.
Well, you use. Well, you can
We're
if
doing
we.
the same thing that we
Right.
both have
Uh,
from the internet. So probably best that we go ahead and figure out how to do it.
well, or we could anyway.
She's not happy.
Yeah. Again, this is something we should have talked about before we tried it.
You can hold it up to the Zoom. Jesus looks like he's fallen asleep back there. That could be her brother. Put a beard on her and see how close she looks like him.
Tracy, come log this computer back in. If you can, let's see what happens. And we'll see how much longer we go before we give up and start over in the morning.
But she's in school.
We're happy to send her whatever she needs to review.
She's out of school right now.
We could. Well, if you're going to do that outside if we need to do that outside the presence of jury, we're going to send them back while we're showing her. So y'all step back out for a minute. Now, when we do that, I'm going to want to start all over and see if I can systematically.
Oh my Lord, y'all. He is irritated. Just saying. Just saying. I think that guy in the beard and the hair in the back could be her brother. What do you think? I will say she has been very emotional every time a family member of hers has been on the stand. Her sons, her daughter, now the granddaughter. And I feel for her in that sense, especially if she didn't do this. But to watch your children testify against you and speak ill of you, and then have your granddaughter be subpoenaed to testify against you by the prosecution. Oh, wow. That must be hard on her. That must be hard. And I feel for her. I really do. Got to make plans for tonight. Give me a second. Look at my puppers. Isn't that cute? That be my puppers. Oh, that's still playing in the background. Didn't even know it. I have to go supervise my teenager and almost teen for school. I'll do my best to be back tomorrow. I understand, but if you want to do the replay crew, just let us know that you're doing the replay crew. And if you feel comfortable, please subscribe. We're trying to get our subscription up. If you did subscribe, put I sub so I can put you in the drawing for a Starbucks Yeti. And if you live out of country, then I'll Venmo you the cost of the difference. So please sub. See you later, love. Blessings. Good to get to meet you. Thank you for joining us. Go supervise my teenager and almost teen for school. I miss going to school football games. I miss going to the band events. I miss being a band mom. I can wait, but I can't wait. Let me put it that way. Can and can't wait to have a grandchild that's in band that I can go and watch and love on and support, and watch my kids support their kids. It's such an awesome experience. It really, really is. I wish I knew to cherish it more than I did. I mean, I cherished it, but I would have cherished it even more. It's the way life goes. So now they're doing their technology to get the girl lined up. And how much you want to bet they're going to come back tomorrow? See what their comments are. Oh, that's a good point. Elizabeth Kim made. It is always infuriating when a spouse or inheritor uses the money from their murderer's inheritance. So they inherit money from their murderer for bond or defense attorneys. Well, yes and no. If they're brought up on charges, sometimes the insurance will not release the money until that's settled. Oh, that's interesting. If she says she was working in the yard on the 3rd, her goose is cooked. All these kids need to be checked for DNA with Melody track record. Yeah. Oh, it was. Wouldn't it be horrible if the granddaughter come in and said, so and so did it? It's insane. Okay, get back over here. Okay. That's one thing I love about doing this is we get to meet people from all over the world, get different perspectives. So that's awesome. You have a blessed and wonderful day, Unbronzed. I appreciate you. But I have to confess, I'm starving. I want to go eat. And maybe do some magnet fishing. Oh, I wanted to go check on this. Sorry. I forget. And canceled it down. See if we got any more Boone stuff. Okay, so we don't have any new documents filed. So that's good. Brian Boone. That's her husband, right? Was that her husband's name, Brian Boone? Okay, Sarah Boone. So they had a foreclosure, a residential foreclosure between 50,000 and 250,000 back in 8 of 22. Wow. That'll be interesting. Let me see what that's all about. Comes now the plaintiff Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation as trustee for the benefit of the Freddie Mac Seasoned Credit Risk Transfer Trust Series by through the undersigned counsel, Florida Rule of Civil Procedure, blah, blah, blah. Brian C. Boone, a.k.a. Brian Boone, Sarah K. Boone, a.k.a. Sarah Boone, known spouse of Brian, a.k.a. Brian, state of Florida clerk, okay, yada, yada. Said the dismissal services of discharge of the defendant filing. Okay, let's go back and see what else is there. Let's see if I can find the value amount. Complainant. 41 pages. Wow. Okay, so the lot 20 Westlake Orchard Curve, according to the plaintiff thereof, recorded. Trying to find the home value. Oh! Brian C. Boone and Sarah K. Boone, plaintiff of $222,935.91 that is now due and owing on the principal plus the interest, and after January 1st of 22, title search expenses for asserting necessary parties in the action. So they owe $223,000 on a home, and it was foreclosed upon. So glad my name wasn't on it. Actually, with total estimate of claim being the property, the interest of the loan, and everything was $227,913.03. So, yeah. So she's been in civil court over that. They got an eviction notice. Now, when was he unalive? 22 of 2020. So this happened in February. July, she got evicted. So in July, she got evicted. She had a criminal felony that was closed in 2018. Battery, strangulation. What was that? Bond discharged. Dissolution of marriage. Their homestead again. Traffic violation in 2015. Yeah. I mean, she didn't have a flawless record. Looks like they're going to end for the day. People are starting to leave the room. We'll see. But she lost a decent home, and then she was living in that apartment. Who's a good girl? Hi, the baby girl. You feel better? It looks better. Well, Jesus is standing up. Yeah, it looks like they're done for the day. Or they're going to have a conflab. Maybe a plea deal's been offered? I'm just trying to figure out who that bearded man is. Sound on.
Because, I mean, I want to sit here and work on it for another 20 minutes, but then it's going to be 5:30, and then it's going to be too late for us to get anything done. So we're going to have her join us back after we test out the equipment and see if we can figure out where the gremlin is. With that, we're going to recess for the day.
I like him.
Reminder, tomorrow is Wednesday. So we're going to, we're going to break around 11:30 because I have a meeting with the folks about the new building. And so, but we're going to eat in, and so I'm going to eat my lunch while y'all are eating y'all's while I'm doing my video meeting with the other folks, and we'll break around 11:30. I've told them to have lunch here about 11:15, and we'll go till 12:30ish, depending on how long. They're pretty good about trying to keep that meeting to an hour, and then we'll get back going. And then again, our Thursday plan will be to break at noon for the rest of the day. So we will not have lunch here. Y'all will leave and go off on your own and not come back for the afternoon. All right. Again, remember everything I've told y'all about. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Look up anything about the case. Don't Google the internet about anything about the case or anyone related to the case or anything that might cause a hit. All right. Judge
Hey,
knows us
Toy.
about technology. That would be a good thing to look up. All right. Y'all can be excused. Thank you.
I feel bad for that young girl because that was nerve-wracking to get going and then have to do it all again tomorrow. Poor baby. The prosecution is not happy. Prosecution far from happy. Nothing big happened. There's just the granddaughter is up on the stand. We had forensics. We had all of the bone experts and all of them up there. My question is, no offense, don't get pissy with me. Did they save his remains in evidence? Okay, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate you guys. I've had a fabulous day, and I look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow. The granddaughter seemed okay with testifying. She's been subpoenaed, so it's kind of a have to. So she'll be testifying tomorrow once they get all this worked out. Okay? Y'all be blessed. Y'all have a fabulous evening. And remember, take care of yourselves and smile at someone who's really struggling today. You might be the only kind face they see. Until tomorrow morning, I'll be back here at 8 a.m. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time. Take care.